Chapter 301 Feng Chaofei kills the queen. The bright moon is in the sky. But the stars are not sparse. Today's starry sky has also fluctuated. And stars from all directions have appeared one after another. Feng Wang Palace fell into deathly silence. There was no wailing. No anger. Just silent brick moving and repairing. The Feng Wang Palace has experienced several times of destruction. Sometimes by the Xianwang realm. And sometimes by internal fighting. But it finally survived. The Ministry of Industry has a way to restore the palace to its original appearance without leaving even the slightest trace. But I don't know how to erase the traces left in everyone's hearts. The Chufa palace where the queen lived had collapsed. And even the traces had been wiped away. Now she moved to Chang'e Palace. There were no palace attendants in the palace. Only the Emperor Luan and the Empress. Emperor Luan's fingers retreated from Feng Ho's eyebrows and pulled away the traces of Zhuhushan's divine seal. The hollow between Feng Ho's eyebrows healed. And his terrifying face turned into a moon-like hibiscus. The comparison between the two was quite stunning. His arms also grew. But his breath became sluggish. I feel wrong. Xiangyang. Emperor Luan spoke apologetically and touched the queen's head, which was actually a bit doting on her. Feng Ho shook his head. What does this mean? Compared with what your majesty suffered. What does this injury mean? Emperor Luan took out an elixir from the three-legged cauldron and put it into the hand of Empress Feng. Blessings and misfortunes depend on each other. So being seriously injured is not necessarily a bad thing. So you directly announced to the outside world that you would be in seclusion for healing. And you disappeared. Go for a walk in the sea of stars. Trip. After sealing the seal, he raised his head. Okay. Emperor Luan hugged her. I don't worry about others going. You go in person. But be careful not to be discovered by everyone in the Xianwang realm. Nor by the ancestors. Hide quietly. Feng Ho nodded and suddenly raised his head. Your Majesty, the Dragon Turtle clan will be killed no matter what. The Dragon Turtle clan has Taizu. Bai Ling in front of it. And behind the little dragon turtle named Suhi. I'm afraid it's not a fuel-efficient lamp either. If I don't kill him now, when will I wait? Even the Dragon Clan wouldn't let her be so afraid. Even if there were 3, 5, or even 10 more attacks today, they would not be able to damage the foundation of Feng Wang Palace. But the Dragon Turtle Clan is different. She has personally experienced Bai Ling for thousands of years. Nearly half of the strength of the Jiefeng Imperial Palace was not left behind. And every soul was beheaded. There has never been a way to recover. That was her first real defeat. Completely. I know. After Emperor Luan let go of Kaifeng, he returned to normal and turned to look outside Chang'e Palace. It was almost dawn. He turned around and said to the queen, I won't see you off. You go quietly and take as few people as possible. The queen nodded. Your Majesty. Be careful. Emperor Luan smiled. Today's Xianwang raid was a good thing. Most of the formations in the Feng Wang Palace were destroyed. Even if there was an accident. Isn't it normal? He jumped out with a smile. His face turned gloomy. And his voice was low. Big order. Let's begin. On the original site of the collapsed ancestral temple, a rickety old man nodded and bowed down. Your Majesty, please move to the ancestral site. Summon the ancestors to be in the ancestral land. Today, the Feng Wang Palace was raided. But it was a real foreign enemy. At this moment, there was leakage everywhere in the Feng Wang Palace. It was rumored that both the queen and the former emperor were injured. And even the ability to possess the magical power of the Feng Wang line appeared. It was time for the ancestor showed up and took charge. It's a foreign enemy. Not our own bloodline fighting for position. The ancestor will show up. Let's go! Emperor Luan didn't want to say more. Show the chariot! The old eunuch, who was almost sealed in a wooden fish by Ci Feng, let out a shrill voice. 2 dragon beasts pulled the chariot and flew into the air. There were palace attendants in front and behind. The army formation in front formed a green dragon, circling and clearing the way. There is a military formation at the rear with dragons and turtles pressing down on the dust. Feng Wang Palace and Xianwang Realm don't even have a face-to-face. In the past, it was only tigers that opened the way and giant elephants that suppressed the dust. De Zong lowered his head, with a bit of worry in his eyes. With such humiliation, I'm afraid the 2 tribes will come knocking on the door in no time. The old eunuch glanced at him and curled his lips. Since your Majesty did this, he must have been prepared for it. But what's so scary about it? The sergeants in front opened the way, with Luan Jia in the middle, and tens of thousands of royal family members followed in the rear. Although everyone was puzzled, they did not ask. The worship of one emperor formed over the past 110,000 years has long been engraved in one's bones. It will not be shaken by one attack. Wang Jia walked in the air like a hunting patrol. But it was much lighter than previous hunting patrols. And even the ceremony was not complete. The people below don't know why. The low-level monks can't understand the battle situation in Fengwang Palace today. And ordinary mortals can't understand it even more. But the collapsed palace was there for all to see. I don't know how many people were crying. He gnashed his teeth and cursed the thief. The Xianwang realm wished that the Fengwang clan would die suddenly. But the great world of Emperor Feng loved Luan Emperor very much. There is no need for anything else. Emperor Luan tried his best to make the Emperor's world more or less fair. This is a great blessing to the bottom class. Such an emperor is rare to see in a million years. Wang Jia descended from the Emperor's palace and headed north without using the Liuguang River. He went straight in the sky until he reached the north of the Emperor's world. A land of ice and snow. This is the legendary ancestral land of the Fenghuang clan. Nothing special. Not even an altar. Empty. You can only locate it by the stars. After Wang Jia fell, Emperor Luan didn't say anything. The Great Order had already stepped forward and bowed in salute. Your Majesty, our ancestors don't want complicated etiquette. You can directly raise the altar and start the summons. Not only did the ancestors not like it, but the current Emperor Luan also abolished most of the complicated etiquette of the previous dynasty after he ascended the throne. Emperor Luan nodded, closed his eyes to rest, and slowly adjusted his breath. De Zongling immediately took the clan's mansion to decorate the altar. The altar was not grand, and even a bit petty. It's like an earth temple. It's just that the words, prison, and punishment, are written on the sacrificial flag. As the altar fell, Emperor Luan opened his eyes, and jumped down onto the altar without any formal invitation. Already, officials from the clan government led tens of thousands of clan members to sit in concentric circles around the altar. De Zongling knelt on the ground and trembled all over. After doing the grand order for 30,000 years, I can finally see my ancestor with my own eyes. There are 12 ancestors in the imperial palace. I wonder which ancestor will be summoned by your majesty to return. After lying down for a long time, there was no movement from his majesty. De Zongling didn't know why his majesty was hesitating. The ancestor would not take away his majesty's power when he came back. The ancestors have all been emperors and surpassed emperors. And what they are pursuing is the ethereal road. At a loss. Then Emperor Luan stepped on the altar, looked up to the sky and said in a deep voice, "Open!" It's like giving an order. De Zong was shocked, and his face was full of astonishment. Even the emperor, who summoned the ancestor to kneel down and prostrate himself, presented a memorial, specifically stated that he was in trouble today, and begged the ancestor to come. How could he do this? He was still surprised when he saw a spiral nest above the altar. And then an eyeball appeared, looking down at the earth. It's the great ancestor who showed up today. There are 5 big holes in the eyeball, which were bitten out by Ji Feishua's 5 divine dragons. The great leader was dumbfounded. This ancestor is currently fighting with the Taizu of the Dragon Turtle clan. How could his majesty summon this ancestor? Judging from the starry sky tonight, Chongzhu is probably no match for Tai. Does your majesty want to take advantage of the summons to help Chongzhu escape from the battlefield? De Zong ordered the brainstorming. But wouldn't that lure Tai also down? The only means to summon the ancestor are Fengwang Palace and Guiwang Mountain. The ancestors of the Dragon Turtle clan can only come back through normal channels. And there is a time limit for returning. Just like the last time the soaring snake was destroyed. Tai came back in a hurry and then left again, not even seeing his new little turtle. If there is an opportunity to sneak across the border at this moment, Tai may not do it. De Zong looked worried. Just listen to the question from the eyeball above. Call me! What are you doing? The voice was cold. Is Chongzhu still fighting in Tai? Emperor Luan asked. After a while, he replied with eyes. Yes. There was a hint of displeasure in his voice. De Zongling lay even more on the ground, not daring to move. The ancestor is not happy. This is not fighting, but being chased by Tai. After all, if you attack the little dragon turtle directly, you have already touched the reverse scale of the Dragon Turtle clan. Emperor Luan seemed not to hear the tone, pointing his halberd at a point. A token rose from the center of his eyebrows and floated upward. Obtained from the Xianwang Cave Heaven. The Heavenly Punishment Order of the Lay Department helps Chongzhu suppress the Dragon Turtle. The pupils in those eyes suddenly solidified. A figure emerged with it as the center. The 4 eyes and 6 ears were the ancestor who appeared today. Looking down, His eyes fell on Emperor Luan's raised token, and the coldness in his eyes faded away. Okay. With this token, he can still be defeated, but he can't go down to harass the Emperor. Open the realm, Zhong said in a deep voice. De Zongling raised his head and stood up with a look of disbelief on his face. His Majesty opened the altar not to summon the ancestor, but to give something to the ancestor. He didn't dare to think too much. He stood up and pressed down with his palms. A ray of light spread out with the altar as the center. Tens of thousands of royal family members felt that the iron ropes in their bodies were moving uncontrollably. Open the passage and welcome the ancestors, De Zongling sang in a strange tone. Everyone knew what to do when they were so blessed. They turned their palms to the sky, and the iron ropes in their hands stretched out and pierced the sky. A light lit up on the altar, absorbing the power of the iron rope, forming a huge iron rope light, reaching into the air, flying a little, exploding with a rumble, and the entire starry sky rolled and tore apart. The starry sky above the altar collapsed. But outside the Emperor's ancestral land, nothing unusual could be seen. The starry sky was still the same. The starry sky split open, and a big hand reached down from the sky. Come to me! An old voice came, and the token flew up to the sky and fell into the big hand instantly. Then he saw a smile rising on Chongzu's face in the starry sky. There was even an illusion of the dragon turtle being destroyed in his eyes. But at this moment, a bolt of thunder and lightning burst out from the token, turning into a thunder dragon that wrapped around the giant hand and pulled it downwards. Chongzu, who had 4 eyes and 6 ears, was dragged into the passage. He suddenly looked surprised, and then became furious. Not only did this disobedient son steal the throne from his descendant, but he still dared to plot against him. Not to mention that he is also his own descendant. Is he also called a descendant if he is a concubine? Evil! He shouted loudly and struck down with a palm, an eye in the palm of his hand flashing a strange red light. But he saw Emperor Luan stepping down and reaching for the tens of thousands of tribesmen's iron ropes in the air, trembling at the same time. Then it crackled and shattered. There was a pitiful scream. Everyone wailed, as if the Emperor Luan hadn't heard anything. He pushed out with a palm, smashing the broken iron rope and hitting Zhong like a talisman. Zhong's eyes widened. How reckless! With a loud shout, an eyeball rose from behind and slammed downwards. There was a passage. It was no longer the phantom attacking Sui, but the real eyeball itself. When his eyes fell, he saw that Emperor Luan was not in a hurry, throwing out a 3-legged cauldron. With a clatter, he collected the fragments of iron ropes all over the sky into the 3-legged cauldron. The fragments were fused and reorganized in the 3-legged cauldron, turning into 5 thick strands. The iron rope shot up into the sky and hit the eyeball, then penetrated into the 5 bloody holes made by Ji Fei Xue. One end of the 5 iron ropes was inserted into the eyeball in the sky passage, and the other end was inserted into the tripod, like 5 pipes, sucking the power of the eyeballs. A scream came from the sky. Chong's eyes were filled with astonishment. He lowered his hands, grabbed the iron rope, and pulled it upward. Wow! The 3-legged tripod rested on the ground and was pulled by the iron rope. Its 2 legs suddenly collapsed, revealing its original appearance. They were 2 mountains, connected to the Emperor's world. Pulling the iron rope is pulling the Emperor's world. Unless he can drag the Emperor's great world up, the 3-legged tripod cannot be shaken. He shouted angrily. Evil! How dare you! The national seal was actually damaged. He actually connected with the great world of Emperor Feng. This means that Fengwang Palace will never be able to leave the world of Fengwang. The imperial edict of the Emperor's palace is no different than waste paper after it leaves the Emperor's world. Damn it! Zhong shouted violently. I heard Emperor Luan raise his head and say, Please return your ancestor's physical body to repair the mountain and river cauldron, and ask your ancestor's spirit to return to his place to complement future generations. The iron ropes on the palms of tens of thousands of royal family members below were broken. They were already seriously injured, but they stared blankly at the sky, watching their ancestors lose weight little by little. But at the same time, his strength was recovering bit by bit. Emperor Luan's momentum climbed steadily. De Zongling collapsed on the ground, looking at Emperor Luan and his ancestor at a loss. The hatred in Chong's eyes was overwhelming. Look at the token in your hand. If it weren't for this token, a mere descendant of Emperor and could trap him. And Nung plotted against him. He roared and leaned back to force his way out of the passage. But Emperor Luan stepped on it, and the passage suddenly tightened. The summoning channel is a summons. It's not coming. The control is always in the hands below. In Changle Palace, Queen Feng glanced towards the north. She knew what His Majesty was going to do. The jade seal passed down by the Emperor family is the mountain and river cauldron. Inside the tripod, there are not only the secrets of the Emperor family that only the Emperor can know, but also the family's greatest reliance. Your Majesty will definitely repair the mountain and river cauldron. But when the mountain and river cauldron collapses, only the original aura and Taoist charm can be restored. Only those who have mastered the mountain and river cauldron can possess this kind of aura. The Emperor of the previous generation had been refined into the mountain and river cauldron. But the faint Emperor of the previous generation only repaired one leg, and 2 legs were still damaged. What better qualification is there than an ancestor? Especially the ancestor who still wanted to stay with the previous Emperor. He was cold-shouldered towards His Majesty, and even wanted to depose His Majesty and let the previous 9th prince take over. The 9th prince was indeed a talent, more impressive than the 3 princes in her family. If His Majesty had not initiated the rebellion, the throne would have been in the bag. The 9th prince fled to the Sea of Stars to pursue his ancestor just before the collapse of the imperial palace of the previous generation. Half of the reason why she went to Shanghai was because of this prince. There is not only one ancestor of Feng Wang Palace. Besides, this person will die in Tai's hands today. No matter what the outcome is, he will die in Tai's hands. Feng Ho closed his eyes and let out a long breath. If Dragon Turtle hadn't lost 3 iron indexes today, His Majesty could have planned step by step without taking such risks. So he deserves to die. A cold light flashed in Queen Feng's eyes. I tried to find a way to bring the Dragon Turtle to Shanghai to suppress it. I killed the ancestor of Emperor Feng. And I killed a little turtle. But it didn't even count as interest. If he dies in the Sea of Stars, he won't be found here. And it won't affect His Majesty's major affairs. She took a long breath and heard a cold voice behind her. Who are you going to kill? Feng Ho was horrified and turned around to see a sycamore tree growing out of nowhere in Changle Palace. A phoenix stood quietly on the sycamore tree, looking down at her like a dead person. Feng Chifei, come to join forces against the Dragon Turtle? An idea flashed through Feng Ho's mind. She knew about Feng Chaofei's grievances with Qing Lei. And there was even news that Su He's second body, Feng Chifei, had friction with the 3rd ancestor of the Feng clan, and even with Ji Feishue. But this thought only flashed in my mind and disappeared. She couldn't sense such obvious murderous intent. Feng Chifei is here to kill her. Want to frame Dragon Turtle and provoke a war between the Emperor's Great World and the Dragon Turtle clan. Her expression changed, and she quickly grabbed the elixir on the table and put it into her mouth. This was just given to her by His Majesty, which was enough to restore her to 50% of her combat strength. He took a bite, only to find a pebble in his mouth, and the elixir had been replaced by someone else. The aroma of the medicine came, and when I looked up, I saw Feng Chaofei grabbing a pill and throwing it in the air, swallowing it with his head raised, and then looking down at her. Are you looking for this pill? Illusion formation, Feng Ho said slowly. The sycamore tree appeared. At this moment, Changle Palace might not be filled with Feng Chaofei's formations. The Feng clan is good at formations, far superior to others, and Feng Chaofei is a genius that the Feng clan rarely produces in millions of years. Without thinking too much, Feng Ho hit his chest with a palm, spat out a mouthful of blood, and shattered the blood. Several small snakes with spells jumped towards him. 2 iron ropes jumped out from his palms, and he swung the space in all directions. Call. You can't fight Feng Chifei, because the Feng Chifei in front of you must not be his true form, and you must not be influenced by his formation when fighting Feng Chaofei. Breaking everything, Feng Chaofei appears naturally. 2 iron ropes shot out across the sky. But I heard a voice in my ear. Fall? Wow! Wow! There were 2 sounds, and the 2 iron ropes in his hands fell. Feng Ho's face turned pale for a moment. She turned around and saw a phoenix appearing behind her. A claw had already reached out from her back and passed through her chest. The true fire of the phoenix in her claws burned brightly, burning her soul. Why? You are a traitor to the Phoenix clan and an enemy to the Dragon Turtle. We can definitely be our allies. Feng Chaofei Feng put his head in her ear and said in a nice voice. Say H, low to you on behalf of my son. Claws hold. Souls disperse. People die. Before I die, I only have one thought. Who is your son? Don't say that Feng Chaofei doesn't have a son. Just that he does. How could she embarrass the younger generation by being crowned queen of the imperial palace? Feng Chaofei retracted his claws, the murderous intent in his eyes not diminishing. Datsuhi! The shattered soul was clearly still for a moment, with a face full of shock. Second body. The aura exploded just before she died, and she suddenly came to her senses. It turns out that the two major four-spirit groups were offended by the dragon turtle. Your Majesty still doesn't know. She looked towards the north and wanted to speak, but it was too late. It dissipated with a bang, and the real fire was completely blown away. Chapter 302 The Weakest Turtle. The Great World of the Emperor. The ancestral land of the royal family. Emperor Luan suddenly looked towards the Fengwang Palace. His eyes filled with astonishment. Xiongnyang is dead. His queen is gone. His breathing suddenly became chaotic, and he looked at a loss, as if a child who had done something wrong was looking around aimlessly, trying to find something in this endless ice field. He looked at the stunned Dai Zongling, at the tens of thousands of disciples kneeling on the ground, at the mountains, the snow, the endless ice fields, the sea of clouds above his head, the starry sky outside the boundary. His hands unconsciously clenched, trying to grab something, but they couldn't grab anything. It was like drowning, but there wasn't even a straw to hold on to. Chongzu raised his head and formed a knife in the passage. He cut off the arm holding the token with one strike. He cut off the arm, but failed to cut off the suction of Shanha Cauldron. The roar from Chongzu's mouth became more intense. Emperor Luan was breathing heavily, feeling bored in his heart, and he jumped up and punched Chongzu in the passage. The stars on the fist shone brightly, and this punch was like a starry sky. Chongzu's eyes were focused, and there was astonishment in his eyes. Evil beast! His own magical powers have been abolished. Boom! A punch fell, and the stars were shining brightly. It gets brighter and darker again, and the day goes by in a hurry. The banquet at Gujingzai Wangsun Huzhai has been dispersed. The information sharing has ended, and everyone knows what needs to be done. They left in groups one after another. The water beneath Su He turned over, and he landed in front of the sloppy Taoist. He nodded and said, "Senior Xianquan." Taoist Xianquan seemed to know what he was going to say, so he covered his ears and ran away. "Don't listen to the bastard's thoughts." Bah! He hurriedly stopped and said this sentence in front of Long Gui and Gu Jingjai, and he was immediately offended. The two forces probably really can't make it out alive. Even his junior brother can't protect him. As he ran, he shouted, "Gizizi! It took me tens of thousands of years to choose a suitable successor. I have accepted this apprentice, and it is useless for anyone to come." He shouted and his figure disappeared. Ji Feishua giggled on his back, and Su He blinked. "I just want him to bring a message to Master. Just pass a letter to Qingyuan Feijian if nothing happens." The Qingyuan sect is trying its best to find him. A head poked out from beside Su He. Taoist Xianquan, who had just left, poked another slovenly head out of the void. "That's no problem. I just accept disciples, not tie them up and imprison them." Since he wasn't trying to steal his apprentice, he looked at Su He differently. He stuffed a big chicken leg into Su He's mouth and said, "I'll give it to you if you save money." After inserting the chicken legs, they disappeared immediately. Su He looked confused. He rolled his tongue around the chicken leg and swallowed it. He didn't find anything different. It was just an ordinary roast chicken. "Are you crazy?" In the void, Xianquan waved his sleeves and danced, feeling very good. The only pity is that the concept of worshipping a priest is different from that of a mythical beast. A monk becomes a master once and always a father. The master-disciple relationship is the greatest bond in the world, and the bloodline of the mythical beast is everything. Becoming a master is just for fun. If you are in a good mood, it is not unheard of to worship a master every day. To a mythical beast, the master is to a large extent the master. Master's master is not my master. This concept is too normal. However, the little dragon turtle is slightly different from other mythical beasts. When he became a disciple, he was still an ordinary turtle, and he performed the formal Taoist apprenticeship ceremony. Xiao Gezi is really his serious master, but it's hard to say for himself. Generally speaking, Dragon Turtle won't treat him as his master, just angry. In Gujingzai, Su He watched Taoist Xianquan walk all the way to Guiwang Mountain. To be valued by Taoist Xianquan is because of his majesty. Guiwang Mountain is the ancestral home of the Taoist sect. Any Taoist school can be related to Guiwang Mountain. This is not far-fetched, but it is really related. The world's great road leads back to the road. Returning to Wangshan as a disciple is not considered a betrayal. Just acknowledging your ancestors? After he left the army, he returned to his original sect. And when he returned to Wangshan Mountain, he would not question him, and even receive support. It's probably like in the same sect. A young disciple was taken away and trained for a period of time by the ancestor, and then thrown back. Suhi followed the 4 clan uncles, bid farewell to Gu Jingjai, and left the mountain gate. Gu Jingjai can be regarded as the ancestral home of the Buddhist sect in the Xianwang realm, and deserves the respect it deserves. Even the 4 clan uncles did not directly open a space on the mountain. Instead, it flew hundreds of miles before breaking through the space and leaving. In the distance, the 3-phase monk was escorted towards Gu Jingjai by 18 golden monks with sticks. They saw Suhi and his entourage from a distance, and glanced at Ji Feishue with a resentful expression. Ji Feishue waved to him. "You're welcome. If you want to escape next time, just call me and I'll help you." 3 phases. I want to curse, but I don't dare. He had been beaten badly enough by these 18 bald donkeys today. If he provoked Ji Feishue again, he was afraid that he would not survive Gu Jingjai. Qinglei opened up a space passage, and 5 dragon turtles filed in. One of them came out, and they were in Changyu Mansion. As soon as Suhi came out and the passage behind him was closed, he immediately rushed to Gu Luo. He threw Jiangua over Gu Luo's head and said, "Quickly take away this gold-swallowing beast from your house." God, who knows how many treasures Gu Jingjai swallowed in one day? Was the co-author who risked his life to loot the Fengwang Palace prepared for this thing? Gu Luo was confused. The dragon's beard held Jiangua in his hand, and he was still confused for a while, and couldn't understand the situation. This period of time is in a state of fragmentation, and information has not kept up with the times. I don't know that my turtle boy is unaware of it, but he actually made another prediction. But Jiangua ignored him, and as soon as he got it, he followed the dragon's beard to absorb his power. Goluo's dragon beard turned into a whip and whipped Jiangua. "Quiet!" Jiangua trembled and stopped moving. "Suhi, can this thing be beaten?" Ji Feishue giggled and poked his turtle SHL with her fingers. "My dear husband, the hexagrams are supernatural, although they are not living creatures. Nor are they like weapons. They can sense the master's thoughts. As long as you express them strongly, they will cooperate." Suhi blinked, but he didn't know this. Hung-Gua had been in the body for many years, just sitting quietly without any reaction. But after Jiangua came, he could do nothing but eat. "Is it improving the quality?" Gu Luo looked at Jiangua with confusion on his face. Can hexagrams improve quality? And it is a half-and-half improvement. The quality of the guest hexagram is extremely high, and the main hexagram is approaching the guest hexagram. Gu Luo glanced at Suhi. "Robbed? The guest hexagram was stolen to attract the main hexagram?" He clearly knew Turtle Boy's talent, so this was the only possibility. Suhi nodded. Gu Luo let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that during the time when he turned into an egg and fell asleep, the little turtle boy had an extremely rich experience. "Tell me about it later," Gu Luo said in a deep voice. He missed a lot of things while sleeping. Not only Suhi. He looked up to the east, and his eyes fell on a small dragon turtle across hundreds of thousands of miles. A little bigger and a little smaller, with flashes of lightning all over their bodies. They are 60 to 70% similar to Qinglei. They are leading a group of strange beasts and soldiers to attack a city. Those strange beasts can actually form a military formation, and their momentum is extraordinary. Is this the cub of the Longday family? The moment he looked, the little dragon turtle transformed into a little girl, wielding a sledgehammer, and knocked a monk opposite him into the sky with one hammer. The sledgehammer is covered with spikes and is very violent. It's really that little yaya thing. It can actually become a dragon turtle. The world is so big and full of wonders. Not bad. Gu Luo nodded. Uncle Luo, do you want to go into seclusion again? Suhi asked, looking at the spirit snake on Gu Luo's back. Gu Luo shook his head. I'm lucky. I got some special abilities from the spirit tribe, so I didn't follow Bai Ling's method. As he spoke, the spirit snake on his back flapped its wings and gradually became transparent. A gloomy aura emanated from the spirit snake, like a ghost snake. Suhi could feel that this was because Gu Luo wanted to make it easier for them to see. Otherwise the spirit snake could completely fall into an invisible state. Qinglei glanced at him. This thief is lucky again? Good luck every time. Even if there is a crisis, you can turn it into a blessing, and you will gain something. As expected, we should contact Hongzhu and have his body dissected and examined. A spiritual snake with spiritual characteristics. Although it looks amazing. But this path is wrong? Suhi frowned. Such spiritual snakes deviate from the Xuanwu path. Gu Luo laughed and looked down at Suhi. The little turtle boy has indeed grown up, and can now talk to them about the great road. He looked proud. How can a road be right or wrong? As long as you can move forward without stopping, it will be a smooth road. He looked at Suhi with relief. This little turtle has the magical power of the Fengwang clan, and the Fengwang Palace regards it as a serious problem. And even the ancestors come out. I think I'm on the right track. But the road is infinite. It does not mean that someone was right if he took the path in the past, but it is wrong if he takes another path now. The Dragon Turtle clan is all on the same path of advancement. Is the Dragon Turtle still a Dragon Turtle? Is it time to change the name to the Xuanwu clan? As long as we can move forward, there is no wrong path. Just like the method of opening the sky in the inner world, Dragon Turtle never stipulates how the descendants should open the sky. It will only pass down its own experience of opening the sky, so that the descendants can understand it. So what if we don't go to Kaitian? Just like Qing Lei, he has already found his own path. Suhi opened his mouth, but no words came out. Judging from the indistinguishable expressions of the other three clan uncles, I'm afraid they all think so. They are all the top beings in the world, and have their own ideas about their own paths. Suhi was silent for a moment, shook his head and laughed. Got a photo. Xuanwu is indeed a smooth road to the sky. But who stipulated that Xuanwu cannot have other attributes? Xuanwu belongs to water. So what should a dragon turtle like Uncle Zhu do? Which belongs to fire. The locust tree is still of the wood genus, and Uncle Luo is even more of the earth genus. The road is lonely. Everyone goes his own way. Even if they are from the same ethnic group, they cannot be exactly the same. Otherwise, how could the sky be filled with gods and Buddhas? Shouldn't it be exactly the same? Suhi laughed, raised his head and said, I have some ideas for my Xuanwu path, but I still don't know how to get out of it. However, Xuanwu is related to the 7 constellations in the north. The 4 clan uncles may wish to understand it. He still had the true martial god card, but once it entered the sea of consciousness, it turned into an existence, like a visualization diagram. He couldn't take it out, and Suhi couldn't share it. Huh? Gu Luo looked at Suhi in surprise. You actually discovered it yourself? He sensed the northern Chisu from a distance after meditating in the egg for a long time. If he hadn't been immersed in it, he wouldn't have been taken advantage of by the spiritual race. Unexpectedly, little turtle boy discovered it on his own without the need for guidance from his elders. Qing Lei suddenly raised his head and looked at Gu Luo. Did you know earlier? He only recently faintly sensed it under the influence of Suhi's recitation of Taoist scriptures and Taoist rhyme. Still thinking about leaving to discuss Taoism with the 3 clan brothers later, so as to show off. But others already know? Looking to the side, he saw Zhu and Huai looking at him sympathetically. Obviously they had known about it for a long time. Qing Lei suddenly stopped talking. It turned out that even the dragon turtles had realized this early, and he was the only one who was prompted by the juniors. The whole turtle fell into depression. Gu Luo laughed, patted Suhi with his paw, and looked around again. This cave is not bad. It is not a small world, nor is it a secret realm, but it is an independent space, and the energy is connected to the outside world, which is very strange. The little turtle boy is indeed very lucky. Otherwise, he would not have such a cave. He stepped down with his claws, and the huge dragon turtle aura seeped into the earth, and the power fell on the wall of Changyu Mansion, forming an invisible spirit snake. It's not a formation. It's just a magical-like ability he created himself, which can be regarded as a protection. Not only him. Gu Huai stepped forward, and several towering ancient trees grew in the cave. The void candle spirit snake lazily spit out a flame into the air, and then weakly retracted. This was a joint effort to leave a series of defenses for Suhi. Not 1 or 2 people saw what Suhi gained in Fengwang Palace. There is no shortage of profit-making people in this world. Even having the identity of Dragon Turtle may not be able to stop those who want to die. Now that I think about it, just come. There are ancient locust trees, and every time you kill one in a town, it will become nutrients for Changyu Mansion. Let's see how far it can help the growth of Yu Mansion. After the 4-headed dragon turtles finished guarding, they looked towards the bamboo forest together, where the evil suppressing Dao Palace was sealed by Qing Lei. The clan uncles are eager to try. Ji Feishu raised her head and laughed. If you don't want to die, don't bother with that Taoist palace. Do you really think that the Taoist palace left by an immortal is harmless? The 4-headed dragon turtle instantly turned its head and looked away, looking at the sky and the ground to admire the Changyu Mansion with great interest. There was a knock on the door outside Changyu Mansion. Lu Ru's voice came in. Princess, Prince Consort. The Dragon King asked me to send 800 yellow scarf warriors. Suhi looked at Ji Feishue in confusion. Ji Feishue glanced at him. Didn't my husband say that he wants to renovate Changyu Mansion and pave it with natural materials and treasures? I've found craftsmen for you. Suhi blinked, and he started bragging. Who is so extravagant that they really use heavenly materials and earthly treasures to pave the floor, and are not afraid of thunder and lightning? The toad, who had been silent all this time, stared at him with two frog eyes. If you dare to be so wasteful, I will die with you. Suhi took a long breath, opened the door, and Lu Ru walked in lightly. My servant has met the princess, the consort, and the 4 seniors. When the 4-headed dragon turtle heard that he was going to renovate the cave, he immediately became interested. Come on! Come on! Let me take a look at the drawings. For the first time, Zhu was no longer half dead, but instead became energetic. He looked at Lu Ru energetically. Lu Ru smiled and extended a finger forward, and a shadow appeared in the air. According to the terrain of Changyu Mansion, a quiet and elegant cave mansion is designed. It is surrounded by pavilions, sunbathing platforms, and coiled dragon pillars. There is also a cabin exclusive to the Soul Beast. There are buildings from underwater to mountains, and even in the clouds. Not bad. Not bad. The spirit snake on the back of the candle kept nodding its head, and its tail pointed at a thatched cottage. What's the purpose of putting a thatched cottage in a small courtyard next to the lake? Although the thatched cottage here is not out of place, it does not match the overall layout. It can't be entered into the formation. With his eyes, he could tell at a glance that the entire cave was designed as a large formation. Defense was secondary. The main thing was to live here and feel comfortable physically and mentally. Lu Ru smiled and said, Back to Mr. Zhu. This is the thatched cottage painted by Su Xianzi, and I don't know what it is used for. Suhi blinked, looked at Ji Feishue, and poked her quietly. Sister, when did you two get together? When did you make the drawings? That thatched cottage was clearly the small courtyard built by Su Huanyan in the fantasy world of the Xianxing Temple trial. Suhi once hibernated in the fantasy world, and there was also an ice sculpture of Su Huanyan. Outsiders don't know this. When did Su Huanyan and Ji Feishue get together and plan the construction of Changyu Mansion? Ji Feishue turned her head away from him and came together to discuss how to beat you. Do you have any opinions? Suhi shrank his neck, looked at the drawing curiously, and pointed to the cave next to the Panlong pillar. What is this cave for? How can a cave be built so luxuriously? Looking at the labels on the side, the materials used are all extremely valuable. What a luxury! A snorting voice came from behind. That's my home. Do you have any objections? As soon as the sound came out, the toad seemed to have encountered a natural enemy. It swooped into Suhi's aperture, and then quietly poked its head out from between his eyebrows and looked back. A beautiful red fox appeared there at some point, raising its proud head and looking at Suhi with dissatisfaction. This must be Ji Feishue's soul beast. After living together with Ji Feishue for a long time, this was the first time Suhi saw Ji Feishue. He had only heard from Toad that he was an arrogant, rude and difficult fox to get along with. When I saw him today, it turned out to be true. Suhi looked towards Ji Feishue, but Ji Feishue didn't seem to see it. Suhi took a deep breath. Of course I have no objection. Sister Fox can live wherever she wants and build whatever she wants. Suhi could sense the fox's hostility towards him. Not murderous hostility, like Dot's sister-in-law, but not entirely. Suhi guessed that he might have offended it in his previous life. To deal with this kind of personality, just masturbate him gently twice, and it would be fine. However, as a spirit beast, this fox was not with Ji Feishue all year round. I have no sense of responsibility at all, and I don't know what I am doing. I was attacked by a fox here. The clan uncle seemed not to notice, and had already started planning with Lu Yun. The 830-foot-tall yellow scarf warrior was already in place. With a single stroke of Lu Yun's hand, the warrior could move mountains, fill lakes, and reshape the environment. Foundation, formation, shaping. This strongman is much stronger than the strongman who built Tinghai Lake for him by Qingyuan sect. There are more. 800 strongmen were working at the same time. Mountains were flying around, and even lakes were upside down in the sky. The sharks under the lake have huddled aside. Every shark trembled with excitement. It was the first time in my life that I saw so many dragon turtles. Extremely excited. While worshipping Longmen, he would look at Suhi from time to time. My master failed to live up to his expectations. So many dragon turtles came to visit. But Changyu Mansion could not entertain them with real food. The dragon turtle didn't pay attention to the shark's little thoughts. With a stroke of his claws, Gu Luo moved the small world next door over. After a while, it was transformed into a treasure house and sank to Chiu Lake. Green thunder floats in the sky, refining clouds and laying the foundation for the castle in the sky. Su Zhu looked around, eyes full of excitement, and would give pointers from time to time. He liked to build. Su He leaned next to Ji Feishue and said shamelessly, Madam, build a portal for your home. The kind that will bring you to the edge of chaos when you step out. He needs to be managed in a place of chaos suppression. But he prefers to stay in Changyu Mansion. The two places are too far apart. Ji Feishue giggled and poked him with her finger, wanting to beat him to death. Sure enough, it was okay not to call him a lady. She came closer and said, My dear husband, please be a good boy. No one opens a portal for their own home. If one day my husband is not at home and a thief comes in through the portal, what should Sister Su and I, two weak women, do? Su He was stunned for a moment. Isn't it the thief who should be worried about this kind of problem? Chapter 303 Clone. The construction of Changyu Mansion is in full swing. The four clan uncles had a great time and kept putting forward various opinions. Even later, I took out a lot of treasures and upgraded the plan drawings one after another. Su He felt that his boast might come true, and he would pay the entire cave with natural materials and earthly treasures. Under such luxury, even the arrogant fox could not maintain its arrogance, and excitedly commanded the 3 yellow scarf warriors to upgrade its cave to 2 levels. Toad's waterside pavilion was also built, and a place was specially planned for Su He to build a silver maple tree. It was a treasure obtained from Feng Rung. It can grow at an instant after it is planted. A peacock body can rest on it, which has many benefits. Construction was booming above. So Su He accompanied Ji Feishue to the small world under Chiu Lake. The entrance was refined by Ji Feishue herself and turned into a cave entrance on the underwater rockery. Ordinary people would enter through an ordinary cave entrance. When the owner comes in, he can step into a small world. This was to be a treasure house. No one else came in. Ji Feishue and Su He arranged it themselves. Ji Feishue stepped forward in the air, looking at the entrance to Bai Ling's small world, and stood for a long time, wondering what she was thinking. After a long time, he smiled sweetly, raised his hand and broke the entrance to the small world bit by bit, turned back to Su He and said, My dear husband, you are not allowed to go to her small world in the future. Why? Su He was surprised. Ji Feishue chuckled and made an angry gesture. Bai Ling is too evil. I'm afraid she will seduce you. Su He pretended not to hear. He was no longer a novice in cultivation. The moment Ji Feishue shattered the passage, she felt that the aura of her small world had weakened. He didn't realize that the small world had been stealing the power of Bai Ling's small world before. It was not intentional. Just like water flowing downward. A natural law. A complete small world. A prototype of a small world. It will naturally have power flowing to it. Over time, Bai Ling's little world may be damaged a lot. Ji Feishue personally refined it, and turned the connection between Bai Ling's small world and Su He's small world into a star floating in the starry sky. Where's that dark cloud of yours? Call it out. And Gujing Zai Wuyun couldn't stand the huge aura around him, and refused to slip out of the silk scarf. He looked aggrieved for a long time before he was discovered by Su He, and took him into the foreign minister's space. The dark clouds are very strange. They cannot feel the breath of life, but they have intelligence. It's not like a weapon spirit. The dice defaults to it being a living being, but it can still fit into the external phase space, and it will not fall into a deep sleep state inside. Su He threw out the dark clouds. The dark clouds chirped, probably asking Su He for his gourd. Thousands of gourds are still in the scars. Gourd? Ji Feishue was curious. Wu Yun was stunned for a moment, looking back at Ji Feishue frame by frame, then looking at Su He and shaking his head. I was so careless that I forgot about this witch. It's already early. Su He sighed. She is the owner of the scarf. Do you think you can hide it? Before Su He finished speaking, Ji Feishue had already put some silk scarf on, and a group of thumb-sized gourds floated out. She picked one up casually, and it turned into the size of a normal medicinal gourd when it fell into her hand. She pulled out the stopper and smelled it. His eyes suddenly lit up. So it's from here. Bai Ling, that little girl, had been showing off this thing in front of her for a long time. He even bet that she wouldn't be able to find anything like it in 10,000 years. This is the brew of the stars. brewed from the light of the untouchable stars in the 9 heavens. Starlight can be collected anywhere, but this brewing method is extremely unique. Wu Yun looked at Ji Feishue pitifully. Another woman who can snatch its treasure by force. The same beauty is different from ordinary people, and the same domineering and unreasonable. Starting from today, I want a gourd every year. Ji Feishue looked at the dark clouds, leaving no room for doubt. Wu Yun blinked his shining eyes, full of grievances. Sure, too much. The master wants me to keep a gourd every year, and you also want a gourd. I can only brew 2 gourds every year. Huh? Ji Feishue blinked her beautiful eyes. Are you so pitiful? Give me 2 gourds in the next 2 years. Wu Yun did a lot of mobilization for himself before agreeing to come down. Gritting his teeth and nodding, Sui's eyes lit up. Then you, give me 3 gourds in 3 years. Before he could finish speaking, the dark clouds had rolled up all the gourds and shot straight into the sky, covering the entire sky. The gourd turned into a starry sky, covering the whole small world. Dot! Does it look down on me? Sui muttered softly. Ji Feishue giggled. My dear husband, whenever you can snatch the gourd from it, then you can blackmail it. That thing couldn't be snatched away, and Sui couldn't snatch out the gourd wrapped in the dark cloud's arms. Ji Feishue smiled and shook the scarf gently, and the treasure that looked like Mount Su he was thrown out from the scarf. Along with the treasure came out a small dragon. Ji Feishue glanced at the dragon and pointed her finger between its eyebrows. A talisman appeared between his eyebrows. The roots on the talisman penetrate into the dragon's sea of consciousness, absorbing the dragon's nutrients and strengthening itself. A murderous intent flashed in Ji Feishue's eyes. Sui took a breath and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, sister. I can't defeat the 3rd prince for the time being. He refused to fight with me the day before yesterday. When Taizu showed up, he ran away instantly regardless. I didn't even know how he escaped. I didn't even see it clearly. The red light flashed and everyone was gone. Ji Feishue's murderous intention only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared in a flash. She looked back at Sui and chuckled. My dear husband, do you want me to praise you? You couldn't beat him and beat him half to death. If you beat him, if he succeeds, wouldn't he be killed on the spot? Ji Feishue fell down and floated in front of Sui. She looked into his eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. You look so ugly. Hurry up and cultivate your human body. Sui, I'm a faucet. The scales are sharp. The dragon's horns are ferocious. And the color is as crystal clear as black jade. In any case, it is in line with the aesthetics of the dragon clan. And it can definitely be called domineering. Wrong! Sui suddenly raised his head. Can I really cultivate a human body? You can't lie to me. Yes. 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 Ji Feishue sneered and waved her hand to push him aside. Looking at the treasures floating in the sky, another smile rose from the corner of her eyes. With these things, my little husband is not too poor among the mythical beasts. That is. Sui looked proud. He had almost emptied the inner treasury of Emperor Luan Jiayin. Although Emperor Luan had hundreds of inner treasuries, there might be other treasures that were not included in the inner treasury. But that is the accumulation of the Emperor of the Imperial Palace. It may not be that many people from the 7th level of Tian collected it by working for him. Sui became rich overnight. No. Wait a minute. Not being proud of this, Sui looked at Ji Feishue. Madam, how should I cultivate my human body? Is it enough to achieve Xuanwu? Or should I achieve the 4 holy beasts in the beast transformation chapter? Ji Feishue looked surprised. My husband knows a lot. And he also knows about the 4 sacred beasts. But you are so ambitious. Does your Taizu know about it? I don't know how difficult it is to achieve Xuanwu. But this guy actually boasts that he wants to achieve the 4 sacred beasts. Aren't newborn calves afraid of tigers? It doesn't matter whether you are ambitious or not. I just want to cultivate my body. Sui looked at Ji Feishue up and down with an extremely aggressive look. Ji Feishue giggled and pointed a finger between his eyebrows. Don't look at me like that. She leaned close to Sui. Be careful, I eat you. Sui's breath quickened and the breath around him moved. Ji Feishue had flown away and returned to Jialong. She bent her hands into claws and grabbed the talisman out. With a wave of his hand, the dragon's eyebrows started to squirm. Ji Feishue took a gourd from Wu Yun, poured out a drop of golden liquid, picked a shriveled peach from the Sua peach tree, squeezed out the peach juice and dabbed it on the wound. The wound healed visibly. After the wound healed, Jialong's figure flashed and transformed into a woman of 17 or 18 years old. But she was not even naked. Ji-Fei Xue blocked Su-hee's gaze with a wave of her sleeve. The woman has been put back into the scarf. He glanced back at Su-hee. My dear husband. She must call you uncle. Su-hee. I was originally watching you save the dragon. But I didn't expect that she suddenly turned into a human. I already bowed my head before turning into a human. Ji-Fei Xue snorted. If you had not lowered your head, your eyeballs would have been dug out. After accepting the little dragon, Ji-Fei Xue looked at the talisman in her hand, stretched out her green jade and pointed upward. And the talisman was instantly changed. It turns into another kind of talisman that is paradoxical. She turned to look at Su-hee. My dear husband, can you do me a favor? Okay. Su-hee said. Ji-Fei Xue sneered. You don't want to ask anything? What if I want you to refine medicine with a turtle SH? Su-hee blinked, wondering. Can you knock me out when you peel off the SH? I'm afraid of pain. Ji-Fei Xue chuckled, bent over with laughter, and burst into tears. No wonder you are such a turtle. You can coax back a beauty as ice and snow as Sister Su. This mouth is really shameless. Su-hee raised his head proudly. Ji-Fei Xue called the talisman in her hand towards him. If you see the third prince again, put this talisman into the sea of his consciousness. The talisman fell in front of Su-hee. Su-hee's dragon horns instinctively flashed with light, and he took the talisman away instantly. The dragon horn condensed talisman is the instinct of the dragon turtle, and Su-hee saw Qing Lei using it. Hurry, Ji-Fei Xue said softly. I'm afraid that one day I won't be able to bear it anymore and kill him. Her majestic princess killed the third prince of Fengwang Palace, so it would be difficult to explain. Fearing that a war between Yunmengzi and Fengwang Palace would be triggered immediately. Yunmengzi is indeed a burden. They are timid in doing things, and really want to destroy them. Su-hee nodded silently. Ji-Fei Xue stood in the air, flying treasures with her bare hands towards the wall of the small world and refining them. The barriers of the small world are solidified visibly to the naked eye. Su-hee looked at it. Ji-Fei Xue's method of refining and consolidating the small world is completely different from that of Dragon Turtle legend. Dragon Turtle pays more attention to power. The field expands and crushes all the way. You have to accept the small world. And you have to accept it. He forced the small world to look like his own. Ji-Fei Xue, on the other hand, focuses on skills and will lead according to the situation. There are many refining techniques, magical powers, formations, and talismans. Like the breeze blowing on his face, Su-hee could feel the joy of the small world. Watching Ji-Fei Xue refining the small world, laying out the lower layers of protective formations, feeling the talismans in the dragon's horns, and thinking about the little dragon from before. Su-hee raised his head and asked softly, Sister, when a dragon becomes a demon, is it born as a demon or does it also require the demon transformation fruit? Ji-Fei Xue kept moving her hands, glanced at him and replied, Of course. You need the demon transformation fruit. Monsters with blood like Jialong are born with spiritual wisdom. But without the demon transformation fruit, you can't transform into a human being. It's difficult to move forward if the path is missing. Su-hee was silent. It sounded like the dragon was incomplete, but was completed by the demon fruit. So if a dragon swallows the demon transforming fruit, will it transform into a human being or advance to a divine beast? The dragon clan has a dragon gate. But even so, it seems that it is rare to hear of a dragon becoming a divine dragon. Su-hee raised his head. Sister, I heard that before eternity. Beasts did not need the demon transformation fruit to become demons. Is it true? Ji-Fei Xue stopped moving her hand, then lowered herself down, twirling Su-hee's dragon horn and said, It's true, but don't pursue the history of that time, or you'll get into trouble. It's troublesome but not awesome. And it's not terrible either. Can the spirit plant become a demon at that time? Su-hee asked curiously. He was not unreasonably curious. When he was being chased by the third prince and running towards Luandi's inner treasury, he passed by the imperial garden. There was a towering locust tree there. The leaves rustled and made a special rhythm, as if calling him. Ji-Fei Xue was silent for a while before saying, Yes. Then, Su-hee was not allowed to ask any more questions. He covered his mouth with one hand and said, Don't ask any more. When the inner world is stable at the third level of the sky and can hold living beings, all the secrets can be known. Now that you know too much, you will bear it. Can't live. Too much knowledge. Too many secrets. And too many secrets bring with them curses or blessings, or even the charm of heaven and earth. It would be very troublesome to forcefully explore if the realm is not enough. If you have any questions, you can ask them in the Xinhuang cave. There! You can tell a lot of things without checking the heaven and the earth. Suhi's eyes lit up. Including you and me? Suhi could now confirm that Ji Feishue was not teasing him, but that something really happened. Su Huanyan is right. Things can be concealed, but feelings cannot be concealed. Ji Feishue sometimes looked at him gnashing his teeth. There are also foxes out there who are heartless and scumbag, and cannot hide their gaze from those who want to stab someone. Ji Feishue laughed and nodded. Including? Okay. Suhi laughed. What about the games and storytelling you promised me? Before he could finish his words, Ji Feishue had already flown up and started refining the small world again, arranging formations one after another. It's not done yet. I'll show it to you when it's done. I always feel like you're dazzling me. Suhi moved forward shamelessly, and Ji Feishue turned around to arrange other formations. Suhi approached again. Don't run away. I won't ask you this. I'll ask you other things. Ji Feishue turned back amused and looked Suhi up and down. My dear husband, people need to be self-aware. And so does a turtle. You little turtle. Why should I run? Suhi ignored her and came to his side and asked. Earlier you gave me Mingjian's blessing. When I looked at your state, I saw disabled. What is that? It's just broken. Ji Feishue didn't care and continued to arrange the formation. Don't be careless. I might take you seriously if you fool me. And you might do something stupid in the future. You won't even have time to regret it. Suhi was very serious. After seeing the introduction of Yaya's remnant soul and remaining body, he had this word as allergy. You are strong. Ji Fei gave him a white look. I told you earlier that I have a clone. My clone is different. Each clone is separated from the main body. What you see is naturally a disabled state. The clone is taken back. The state of nature disappears. The clone and body sound a bit similar to Fengiju. An idea flashed in Suhi's mind and he asked, does it mean that if you take back your clone, you will become more powerful? Just like the white shadow that appeared when you dealt with the ancestor of Fengwang Palace that day. At that time, Concubine Ji was so handsome. Walking through the air, he tried to drag down the Fengwang Palace ancestor from across the world. But he almost succeeded. Suhi suspected that if Taizu hadn't appeared, Ji Feishue might have pulled off the eyeball and beaten it to death. Don't know what the consequences will be. Yes. Yes. Ji Feishue smiled. My dear husband, your wife is very powerful. You can feel free to cause trouble. And we can beat anyone to death. Suhi suddenly became shy. Then I can't eat soft food? When do you stop eating soft food? Ji Feishue looked at him funny. There used to be Su Huanyan, but now there is her. When did you come up with the idea of not just eating soft food? Suhi licked his lips and asked again. I remember my sister said that each of your clones has its own personality. Are you affected by that white shadow now? Ji Feishue's personality seemed to have changed since she became hostile to Chongzu in the Fengwang Palace. Suhi thought she was injured at first, so she didn't fight. Later it was discovered that she simply wanted to stay by his side. Back in the Xinhuang realm, although Ji Feishue still has a witchy side, she also tricked the three-phase monk. But overall it's a rare tenderness. Even teasing him has the flavor of a gentle older sister, instead of the simple witch before. Today, it's been 3 days, and he hasn't been hung up and whipped. Hearing Suhi's inquiry, Ji Feishue was startled, twirling her brows with her 2 green jade fingers. I was actually discovered by my young husband. Sure enough, I can't imitate my personality. She seemed chagrined. The red clothes on his body turned into white clothes little by little, and his hair was tied behind his head. Looking at Suhi's eyes sparkling, he whispered in Suhi's ear, my dear husband, long time no see. There is no coquettishness, but tenderness. Suhi. It's not fusion. It turns out that the pure white shadow clone in front of me is completely different from the original character. It's so gentle. A little uncomfortable. No. Wait a minute. How about a dragon as big as me? When did you replace it? Suhi opened his mouth to ask, but the mouth of the dragon was blocked by a bare hand. Don't ask about me. I haven't seen you for a long time. Please let me hug you. As she spoke, her face turned slightly red. Then he really opened his arms and hugged Suhi's neck. Ji Feishue has never done this kind of action before. She will only reveal her dragon body and strangle him. The only time she was charming was by accident. Not in front of Suhi. Suhi didn't know what to say for a moment. So he hugged her tightly for a long time. I just feel so soft and so big. Do you like it? Ji-Feishua's voice sounded in Suhi's ears. I like it, Suhi said honestly. Wrong! He suddenly opened his eyes and saw Ji-Feishua in front of him, already dressed in red, with a pair of eyes looking at him with a half smile. Suhi's heart trembled. The witch is back. Chapter 304 Residual Wind. That it was you who took the initiative to hug me, Suhi said cautiously. Really? Ji-Feishua moved her fingers around the top of his head, as if she wanted to poke it through at any moment. Ji-Feishua leaned against his ear and blew into his ear. So besides whips, candles, and calling me daddy, my little husband also likes this tune? Suhi trembled. That's right. This is the temperament a witch should have. Ji-Feishua twisted his dragon horns and gave him a scolding look. I have told my husband a long time ago that I have all kinds of clones, but I don't want them. It turns out that I was telling the truth. Does that mean I don't want to? That's because you don't want to continue the discussion. Ji-Feishua glanced at her, but Suhi didn't dare to say anything. He found the best way to distinguish Ji-Feishua's original clone. It was the clone that made him feel like a spring breeze, and he wanted to stick to it. It must be the main body that made him a little scared. The main body can't handle it. Well, Suhi asked curiously, where's the clone in white just now? Guess. Ji-Feishua narrowed her eyes at him. She scratched his chin with her fingers, giggled and jumped up, standing in the void wearing red clothes. With her fingers, she raised the ground and turned it into high platforms, where all kinds of treasures were stored. He also refined formations one after another, using ice or fire to create an environment suitable for all kinds of treasures. So he couldn't do anything. He couldn't even identify all the treasures, let alone store them in categories. Fortunately, Ji-Feishua was considerate and explained each treasure to him in detail, from its history to its usage. She is a master of alchemy and treasures these treasures very much. The dark clouds in the starry sky above my head looked down and blinked, looking eagerly at the formation Ji-Feishua set up for the treasure. She couldn't help but be envious. After struggling for a long time, he gritted his teeth and set down 10 gourds. Ji-Feishua looked up at it and understood immediately. Stretch out your hand and hold up 3 fingers. The dark clouds fluttered and shook their heads, reluctant to let go. Ji-Feishua snorted. 40. Dark cloud's eyes widened. 50. 100 after 3 breaths. Ji-Feishua showed no mercy. Wu Yun couldn't believe it even more. Even if the asking price was high, there was a temporary increase in price? Seeing that the time was coming and Ji-Feishua was about to speak, she chirped and 50 gourds floated down from her head. Ji-Feishua rolled up her sleeves and glanced at her. If you hadn't been my little Bai Ling's pet, I wouldn't have set up a formation for you even if I had 500. Wu Yun chirped and nodded desperately. For the first time, I realized that it's good to have an owner. Suhi looked at it with sympathy. Bai Ling didn't take this guy away because he was afraid of being infected by his IQ. Right. After all, Bai Ling relies on his brain for food. Suhi's eyes rolled wildly, and he brought Yaya in another day. Yaya was the reincarnation of the white soul beast. He couldn't deceive it even if he wanted 30 or 50 gourds. Xiao Wu Yun was very distressed after losing 60 gourds. But Ji-Feishua's formation was scheduled, and she was full of expectations. It attracts starlight too slowly. There is a formation at 60? Xiao Wu Yun suddenly froze and looked at Ji-Feishua in disbelief, his eyes full of hurt. Suhi also looked at Ji-Feishua. Ji-Feishua's formation skills were very beautiful. 4 points were domineering, 4 points were elegant, and the remaining 2 points were about yo-yo. Could you tell something? This was because Ji-Feishua deliberately slowed down and let him learn. Sister, how many clones do you have in total? Suhi asked curiously. It can be felt that at this moment, Ji-Feishua's body and Bai Ying should be integrated. Her breath is unstable for a moment or two, and she occasionally releases a momentary breath, which is thick and far-reaching, which is scary. Ji-Feishua looked down at him. What? You want to know how powerful I am? She raised her eyebrows and leaned down. Want to pull Taizu down to be the talker of Dragon Turtle? Ji-Feishua's eyes sparkled, and she was full of interest. It's a little difficult, but give it a try? She raised her eyebrows, seducing Suhi. Suhi was frightened and shook his head. Crazy? This woman wants to hit anyone she sees. 1 dragon and 1 turtle set up a formation. One studied and accompanied them, and communicated strangely at the same time. Ming Ming Fairy is sometimes aggrieved and sometimes angry. However, the dragon turtle retreated again and again, looking frightened from time to time. Dark clouds obscure the sun and moon, and the time is lost in the small world. I don't know how long the toad jumped up, emerged from Suhi's eyebrows, and waved to Ji-Fei-Xue. Fairy, help me open a small corner and save some treasures. It opened its small pocket, and a bunch of things swam out, which were no less than Suhi's. Toad was much more knowledgeable than Suhi, and the treasures had been sorted long ago. Ji-Fei-Xue only built a few formations, and threw the treasures in. Treasures of the same type are not in the same formation. The treasures whose quality has been improved are basically picked out individually and arranged in independent formations. Ji-Fei-Xue couldn't see the dice, but she could clearly feel the improvement in quality. After everything was arranged, only patches of peach trees were left, and together they became a peach forest. Ji-Fei-Xue did not plant them in the treasure house, but turned to look at Suhi. The origin of this peach tree is not small. It seems to have some origins of fairy peaches, but it is too thin. Just leave 7 of them and plant them in the ground. We can't live on the excess. If you can't feed it, it's useless if you keep it, Su Hao said angrily. Then let's split it up. It should be enough for the 4 clan uncles and Yun Mingzi to give each of the seniors who go to the imperial palace this time 1 plant. He wouldn't have been able to snatch so many treasures if it weren't for them. To be a turtle, you must be polite. If there is another opportunity, the seniors will definitely help him again and let him make a fortune. Concubine Ji-Xue smiled sweetly. My husband is very generous. This fairy peach is well raised, but it might be a bit treasonous to our ancestors. She hooked her fingers and all the peach trees floated behind her, following her out of the treasure house. Suhi was stunned as soon as he came out, and the entire Changyu mansion almost didn't recognize him. The full moon hangs high and shines silvery light on the ground. 300 miles long. The mountains and rivers of Changyu Mansion intersect. There is a clear lake, a water palace under the lake, a shark village, pavilions and pavilions on the shore, auspicious clouds floating in the sky, a waterfall hanging down from the white clouds, and an island floating in the sky against the waterfall. There are palaces and gardens built on the island close to the mountains and rivers. Cranes spread their wings. Animals swim and fish swim. What a fairy-like style. But it is different from the pure fairy cave. There is a hanging island on the lake that serves as a sunbathing platform. There is an Optimus Panlong pillar outside the island. And there is a small grass-roofed courtyard beside the lake. This is better for turtles and dragons. Uncle Four-Headed Dragon Turtle Clan slightly modified the original drawing. The small courtyard and the Panlong pillar are both part of the formation. But what kind of formation this was? Suhi couldn't tell at all. I just feel refreshed when I am in it. Xiao Yaya's private courtyard is on the other side of the lake. And there's even Green Snake's half-water courtyard. The original small building of Toad's waterside pavilion has also been built. A little further away is the grove of Su Huanyan's bluebird. The fox's cave is further away, over 2 mountains. But the scenery there is very good. There is no obstruction on the mountain, and you can see it all. There is also a specially built platform for worshipping the moon. Suhi probably wasn't stingy when it came to building the fox cave, and he allowed all kinds of treasures to be used at will. So the fox liked him a little bit. He just snorted from a distance and ignored him. This fox probably really had a grudge against him. At this moment, 4 dragon turtles lay across the sky, blocking a large area of the starry sky. Uncle Zhu returned to his half-dead state. He was only interested in building the cave. And once the cave was built, it became boring again. When he only saw the peach forest floating behind Ji-Fei-Xue, his eyes brightened again. This peach tree is extraordinary. Is it from the Sea of Stars? He turned to look at Suhi. Little guy, can you send a few plants to Taizu? There are so many fairy plants. And you don't need to think about it to know that the little turtle boy snatched them. The smell of this peach tree is difficult to grow here, but it is different at Taizu's place. If you plant it, you can have peaches every season. Okay. Suhi smiled and looked at Ji-Fei-Xue. Sister, help me give some to the seniors, and we will divide the rest on the spot. He turned to look at the toad again. Suihua made a treasure house catalog and sent it to the mountains and seas. On the jade board in the mysterious world of mountains and seas, there is a catalog of treasures that can be shared by all dragon turtles. Suhi has some wealth now, so he can put it in. Maybe he will be able to help his clan members at some point. Toad waved his hand. It's in line. It's in line. Spendthrift. Ji-Fei-Xue chuckled. As if she was in such a state. She didn't care much about external things. The halberd pointed a little, and more than 60 peach trees of average quality were swept up by a stream of water, tearing apart the space, and flew away through the air. In the Xiantian sect, Yin Yuan looked at Bai Zai's list with a troubled face. He had moved up one place in the ranking. But it was not that he was more morally qualified, but that there was one less person in the front. There are only two situations when Feng He's name is erased. Either he defeats Bai Zai and asks for his name to be erased, or he dies. The former is almost impossible. That old guy Bai Zai is not easy to deal with. There are really not many people in the world who can really defeat it. Even ancestor Qingsong couldn't do it. Even the Dragon Clan's two ancestors and Ji Feishue can really do it. But only Ji Feishue checked her name off the Bai Zai list. Only Taizu and Huangzu of the Dragon Turtle clan can do it easily. The legendary Bai Ling can also do it. But Bai Ling is dead. Queen Feng died just after they made a surprise attack on Feng Huang Palace. We don't know how much unrest it will cause. As soon as he came back, Zuanshimen entered a state of preparation for war. And even the two battle areas of Zuanshimen were temporarily blocked. He let out a long sigh and suddenly felt something in his heart. With a little stroke of paint, the guard hole outside Xiantian gate opened. A peach tree flew in. The peach trees have fallen, and the surrounding water has condensed into writing, Dongyun Suha. Presented to all seniors. Yin Yuan laughed. This is the little turtle boy. Is this what little friend Su he got from Wandi's treasure house? And divided the treasure with everyone. But he is a dragon turtle with a heart. Unlike his elders, he is all about himself. He put one hand on the peach tree, and in a flash, he landed on the mountainside of the main peak. He looked at a red fruit on the mountainside, licked his lips, and dug out the red fruit cruelly. A ley line does not have too many nodes, ranging from 1 or 2 to 4 or 5. Even the top ley line only has 9 nodes. Although this peach tree is not in good condition, the source it contains is extremely strong, so it is not an ordinary thing and deserves a node. Take off the red fruit and immediately put it into your own cave world, so that you can find a treasure land to plant it in the future. A formation was set up under the peach tree. Yin Yuan said to the foot of the mountain, Junior brethren, please come here. A man who looked like an old farmer came over with a hoe. Brother, the headmaster is looking for. His eyes fell on the peach tree, his face full of surprise. And then he swung the hoe down, staring at Yin Yuan with murderous intent. Bad monk, leave my peach tree quickly. Don't come close to it for 700 years. Damn it. How could such a treasure be ruined like this? It will take at least 500 to 600 years to recover. And it will take at least 1,000 years before you can bear peaches again. It's best not to bear peaches for 2,000 years, but to take good care of the roots first. Yin Yuan. Dot. Everyone wants to rebel, right? At this moment, not only Zuanshimen, but also Zuanshimen who was the closest, and others who participated in the surprise attack on Feng Huang Palace, all received express delivery from Ji Feishue. More than a dozen peach trees appeared on Jixia Academy at the same time. Many fellow Taoists returned to Jixia Academy with the master and have already begun to study the Yuanzun clan. More than 10 peach trees came out of the sky. The master looked up and saw a peach tree falling from the sky. The quiet aura of the wood spirit dispersed, and the master laughed when he looked at the handwriting. I invited little friend Su He to be a guest at Jixia Academy before. The guests haven't arrived yet. So the gifts have arrived first. Everyone, please take one. A thank you gift from my friend. Such fluctuations even made the medical master, who was analyzing the Yuanzun clan, raise his head and look at these peach trees in surprise. He looked at the writing next to the tree and immediately understood. Is this sent by the little dragon turtle you mentioned? The Feng Huang Palace wasted everything. These things were all kidnapped from the Xianwang world back then. Right? With the aura of a fairy spirit. How can you survive in other big worlds except the Xianwang world? After hearing the news, the leader of the farmer came out of the air. He looked at the peach tree from a distance and laughed. This kind of treasure deserves to belong to my farmer. As soon as he finished speaking, the figures of the people on the side flashed. 9 plants had been taken away, and the remaining 4 were Jixia Academy's surprise attack. 4 people were dispatched, 1 for each person. The farmer's leader's smile remained on his face. His face twitched, and he looked up at his master. The master smiled calmly. The tree belongs to Confucianism and Moism, but it can be planted by farmers. When the peaches are harvested in the future, my family will pick them first. The farmer's leader's face is twitching even more seriously. Are you cooperating with you in recruiting long-term workers? The heart of a scholar is dirty. But looking at the 4 peach trees, I couldn't say no to them. If such a treasure were handed over to a bunch of scholars and a bunch of hammer-wielding people, they would die. What a sin! Bullying our farmers. Gu Huai personally planted 7 peach trees at the nodes of Changyu Mansion's ley lines. Changyu Mansion, which is only 300 miles away, actually has 7 nodes, like a long dragon coiling in the cave. After all this was done, there were still 30 peach trees left. So the 4 clan uncles divided them up and brought them to Hongzhou and Huangzhou. Looking at the Changyu Mansion, the 4 turtles stopped stopping. There were still too many things to deal with after the battle just now. We need to go back to set up formations, protect our lair, study the Yuanzun clan, and more importantly, we need to guard the retreat grounds of Huang Ancestor and Hong Ancestor. After sealing the Imperial Palace, he died. Such news cannot be concealed. A big name on Bai Zai's list is missing, but he is not blind. Feng Huangdong has not responded yet. He is probably holding something back. I don't know who did this. It would be better if the Emperor's world was unexpectedly attacked, causing civil strife and being killed. If it was someone from the Xianwang realm who did it, there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Gu Luo patted Su He's turtle L and prepared to leave. He just broke through, but he was still forced to leave midway. It will take a long time to truly stabilize his realm. It can be expected that a war will be inevitable next. Speaking of which, it seems that the Dragon Turtle clan has been in a state of fighting since Su He crossed the heavenly tribulation, either fighting or on the way to fight. As soon as Su He passed the tribulation, a battle broke out between the flying snake and the dragon turtle. It's so easy to turn an egg into seclusion. Then, Qing Lei hurriedly broke out of his SHL and went to guard Su He's second body to overcome the tribulation, and beat Zhu Yan along with him. Zhu and Huai were also anxious to break out of their SHLs. After breaking out of their SHLs, they joined forces to defeat King Feng Huang Palace Shennan. Not to mention, when he came out to destroy the spirit tribe and seal the palace, even Taizu came out. Gu Luo looked at Su He strangely. Did this turtle boy have bad luck? Are you born with a constitution that attracts disasters? Otherwise, starting a new clan will drive it out of the Dragon Turtle clan. The look in Gu Luo's eyes became even weirder. This is possible. To prevent the little turtle boy from competing with him for the position of patriarch in the future, the leader of a clan, blessed by the luck of the Dragon Turtle clan, can enter the ancestral land of Dishan and see many secrets. Now no one can go to the ancestral land except Taizu. Patting the turtle SHL, the 4 dragon turtles turned around and crawled out of Changyu Mansion. The space in Changyu Mansion was solidified by the 4 turtles at the same time. It was a bit laborious to tear the space apart. Moreover, the turtle boy has a wife, so he cannot just tear it apart casually. Split the human cave space. Be polite as a turtle. After the 4 turtles left, the huge Changyu Mansion suddenly became empty, with only the waterfall in the clouds flowing. The toad was hiding from the fox at a distance, lying on the grass and paddling its limbs, which was extremely comfortable. The fox lay at the entrance of the cave, watching the dragon turtle flying up and down to explore the cave like a rustic. He rolled his eyes at him, turned back to his cave, happily smelled the smell of the new cave, stretched out and climbed down. He took out a bone stick from somewhere, held it in his mouth, and fell asleep with satisfaction. There were uneven teeth marks on the bone stick, indicating that it had been chewed on for an unknown number of years. Su He explored the newly renovated cave and felt the refreshing atmosphere of the cave. Changyu Mansion has abundant water. Speaking of which, Qi Feishue, Su Huanyan and he are all water attributes, and their required environments are very similar. It's fate. Su He thought and looked to the north. Su Huanyan didn't know what was going on at the moment. Qi Feishue said that this time she was in seclusion. Her ambition was so ambitious that it would take at least half a year. My breath is unstable at this moment, so don't disturb me. It will take 20 years before you can enter Luofeng Valley to check it out. Su He sighed. 20 years. It has not been 20 years since he was born. Qi Feishue rarely teased Su He. She sank under the water and entered the water house. She touched the pillars and didn't know what she was thinking. The great world of Emperor Feng. Tian Lao. The heavenly prison is not in the Fengwang Palace, but under the Fengwang world. Maybe it should be renamed the dungeon? Emperor Luan was dressed in white and came on foot. In front of him was a natural cave. The cave was dark and filled with stagnant water. But the smell was not unpleasant, and did not have the stench of an ordinary water prison. There is a small island floating in the air in the center of the cave. On the island, a man is lying sideways with wine, meat, and side dishes in front of him. Emperor Luan stepped in, sat opposite the man, took the wine flask and poured himself a drink. Hey! Hey! The wine is mine! If you behave well and don't escape from prison, you will only earn a bottle in 100 years. The man looked at Luan Emperor dissatisfied, but his eyes were covered by red cloth and were never exposed. He sniffed his nose and said, Hey! Wearing white clothes will kill your wife. There had been a shocking shock in the past few days. Even though the dungeon was cut off from all smells, he could still smell something unusual. Isn't this the H.L. that the Xianwang realm is knocking on your door? In terms of combat power, Xianwang realm cannot beat the Emperor's Great World. But compared to top experts, the Emperor's Great World cannot compare to the Xianwang realm. Monks in the mysterious realm are naturally suited to practice. Emperor Luan drank a glass of wine and looked exhausted, with endless sadness on his face. Yes! Xiangyang is dead. The man who was teasing across from him suddenly froze, and after being stunned for a long time, he slowly stood up. 2 firelights burst out from his eyes, and the red cloth on his face burned away, revealing a pair of phoenix eyes. There are also knife marks at the corners of his eyes. I don't know what method was used to transplant a pair of phoenix eyes into his own eyes. The flame is also somewhat similar to the phoenix true fire. Who did it? His voice was extremely soft. Emperor Luan shook his head, leaned back, and slumped on a stalagmite. There are traces of the phoenix true fire, but we can't find out who it is. The aura has been wiped out completely. The man was silent. If you can't find it out, you can find it out. There are not many phoenixes that can kill Queen Feng and erase their own aura in Fengwang Palace. He was motionless, but a phantom of a phoenix bound by an iron rope appeared behind him. The phoenix chirped, and the entire cave lit up instantly. Barriers were revealed one after another. There were hundreds of beasts roaring in the barrier, and thunder and lightning struck at him. Each one is enough to destroy heaven and earth. But the man didn't notice it, and let the thunderbolt hit him. He looked at Emperor Luan. You want me to take action? Emperor Luan nodded. Xiangyang is your biological sister. The man gritted his teeth and slowly lowered his head. The jade seal is broken, and I can't control the residual wind. Do you dare to let me out? Emperor Luan turned his hand, and the mountain and river cauldron floated in front of him, with its 3 legs intact, and its aura harmonious. Chapter 305 Charming. Residual Wind. Killing Fire. They were granted the title of 2 special yamen in the Imperial Palace, similar to the internal guards. They are only responsible to the Emperor. To be precise, they are only responsible to the Jade Seal Mountain and River Cauldron. The one who holds the mountain, river and cauldron is the master. Qinfeng is external. Killing Fire is internal. The person in front of him is Shaoluan, the Lord of Qinfeng Phoenix, the younger brother of the Queen. It's a pity that he was imprisoned by Shanha Cauldron, and he was the real enemy back then. But without him, Emperor Luan would not have been able to conquer the country. When the mountain and river cauldron came out, Shaoluan was silent for a long time, then slowly bent down and knelt on one knee. Emperor Luan looked at him and said after a long while, I will not restrict you with the mountain and river cauldron. I will be free with you, but you are not allowed to act recklessly, let alone introduce enemies into the Emperor's world. Shaoluan raised his head. Where is the Xianwang realm? Emperor Luan was silent for a long time. You can kill all monks, regardless of whether they are good or evil. There is no absolute good or absolute evil. The past cannot be recalled, and it is meaningless to discuss who is right and who is wrong. The confrontation between the Emperor's Great World and the Xianwang world is no longer just hatred, but the source is conflict. They are 2 monks from 2 worlds who have never met before. They don't know each other's identity. If they get along together, they will most likely become unrelenting enemies. This reason cannot be verified for a long time. Maybe there is a record in the mountain and river cauldron. However, he forcibly repaired the Shanha cauldron, and its internal energy structure was disordered, which would take some time to sort out. Not many secrets have been obtained in the past few days. If this were not the case, he still admired everyone in the Xianwang realm, and maybe he could even become a Taoist friend? Shaoluan was silent for a moment and then asked, Where are my subordinates? Among the 12 residual winds, only the stalls are restricted by the mountain and river cauldron, while the others are free. Emperor Luan touched the Shanha cauldron. 12 stalls. 6 people died. 2 are missing. and only 4 are imprisoned here. You can take them away. The others, can't phone, were abolished 100,000 years ago. They were changed to Yaogu. The guards are not under your command. Shaolin said nothing. The damage to the mountain and river cauldron only limited them. But it could not stop Emperor Luan from invading the inner guards again. Why would a true emperor control his subordinates in such a despicable manner? He took out a red scarf and tied it around his eyes, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. So I only have 5 people in total. But you want me to check on the Phoenix clan? Emperor Luan shook his head. Not just the Phoenix clan, but also the Dragon Turtle. Checking the 4 spirits. There are not many people who are good at it. And hundreds of millions of people are not as useful as Phoenix Master alone. Shaolin was silent for a long time and looked down at him. After this incident, I will let you deal with it. But the 4 brothers will let them go free. It feels very bad to be controlled by Shanha Cauldron. Emperor Luan shook his head. I promise. Do you believe it? But I can guarantee that for these things, there is no need for Shanha Cauldron to control anyone. Emperor, no matter how close the relationship is, how can you give away the authority that falls into your hands? Not having to use it is the limit. Shaolin looked at him quietly, nodded for a long time and said, Okay, untie the barrier and let me out. Emperor Luan stretched out his hand forward in a gesture of invitation. Shaolin jumped out and let out a long roar. There were 4 people waiting for him outside. There are 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom appear to be ordinary monks with nothing outstanding about them. Like ordinary monks, the men are handsome and the women are fairy-like. Seeing him coming out, the 4 of them were suffocated and bowed at the same time. I've met the Phoenix Master. Shaolin took a deep breath and smelled their breath, and curled up the corner of his mouth. If the residual wind does not exist, how can the Phoenix Lord be here? The 5 of you and I have worked together for tens of thousands of years. Although we are not brothers, we are still extraordinary. The names match. That's it. Familiar scent. Familiar people. 100,000 years of imprisonment did not seem to have created any barriers. But this familiarity made him at a loss. I don't dare. The 4 of them bowed at the same time. Shaolin remained silent. In the prison, Emperor Luan poured out the last glass of wine and drank it. A clever cry came from the mountain river cauldron. Father! Father! I have found it! A smile appeared on Emperor Luan's face, and he waved the mountain and river cauldron to fall in front of him. The mouth of the cauldron opened, and Princess Chinga came out, jumping to the ground. He held a small dragon turtle in his hand. Her legs are actually healed. It just looks a bit unfavorable. As soon as he came out, he asked Emperor Luan for credit. Father! Look! I found the annoying turtle, but there is no snake on its back? Emperor Luan hugged his daughter and threw the dragon turtle aside. He first touched his daughter's legs to make sure everything was fine, and then said with a straight face, You are not allowed to sneak into the cauldron in the future. If you dare to sneak in again, you will be punished by writing 3,000 all through the Tao Sutra. Princess Chinga's face pouted. I know. Then she raised her head and said, Father, we are in the Emperor's world. Why do we also need to learn Taoism? Isn't that something from the Xianwang realm? She said that an iron rope poked out of her palm. Shouldn't we learn this? I saw a very big iron rope in the cauldron. The kind that can tie up the whole sky. Boom. Emperor Luan gave her a shudder, and his face darkened. Don't touch those iron ropes in the future. Princess Chinga cried out in pain and covered her head, turning her head away from looking at her father. After Luan Di finished knocking, he looked at his sulky daughter. He hugged her again, smacked her face, squeaked her waist, and laughed. Little girl, you are still angry with your father? You are still angry with your father. Princess Chinga hid and smiled. After laughing for a while, she raised her head and touched her father's white temples and asked, Father! Father! Do you miss your mother? The Queen Mother is not a good mother, and she is not good to her mother-in-law at all. But she is very good to her. Emperor Luan held her in his arms and rocked her back and forth without saying a word. Princess Chinga gritted her teeth. Did that turtle do it? Is he really a bad turtle? Emperor Luan shook his head. There is no bad thing. No good thing. Of course they want to kill us if they have the chance. And we want to kill them too if we have the chance. If my father had the chance, there would be no dragon turtles in the world. The little girl pouted her face, tilted her head and thought for a long time. I don't understand. She raised her head again. Father! You haven't told me yet why you have to learn Taoism. Emperor Luan smiled. Because the Taoist scriptures can build our iron cables. But the more we build our iron cables, the further away from the main road we are. On the contrary, we are getting closer to that day. The stars and moon recede, and there is a touch of morning glow in the east. Suhi took a long breath and opened his eyes. It was enough to be happy in the new cave for half a day. I recited morality silently every day. I didn't feel anything else. But my character improved a lot. Although it is not possible to be happy with things and sad with oneself, it is still possible to adjust one's psychology. Otherwise, if Su Huanyan had been in seclusion for a long time, he might have turned into an ice sculpture outside Luofeng Valley. Perhaps this is the disadvantage of practicing practice. The longer you go, the more understanding you will get. That's why the Dragon Turtle clan has the magical power, Yuzhen, to restore their character once in a while and restore themselves to the state they were in when they cultivated Yuzhen. He suspected that Qing Lei had used Yuzhen once after breaking out of his SHL. So there had been so much inner drama recently. On the water, concubine Ji Shui rests on her jade arms, lying on her side on a lotus leaf, with a pot of sake in front of her. She was probably quite drunk. She was tapping her feet and jingling her bells, revealing 2 strips of white skin on her red skirt, which were overlapped and perfectly fitted together. Seeing Suhi's eyes, Ji Feishua flicked her finger and hit him in the face with a water arrow. Suhi's eyes instantly turned pale, and the water mist dispersed and the beautiful scenery was gone. Feeling lost, the water beside her was moving, and a beautiful figure had already sat over. Ji Feishua turned to look at him. My dear husband, peeping is not a good habit. Suhi was silent for a long time. Then a few words came out from between his teeth. There is a marriage certificate. It can be read openly. If you keep teasing me like this, it won't be a thing to watch. Ji Feishua sneered and laughed. This reason is very powerful. My husband is so domineering in a rare way. Suhi let out a long sigh, suppressed his inner thoughts, frowned and asked, Sister, don't you even need to practice? We have been together with Jiaba for 2 years, and we have never seen Ji Feishua practicing. Ji Feishua shrugged. Of course, such boring things should be left to the clone. Every once in a while, take back a clone, fuse it, and then kill it. Suhi was shocked. This is how the clone was used. He was smart enough not to ask how long this period of time was. Ji Feishua is very concerned about her age. It's okay to call me sister or lady. But if other words pop up occasionally, it will kill someone. If she suddenly calls her sister, it depends on luck. If she is lucky, Suhi can live a wonderful life for a few days. If you're unlucky, this crazy person will think you're sarcastic, and she'll be hanged and beaten. Suhi moved closer to her. Sister, I still found nothing about the statue in the Sea of Consciousness. I was studying the true martial god card just now, but I gained nothing. After being stimulated by the third Princess Taiso in the Fengwang Palace, the Zhenwu god card had clearly emitted divine light, giving him a hint of Xuanwu authority. However, after returning, he fell into silence. No matter how he operated it, there was no response. Ji Feishua shook the wine bottle in her hand and said with a smile, If you can't feel it, just use it as a visualization diagram to practice. Suhi had told her about the magic card in his mouth, and Ji Feishua also realized that he had experienced it. But except for the word estrus written on the Mingjian, he couldn't find anything. That magic card belongs to Suhi alone, and she can't see it. Very angry. What about the promised husband and wife? Suhi nodded. I'll try again. The orthodox conception method is not only about pictures, but also includes breathing methods, copying methods, etc. in addition to pictures. When copying the visualization pictures in the Divine Sea, there should be special strokes and spells. But Suhi didn't have it, so he could only use the stupidest method. Grind it hard and see if he could figure it out. This would take a terrifyingly long time. At least hundreds of years. Even if you copy it for thousands of years, you still can't figure it out. Ji Feishua's face was red, and she didn't know what kind of wine she drank. Even she looked a little drunk. He leaned on Suhi's dragon's head and grabbed his 2 horns. My dear husband, cultivation is not just hard work. It requires a balance between work and rest. Will my sister take you to play? I know many fun places. Suhi opened his mouth to speak, but as soon as he opened it, he quickly closed it. Ji Feishua was lying on the side of the dragon's head, and her mouth was not in the right position. Turtles are reptiles, so I have never enjoyed this before, and it was a bit exciting for a while. Suhi sent a message and said, Sister, Queen Feng is dead. If we go out to play now, will the longevity boy eat arsenic? How about we stay at home for a few days? Find out the situation before going out. Coward. Concubine G gave him a white look. Suhi just pretended not to hear. Sister, do you think it was the Fong clan who suppressed the queen? I don't know why. But I always feel this way these days. But I wanted to catch it but couldn't. This feeling disappeared in a flash, and was inexplicable. I just feel that Fong clan suppressed and killed Fong Ho. Even .hl. Suhi would think of Fong Chaofei. Could it be that that guy wants to throw dirty water on the Dragon Turtle clan? Ji Feishua shook her head. The Fong clan is preparing for Yunli's grand sacrifice, and will not leave the mysterious desolate realm for the time being. I will not participate in this surprise attack. Suhi was startled. Calculating the time, and calculating the time. The grand sacrifice of the blood mother of the second body was coming soon. It was normal for a divine beast to prepare for it for 10 or 20 years. And I heard that the Phoenix Clan Grand Festival has special significance? Suhi rolled his eyes, and looked at Ji Feishua. Ji Feishua was still lying on top of him, almost asleep, and murmured, There is nothing I can't say. It is said that the Phoenix Clan has the ability to reborn from the ashes, and retains the body after death. Every great sacrifice is a sacrifice, and try to resurrect the dead. But it is not necessarily true or false. It is said that only Fingzhu has been resurrected. She poked Suhi on the forehead. You have to go to the Yunli festival. Right. Only blood relatives can enter the real festival. You must go. Won't you know after you go? This is true. I have to ask Grandma Feng Si later. The festival is about to begin. What preparations does he need to make? You can't just come to the door with your hands empty when the time comes. As expected, the time of the grand ceremony was the first time he saw the people of the Phoenix clan. So he must not lose his etiquette. Ji Feishua was completely drunk and collapsed on his head. Some parts are too prominent and have become uninvited. Suhi licked his tongue, gently pushed her down, held her in his paws, and looked down at her. From this angle, Ji Feishua's red clothes were all wet with water, and her body was swaying back and forth as he breathed and the water flowed. Very beautiful. Suhi swallowed. Sister, if you give me a chance, you have to show up as a dragon. What can a human body do? Take advantage and die. Ji Feishua was completely drunk, and her whole body was limp in her claws. She couldn't even hold on to her body. In a flash of white light, she transformed into a 10-foot-long white dragon. The figure is slim and round, with excellent proportions. The dragon scales are sharp yet gentle, and the light blue mane flutters with the water. From Suhi's perspective, it's so beautiful. At the Dragon God Festival, many divine dragons and dragons were seen, but no dragon can catch up with Ji Feishua. Suhi shook his head, turned around, and used the Wu Yin Dao technique. He used with a spirit snake and turned into a huge python. It twisted around Ji Feishua like a twist, lifted her up to the Panlong pillar, and fixed her on it. Turned around and returned to the turtle platform at the bottom of the lake. This place was specially designed for him. It is the spring of the entire lake, with the most abundant water. Turning around, the true form of the dragon turtle was revealed, lying on the bottom of the lake. Suhi slowly closed his eyes. Consciousness appears in Qianjiang Xuanjia. Don't let your practice fall behind. The inner world is in urgent need of rules. I have long planned to come to Qianjiang to harvest wool. It's just that there were too many things, and it was delayed for a while. At this moment, Jian Gua has been left to Gu Luo, and he is debt-free and relieved. There is no need to guard the suppressed land all the time, and there is no need to constantly open up the chaos to replace the earth. If you have time to be lazy, you can come to Qianjiang and finish the game. As soon as Suhi fell into Xinjiang River, he saw Ji Feishua looking at him with a half-smile on his island. Seeing him looking over, she leaned over and whispered in his ear, Young husband, you fool. If you give him a beautiful look, you will be useless even if I give you a chance. Suhi. Witch. Don't mess with my mind. The devil is the fool. Do you think I don't know you? If I really dare to mess around, you will definitely hang me up and whip me. Suhi had seen through this woman. Suhi guessed that before he understood what happened. The witch would never let him do whatever he wanted. But the witch refused to tell him. Suhi ignored her and looked towards the playground again. There are 3 games in the amusement park at the moment. Tank Battle. Only Soul Beast occasionally plays it. Or Taoist Shinshin sometimes comes over to study the laws contained in tanks. From time to time, he would pull Suhi to ask questions. It is said that Taoist Shinshin has built a steam engine in reality, and is regarded as a lunatic by many friends. But encouraged, those purely mortal items, which are not involved in spiritual practice at all, will not be damaged even if they explode. You can even sit on them, and let them explode without being hurt. As for what Shinshin said, mere mortal objects can blow up thousands of miles of land, and the heat of the sun is enough to treat him, as if his brain is not working properly. What kind of brain can study explosions every day? The second game was made by Toad himself, and had nothing to do with Suhi. But the spirit beasts like it very much. The third one is Suhi's great escape from the temple, which is to study the formation. Suhi is no longer alone now. Several small islands were united and various formations were arranged. But the starting point was still here in Suhi. But the difficulty has been greatly increased, and there is no possibility of passing below the 5th level of skywalking. Suhi also went in twice, and was tortured to pieces. None of these 3 games was what Suhi wanted. Suhi now needs a new, world-related game, so that the laws learned through feedback are more suitable for the inner world. This kind of game can be used as a reference. It's all Minecraft, and the like that I played in my previous life. But Suhi encountered a huge problem. 1,000 rivers are filled with one powerful person. The 3 people with the lowest moral standards are Qian Xinzi, Suhi and Akaji Tongzi. Even if they want to own a territory, or even a large world, it is not too difficult. Isn't it enough to change the world in reality? Why come to Suhi? Playing a few games for face is the limit. Fellow Taoists, we work hand in hand to advance together, instead of giving blindly. Xinjiang is a good place to learn the principles. No one should make selfless sacrifices and stay in Suhi's game, especially when this game is not very attractive. So what to do? Chapter 306 Shenwu Statue. Isn't my husband already confident? Ji Feishua saw him in a daze, and came up to ask. Yes, Suhi said with a smile. I had already conceived it, but I thought it wasn't attractive enough. They all exist in a cave world or an inner world, and I have long since become tired of playing in the world. Suhi's original sandbox game of simply creating a world would definitely not work. It cannot attract the seniors. He needs a game that he can indulge in for a long time. It is best if no one is in Xinjiang, and he is still thinking about him. Then competition. But it is difficult to obtain world-like rules in competition. Suhi thought for a long time, then suddenly laughed, and took a step forward to move the tank battle playground to the corner of the island. The law condenses like a film of light falling on most of the island, forming a world wall-like existence. Within it, mountains rise, lakes descend, plains, snow-capped mountains, deserts. It's like a complete small world. Suhi couldn't do what Taoist Shinshin did, and create a mysterious corner of the dark and yellow cave sky in a cave. It took half a ride on the island to create a complete world. And it's very slow. It doesn't happen overnight. While dialing these laws, you are in contact and learning. It took a month for Suhi to finish planning the world. Ji Feishua watched it with great interest for a month. In Changyu Mansion, Dragon Turtle and Shilong seemed to be asleep. With the breathing of the 2 beasts, the spiritual power of the entire cave was aroused. The sharks stayed quietly in their tower houses. The master didn't spend much time practicing at home. The whole cave was filled with the charm of the dragon turtle. A shark's practice makes great strides every day. But there are not many sharks now, and most of them were abducted by Uncle Lei to study abroad and receive training. There are only 100 sharks left in Suhi to maintain the normal operation of the cave. All is quiet. Across the river, the seniors chatting and discussing Taoism on the central island landed on the small island of Suha one after another. This has become a new place for discussion. Suhi's other abilities aside, his ability to play games is obvious to all. Even Temple Escape was done quite well. It's just that he was limited by his own realm and knowledge, and the formation he set up was too crude. After being snatched away by the big guys, and everyone being able to set up formations, it has become a rare public game in Xinjiang. And they even compete with each other to build a formation, always trying to trap others. The group of friends who are at level 5 or above of skywalking are too slow to break the formation and are caught by the temple monsters. But they are in for a treat. Suhi already received 4 kilograms of fairy tea of different types. At this moment, someone landed on Suha Island and looked at the mini world he had laid out. But I don't know what the little dragon turtle is going to do. When the world was ready, Suhi turned to look at Ji Feishua. Sister, please give me permission. I want to be a plant and a beast. Ji Feishua volleyed a little higher. Suhi discovered that some of the laws that were once untouchable could now be manipulated freely. Living beings are the topmost existence in any world. The Qianjiang Xuanjie has just been opened and has not yet been consolidated. And the authority to shape living beings has not yet been made public. Suhi finally went through the back door. In the game world, grasslands are paved. Forests appear. There are hundreds of beasts contending. Fish and flowers swimming. Then someone. Suhi is manipulating the rules again. But everyone looked at it a bit mysteriously. This little dragon turtle didn't learn the rules systematically. And it had no structure in its control. It just did whatever came to mind. It took a long time for everyone to realize that this was a page similar to Mingqian. The game also has special rules. There are those who limit magical powers. There are those who set life limits. And there are many. After doing all this, Suhi turned around, with a roaring dragon turtle expression on his head, and let out a long groan. Seniors, do you want to give it a try? The game is not completely finished yet, but the trial version is ready to run. Taoist Shinshin was the first to jump out and asked with bubbles above his head. What is this game called? The World. Suhi replied. Seniors, it's useless to talk. Let's go in and give it a try. Suhi turned to look at Mingqian floating in the air. Bubbles floated out from above his head. Seventh sister, come in and play. Don't you want to be the king of the mountain? You can do whatever you want to do. Mingqian opened her mouth and grinned at Suhi. Chi Feishui glanced at her. Hey! Seventh sister? Mingqian suddenly jumped up with one head and two heads, and slapped Suhi on the turtle SHL with her tail. Little uncle, are you taking revenge on me? Are you taking revenge on me? After finishing the cigarette, I snuck into the game field. Various laughing expressions appeared on everyone's heads. I saw the body of the golden dragon turning into a ray of light and falling down. It was already in a cave, but it turned into a human form. It was a slender girl who looked to be 12 or 13 years old. The water in the cave was cold, and the girl only had a piece of hard cake in her hand. A dialogue box pops up next to it. Registered name. Huh? Mingqian's eyes lit up. There are many mysterious realms that forcibly change states, such as the mountains and seas of the dragon turtle clan. Except for soul beasts, all other creatures will be transformed into turtles when they enter. Suhi's game is to turn all creatures into humans. This is the authority given to him by his aunt. It feels good to move my hands and feet. She raised her hand and wrote in the blank space after, registered name, Boss Jean. But as soon as I finished writing, there was a sudden fluctuation in the law, and the name changed to Seventh Sister. Mingqian jumped and was about to scold, but hesitated when she opened her mouth. Judging from the way he manipulated the rules some time ago, he couldn't do such micromanipulation. My aunt made this. The entire mysterious world belongs to my aunt, and no one can stop her from doing whatever she wants to do. Be careful. Mingqian stuck out her tongue before going to the game panel to read the game introduction. At the end of the great scenery, the people were in dire straits and grass bandits were infested. The small mountain village you were in had just been looted by bandits. You are the only one among the 87 people in the village who has survived. How can you survive in this troubled world? You thought about it for a long time in the cave and decided. There is no more after that. The introduction is as simple as that. Mingqian looked at it and realized that if she wanted to survive, she must first leave the cave. But the entrance to the cave has been blocked by rocks and soil, making it impossible to get out. She punched forward, but there was no reaction at all. She has no moral character now, and is just a blank slate. There is a skill and attribute version, and you can tell what it does at a glance. But now she hasn't learned a single skill, and she doesn't know where to learn it. After thinking about it, I dug with my bare hands for a long time. My hands were injured and my blood volume dropped. The hole still cannot be dug. He looked around, picked up the old cake, and dug into it. Speed sword. Experience +1+1+1. As Mingqian dug the soil, Suhi received information about the laws of Earth spirit, and so on intermittently. Rarely weak, but constant. When Mingqian fell into the cave and the display panel was obtained, the other seniors had already stopped playing the game with great interest. Everyone who enters the game resets their identity immediately. Some are down-and-out teachers. Some are blacksmiths. Some are beggars. None of them have very high statuses. In this troubled world, there is not even a ripple. But his eyes suddenly lit up. In the past, the game was full of different confrontations. This is the first time I have experienced this kind of role-playing, and it has a unique style. Some people even have missions. It is required to control the bandit dens and beggars' dens of one party within a certain time limit. Interesting. Ji Feishue blinked and fell outside the game with great interest. My husband? This idea is really a thief. She can see that in this game world. The terrain is complex, and the power is really developing. It is necessary to break through the mountains and transform the world. But at the moment, it looks like there are only mortals in the game. My husband is very ambitious. He doesn't seek speed but stability? If you can move mountains and reclaim seas with just one thought, you will naturally gain more world laws. But most of them will be one time. On the contrary, people like Mingxian dig out more of the world's laws one by one, moisturizing things silently. Why are rocks so hard? Why is lust thin and soft? The wind blows the house down and the water comes out. These are all laws. The more basic it is, the more fundamental the law is. The laws contained in a handful of lusts are not comparable to those that can be destroyed by a flick of a finger, or even exceed them. And this little husband has created many natives in this world. When Shinchan and others came into contact with these people, the laws of humanity they obtained were particularly rare. Where is love? Hatred. And hatred not the law. She glanced at Su He and chuckled. My dear husband, you are so ambitious. Su He chuckled. Ji Feishue smiled and unexpectedly jumped in, landed on the world membrane of the game world, and raised her finger towards Su He. My dear husband, come here. Su He shook his head. Don't make trouble. This game is too mind-consuming. Unlike other games where you just set it up and forget about it. Various things are happening to NPCs in this game all the time. And all the things involved are turned into pieces of information, which are deduced in Su He's mind. It was already a bit overwhelming for him at the beginning. I don't know how to handle this kind of information when it develops in the future. Will he go in again and increase his burden? Ji Feishue fell down, landed next to Su He, and leaned into his ear. My dear husband, I will teach you a way so that you don't have to deal with this information yourself. Su He's eyes lit up. But Ji Feishue gave a bad laugh and rushed to the game field, then turned back and hooked her fingers at him. Jump in. Su He has a big head. Ji Feishue's figure flashed and landed inside the brothel. He was locked in a cellar and tortured. The original mission was to escape. But when Ji Feishue opened her sleeves, the mission changed to competing for the Orin. She looked up at the cellar manhole cover. As if looking at Su, he threw the manhole cover. The seductive look in his eyes flashed away. That's too much. Why can you change my game mission at will? It was as if he had been hacked and suddenly changed. Su He's mind buzzed, and it took him a long time to react. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ji Feishue walking out of the cellar, biting her lip, looking at her mother with a look of tears on her face, with a look of compromise on her face. Outside the brothel, a group of libertines came towards the brothel. Which? Su He jumped into the game field and turned into a man when he landed. Without identity. He is just an ordinary man. He had the same appearance as in his previous life, but was dressed in ancient costume. He snatched the prodigal's horse and rode it into the brothel, knocking the madam away. He grabbed Ji Feishue and pinned her down on the horse. He put his arms around her and shouted, Drive! He rode out, rushed out of the city, and went straight into the mountains. Ji Feishue sat in his arms, saying nothing and looking at him blankly. Su He jumped out of the game field and returned to the dragon turtle form. He looked at Ji Feishue, who fell beside him, and was still in a daze. You are not allowed to go to that place. Ji Feishue came back to her senses and burst into laughter. My husband is so overbearing. Are you not allowed to play games anymore? Su He glared at her and sent a message from his consciousness. You are not allowed to be an Orin in the game. Is this a matter of games and not games? This is nature. Ji Feishue giggled. My husband is so unreasonable. She smiled and tried to go in. But Su He bit her shirt. Ji Feishue turned around, and Su He opened his eyes and looked at her. After a long while, he turned his head and said, Sister, don't tempt me in. I'm afraid my Taoist heart will be unstable. Su He was not being alarmist. The rules had fallen into place just now. As the master of the game, Su He was not affected by the rules. It should still be in the body of a dragon turtle, but it somehow followed the rules and transformed into the appearance of its previous life. The feeling of having arms and legs made him suffocate. Yuchi held Ji Feishue in his arms, and when he rode out, his delicate body pressed against his arms. Su He even forgot to breathe. The only person left in the world is Ma Yurin. And Su He even hopes that the way to escape will never end. This is not good. Really not good. This feeling will make him eager to transform into a human body. And he will become obsessed with pursuing transformation. It will go astray. Soo-hee didn't dare to enter the game again. Not only this game, but also any mysterious realm that could be transformed into a human body. Soo-hee didn't dare to get any closer. Ji Feishua's forward movement stopped. She looked back at Soo-hee and laughed. You can't come in. But I can. She broke away from Soo-hee's drag and jumped in. He was still in the previous city, but his appearance had changed. He turned into a female detective and began to search for the thieves who had previously robbed the brothel on horseback. It's so bizarre. Soo-hee laughed and looked at the game to confirm that nothing was wrong and that he was on the right track. He slowly lay down on the ground. His limbs retracted into his SHL and fell into silence. In the autumn lake, Soo-hee slowly opened his eyes. My mind was dizzy, and heavy snow started to fall from the sky at some point. It's actually winter again. Ever since the first level of heaven opened, Soo-hee felt that time was becoming less and less valuable and passing faster and faster. A year has passed without realizing it. Time flies like water. And most of the time, I don't even feel it anymore. It probably won't be long before he, like other dragon turtles, takes a nap for 3 to 5 years. Hundreds of years pass by in a hurry. No wonder Su Huanyan wants to push the limits. Soo-hee turned around and saw Ji Feishua sitting on the top of the dragon column, holding a wine gourd, looking very interested. His eyes were blurry, and he was probably immersed in the game. Hey! What's the method of processing information you mentioned? As the game unfolds, there are more and more NPC activities, and there is a lot of information that needs to be processed every moment. Soo-hee is a little down. My dear husband, I have a name and a surname. Not H. Lo. Ji Feishua glanced at him, nodded her head with her bare hands, and pointed at Soo-hee. Soo-hee didn't understand. Do you want me to hand over the game to you? That's no problem. With Ji Feishua's level, she will be able to handle this information easily. But then Soo-hee would really do nothing, and just wait to receive feedback from the law. What is the difference between this and eating soft rice? Stupid! Ji Feishua flicked her finger, and a drop of fragrant wine hit Soo-hee's brow, which was cold to the bone. Soo-hee's head was hit so hard that he hit it on the tanning table. A thunderbolt struck his mind, and he suddenly came to his senses. He laughed loudly, looked at Ji Feishua and groaned. My lady is amazing! The longer you live, the richer your experience will be. Soo-hee didn't dare to say this. If there's any treasure that can process information on a large scale, what's better than solidified visualizations? To a large extent, visualization pictures are the concentration of consciousness and will. Soo-hee closed his eyes, and his consciousness fell into the sea of consciousness. A figure of the Jinwu Emperor being lifted to his knees is floating on the sea of consciousness. In the past 2 months, I have not realized the Tao. I have not understood the true martial arts brand, and I have not made any progress in practice. I wonder if after dumping a lot of information on the sign will show a little abnormality, allowing him to break through and know where the road is. Soo-hee took a deep breath and felt the large amount of information in Qianjiang Xuanjie game, but was confused for a moment. How to dump this information on the Jinwu brand? This is not a sound transmission from divine consciousness. How can it be fixed on the divine tablet if it is transmitted over? Information is almost illusory, and this is beyond his ability. After being stunned for a long time, I shouted from the bottom of my heart, Sui-hua, come! A blood-stained figure appeared directly in Soo-hee's sea of consciousness, and the toad cursed. I'm going to hit the city lord's palace. Why are you calling me? It was dressed in armor and covered in blood. As soon as it came out, it was full of murderous intent and attacked Soo-hee. After returning to Yaya in the past 2 months, I finally caught up with a big battle. Seeing the harvest, I was dragged here by Soo-hee. Soo-hee looked at it, and the toad looked at Soo-hee, and they communicated spiritually. With one look, they understood Soo-hee's current situation. Toad sighed, jumped up, and slapped Soo-hee on top of his head. Soul beasts are neither real nor imaginary, and this problem can be dealt with easily. It slapped his hand, and Soo-hee felt something was torn out of his mind. A white ball of something like tangled silk was flown away by the toad and landed on the true martial god tablet. The entire statue of Jinwu God glowed with silver light. My mind suddenly felt relaxed. The toad looked at him, grunted, jumped out of the sea of consciousness, and landed in Changyu Mansion. He waved to Ji Feishua, glanced at the mountain peak where the fox's cave was, confirmed that the fox was not there, and left Chongyu Mansion with steps that he did not recognize. Set up the flying boat and fly all the way east. It glanced back, and Ji Feishue was there. But if you beat it to death, you won't ask Ji Feishue to open the space door for it. The female dragon was sick. She was asked to open a door last time, and she opened it, leading to Chongmaple City. But the toad walked through that space door for 7 days. Damn it. You can even drive the airship 30 times back and forth. After the toad left, Suhi's eyes fell on the true martial god card. Watching the silver thread rise and fall, Qianjiang Xuanjie's consciousness slowly woke up. Look into the game. The game is running normally, and several seniors are having a great time playing it except Meng Xian. When this guy didn't have any skills, he single-handedly attacked the bandit's lair. At this moment, he was being hung up and trained. Whipped chili oil is very enjoyable. Even so, she refused to quit the game and still insisted on subduing these bandits. Taoist Shinshin has become the village chief and is leading the villagers to open mountains and build roads to develop the village. The law has begun to feed back continuously. It's gurgling, but it's very clear, and it's twice the result with half the effort to understand it. At a glance, Ji Feishue was leading a team of police officers, hurriedly thinking there was a case. Suhi exited with satisfaction, but did not realize that Ji Feishue's destination was a Taoist temple outside the city. That Taoist temple was not built brick by brick, but appeared suddenly, from scratch. But it is still vague and not completely formed. However, the appearance of the Taoist statue can be vaguely seen. An immortal body is spread out, with a sword under its hand and a tortoise and snake on its feet. This is what the townspeople just reported back. There is a miracle outside the city. Ji Feishue came in a hurry and was stunned when she looked at the statue. This statue is very similar to the divine card described by Suhi. Moreover, it is incompatible with this world and does not belong to the game created by Suhi. But there is a feeling at the core of the game. The divine thoughts and incense of the entire game world are gathering towards the statue. But she didn't sense the invasion of the mysterious world by the idol. Instead, the aura of the young husband came from the statue. It was as if someone had erected a statue for my young husband. Chapter 307 Phoenix Tomb. Suhi was confused. It has been a routine practice for several months. Just silently reciting morals under the moonlight and comprehending the stars. The consciousness left the body, but did not go straight to the stars. Instead, Qianjiang Xuanjie came. He turned into a stone statue and sat in the temple. He was looking at Ji Feishue, who was dressed in red across from him. From this angle, Ji Feishue looked dashing and handsome in a red and black policeman's outfit. It's amazing. In the game, the NPCs Suhi can be controlled, but rarely controlled. They are like living creatures, taking care of themselves. It is normal to build a temple, but there is something wrong with building a Jinwu temple. Are you affected by the true martial god card? Suhi looked at Ji Feishue, who looked at him funny. My dear husband, is this another way to participate in the game? Take the path of incense? May you all live a long life? Suhi opened his mouth and found that he couldn't make a sound, and even the bubbles above his head couldn't appear. He lost consciousness and woke up in Chio Lake, looking at Ji Feishue. Sister, I don't understand. What is going on? Ji Feishue laughed. It's okay. It's just that there is too much will in the game. Just like incense, pulling your idol away. When you have nothing to do, you can sit in the idol and use it to understand the laws. Suhi's eyes lit up. Can you understand the stars through divine appearances? Ji Feishue put down the wine bottle and rolled her eyes at him. The mysterious world is not the real world. Have you ever seen stars in the mysterious world? There is a starry sky above the mysterious realm. But the starry sky is just an embellishment and is not the same thing as the starry sky in the real world. Just like people can't study astrology in online games. Suhi was disappointed inside. Ji Feishue glanced at him. My dear husband, don't be dissatisfied. That statue comes from your divine card, and it has its own charm. It's not like the divine card, which is inaccessible, but it is like a key to understanding the divine card. I don't know how much time will be shortened by starting with it. This is true. Suhi chuckled and became satisfied again. Smiling, he looked up at Ji Feishue again. Does the me you have seen look the same as the me in the previous game? If Ji Feishue had experienced his previous life, she would have looked like that. Judging from the way Ji Feishue suddenly froze when she saw him, she must have seen his appearance before. Ji Feishue laughed. That's not true. I saw wings. What does wings mean? Birdman? He was deeply confused. But Ji Feishua refused to say more to him. These days I can't even act as a villain, let alone tell stories. Suhi dived back into the water and closed his eyes again. The consciousness escaped from the deliberate guidance and did not enter the mysterious world. It went straight up and floated in the starry sky, without Su Huanyan to carry him. No one can chat. Feeling the starry sky is another feeling. Loneliness and vastness. The turtles and snakes transformed into the 7 constellations in the north are swimming and flying, echoing the God of Sea knowledge card. But I always feel that there is a layer of separation between them, and they cannot be harmonious. This is the feeling I've had since getting the God card. But I gain nothing from my daily insights. Perhaps only by breaking this distance can we gain something? He stopped thinking about it, and completely sank into realization. Everything fell into calm again. He contemplated the stars at night, received training from Ji Feishua during the day, and made up for the missed lessons. In fact, Suhi did not miss any lessons. It's just that the realm has been raised, but the knowledge reserve has not followed. If you encounter a problem that cannot be solved with existing knowledge, you will look stupid. Ji Feishua also knew his weaknesses, so she started training him from the most basic level and added bit by bit. Time passes day after day, and the years pass. Suhi found that he no longer cared much about the passage of time. I only go to Chaos once every winter to get the Source Stone, and then replace the earth. Then I went to see Su Huanyan outside Luofeng Valley. Add one stroke to the main character. Su Huanyan still didn't respond. There are still some years left before we can enter 20 years ago. Boom! A peacock was slapped to the ground casually. Suhi didn't react for a long time. Ji Feishua hit the person without any hesitation. If he didn't pay attention, he would be beaten violently. It was like this at the beginning under Su Huanyan. But it only took 3 months for Suhi to be able to fight with her, and even gain some advantages. But here with Ji Feishua, Suhi will be in a state of domestic violence for at least 30,000 years. Not to mention 300,000 years. And there is no possibility of resistance. I can only get beaten in different ways. Last month, a tree branch jumped up and beat him up with dragon methods. This month, he switched to Buddhist methods, including muscle monk, Buddhist magical powers, and even various weird magic methods of different monsters. I don't know where she learned it from. Suhi shook his neck, got up from the ground, looked at Ji Feishua sleeping in the distance, and walked to the side in frustration. The dragon turtle's true form is okay, so the beating won't be too much. But the real form of peacock is too miserable. It doesn't seem to fit the aesthetics of this witch. And she never shows mercy when she fights. Suhi fluttered his wings and landed on his silver maple tree. The wings on his body moved, and the 2 formations complemented each other and enveloped him. Ji Feishua was not a martial artist and would attack him secretly. When she wanted to rest, she had to be surrounded by a formation. If she relaxed a little, she would probably be knocked unconscious by a sneak attack and wake up somewhere. Ji Feishua was very attentive to the training of the dragon turtle avatar. But the peacock avatar was a lot more fooled. She did not even encourage Suhi to inherit too many magical powers, but asked him to develop the divine feather well. Learn how to coordinate various formations well. Suhi now had 4 formations imprinted on the divine feather. The flying Jiu, the volcano that refines chaos, the attack-oriented Tian Sha, and the auxiliary Yulin. Heavenly Death was created by Ji Feishua when she was bored as a child, imitating the magical powers of the Dragon Clan and the 100 soldiers. A large formation was set up, and people in the formation could attack at will with all kinds of weapons. Each weapon has different effects. But Suhi only has 3 weapons at his disposal now. Yulin is the auxiliary. Within Yulin, his Phoenix True Fire is 3 times more powerful, and can speed up recovery. Suhi arranged for Tian Sha and Yulin. It is basically ineffective against Ji Feishua, but it gives peace of mind. Suhi slowly closed his eyes, and quickly adjusted his body, with the spiritual power sent by the silver maple tree. At the same time, his consciousness entered the phoenix nest, and landed on his own phoenix mountain. The blue bird in the phoenix nest flew over with fluttering wings, and landed on the green bamboo in front of Suhi. Suhi looked at it. "Senior, would you please go to Grandma's inheritance place, and ask her to come?" Suhi is not yet able to possess the blue bird and reach the inheritance sites of other phoenixes. Qingniu stared at Suhi in disbelief, with his eyes wide open. "Are you crazy? Let it take the initiative to find Feng Si and be possessed? Do you think I can do such a great thing? Master Qing, I hate being possessed the most." It stared at Suhi fiercely. Suhi looked back at it. Okay, you win. I want you to pick up 10 sycamore seeds from the sycamore tree. It tastes better than other sycamore trees. The role of the blue bird is to pass information between members of the same clan. And it is inevitable for people to become possessed. Especially Junior asking for help. The blue bird stared eagerly at the Mingjian Wudong. I always feel that this Wutanzi has endless aftertaste. And there are still hidden meanings that have not been revealed. It flapped its wings and disappeared. Suhi waited quietly for a while before the blue bird appeared again. As soon as it came out, it flew towards Suhi Mingjian Wudong. But only halfway out. The green feathers on its body began to turn into light blue. And a sheet of ice flame spread out. It flapped its wings and flew back again. The look in his eyes has completely changed. From the cunning look just now to one of doting. Hovering above Suhi's head. He looked down at him. Little guy. Are you looking for me? Maybe it's because of the second body. Maybe it's because of the lack of contact. The relationship between Suhi and the Feng clan has never been as good as that of a dragon and a turtle. Even apart from Feng Si. The one the Feng clan is most familiar with is that madman Feng Chaofei. He looked at Feng Si, chirped, and bowed his head in salute. Grandma, is the mother's sacrifice coming soon? The grand ceremony for the mother of the peacock body and bloodline should only be held in a dozen years. Feng Si nodded. It's definitely coming. Her tone was a little cold for a moment. After all, no mother or grandmother could be indifferent when discussing the anniversary of her daughter's death with her grandson. Suhi didn't know how to comfort her. So he took a deep breath and asked, Is there anything I need to prepare for? This is my first time experiencing this kind of thing. And I don't understand anything. Not to mention this time. Even in the previous life, Suhi had never experienced the death of a relative. I grew up in an orphanage in my previous life. Feng Si was low for a moment, and then recovered. He flapped his wings and laughed. Everything has been prepared in the clan over the years. It's good for you to come. It would be better if you could come in advance. It's rare for an elder in the clan to be there. Everyone is here. Let everyone see you. He looked at Suhi with a very satisfied look. I have received the fairy peach tree you sent. You are considerate. Suhi? ? His brain shut down for a moment before he could react. Unexpectedly, Ji Feishua also gave a peach tree to the Phoenix clan? She didn't even say anything about it. It turns out that crazy women can also be good wives. Suhi even ignored it. He shook his head and smiled. I won't lie to you, Grandma. I snatched the tree from Fengwang Palace. But the gift was given by Ji Feishua. Feng Si smiled even more happily. It's good if a male bird can earn family property. Welcoming and sending off should be a matter for the female dragon. Amazing! Although Ji Feishua is a little younger than her, she is still a contemporary of hers. Unexpectedly, next time we meet, I have to call that guy Grandma. Last time I asked her to protect her grandson. The female dragon accepted her thank you gift as a matter of course. Sorry. Feng Si smiled and patted the peacock feather crown on Suhi's head with his small wings. You don't need to prepare anything. Just take care of your body and be ready for the battle. The first 2 times it was just me. But this time I have you. I want to have a chance. How much bigger can it be? Suhi? Ji Feishua said that the Feng clan grand ceremony is actually a resurrection ceremony. An attempt to resurrect the deceased members of the clan. But what does fighting mean? Who still fights at the sacrifice? Just as he was about to ask, Feng Si had already spoken. Little guy, if you can come early, come here as soon as possible. The aura in the Phoenix tomb is special. It would be good for you if you can get familiar with it a few years in advance. Suhi nodded. Should I go directly to Shirwanda Mountain? He only knew that the ancestral land of the Feng clan was in Shirwanda Mountain. But he didn't know exactly where it was. However, according to the realm of the Feng clan members, they would naturally be discovered when they reached Shirwandashan. I don't know if Feng Yi's phoenix is still there. The last time we met was at the Dragon God Festival. And we fought against the White Tiger together with Feng Yi. When we say goodbye, we actually have to call her clan sister seriously? Speaking of which, Feng Yi and Bai Ling were contemporaries, and should be a few years younger than Bai Ling. But the speed of cultivation is the normal phoenix speed. And it has only been in the past few thousand years that the third heaven has been opened. Suhi felt that he had a chance to surpass it. Feng Si shook his head. The Phoenix Tomb is not in the Shirwanda Mountain, but in the South China Sea. You can go to the Shuiyuan Immortal Domain and find Jiansheng Mountain. That is the Taoist tradition left by the Feng clan, specifically to protect the Phoenix Tomb. Although they are both in the south. One is in the southwest, and the other is in the southeast. They are half a world apart. So far apart.
Huh?
Suhi said in surprise.
Jiancheng Mountain. Zhujiao? Do you recognize it?
Feng Si was curious. This little guy knows quite a few people. Suhi laughed loudly.
Last time, my wife, Ji Feishue, was still in the Shuiyuan immortal realm. It was the mountain master Zhua who showed me the way. I didn't expect it to be from my own family.
No wonder Jiancheng Mountain knew a lot about mythical beasts. Suhi just asked for directions, and actually gave away all the maps stored in the gate. How could Phoenix Taoism not know the status of Dragon Turtle? I'm afraid that Zhujiao didn't recognize him, and didn't know that his second body was a peacock. Otherwise, he should have received a better reception. When Feng Si heard the word,
daughter-in-law,
in his mouth, his feathers trembled. Holding back a smile, he patted Suhi and said,
as long as you recognize him, I won't show you the way. Just come here. Grandma is already here.
As she spoke, she patted Suhi again, and her wings trembled and returned to the shape of a blue bird. The blue bird opened his mouth like a scoundrel.
Boy, let me tell you, if this is not the case, next time I will raise the price by at least 15 sycamore seeds. I will.
The bluebird was chattering endlessly, and Suhi flew towards the tunnel in a flash, exited the phoenix nest, and woke up in his own silver maple tree. He turned to look at Ji Feishue.
Sister, is there going to be a fight at the Phoenix Clan Grand Festival?
Ji Feishue turned around and looked at Suhi with a surprised look on her face.
You didn't know?
She immediately looked aggrieved.
You don't think that during this period, I am a lion from the east of the river, and you are deliberately bullying me, right?
She lowered her head and made a sign of loss.
The slave family is just afraid that the husband will be in danger, so they go out of their way to train the husband.
Thank you. It's like you didn't hit me before.
Grandma said, I'd better go there in advance. She's already there. When is the best time for me to go there?
Seeing that he didn't cooperate, Ji Feishue didn't care and said with a smile,
that depends on my husband's filial piety. If you are filial, go earlier. If it doesn't matter, then go on the same day.
Suhi gave her a blank look.
I'm asking seriously.
Ji Feishue smiled.
The earlier the better. It's best to go now. I have only been to Fengzhou once when I was a child. The environment is special. It will be better for you if you have 10 years to adapt to the environment.
Suhi was silent. He also planned to go early. But not so early. I originally thought that 1 or 2 years in advance would be enough. There was silence for a moment.
I originally wanted to go to Luofeng Valley and then go there.
Ji Feishue laughed out loud.
Do you think Sister Su wants you to go to Luofeng Valley to see her? Or does she want you to go to Fengzhou early to adapt to the environment? How can you be more confident when the war starts?
Suhi raised his head.
Phoenix Tomb sacrifice. Why are you fighting? Who are you fighting with?
Ji Feishue said with a smile.
Young husband, don't you think that the Feng clan's method of resurrection can be achieved casually? Right. A journey against heaven will bring its own divine punishment. How can it be safe? Rumor has it that in ancient times, Fengzhou was reborn from the ashes and even penetrated the heaven and the earth. Xiao Yunli was not in such trouble, but she still had a fierce battle. Especially the third grand sacrifice was her last.
Ji Feishue was stunned for a moment as she called Xiao Yunli out of habit. According to seniority, the little peacock, who used to call her Aunt Shui, has become a mother-in-law. She glared at Suhi, whose blood essence was used to make the second body bad. Yunli's? Suhi fluttered his wings. The creatures in cultivation were troubles, and they would fight against the sky and the earth at every turn. And there were a lot of enemies. Isn't it good for everyone to practice their own things? He stopped talking, stretched out, jumped down, and went to find Ji Feishue again.
Come! Let's have another fight!
Ji Feishue giggled and patted her gently. Suhi suddenly fell unconscious. The next half-year was spent in various provocations and lethargy, until the weather warmed up. After the southern geese returned to the north, Suhi took a trip to Luofeng Valley. I didn't go in, so I stayed outside the valley for 2 days. Then he went to the place of chaos suppression to get the origin stone, fluttered his wings and flew towards the Liuguang River of Jixia Academy, up to the starry sky, crossed the starry sky, and came out from the Liuguang River dock of Shuiyuan Palace. This time, Ji Feishue was not used to open the teleportation channel. The Phoenix Tomb sacrifice is approaching, and the surrounding space is unstable. The Phoenix clan has blocked the space and cannot be teleported. If you land next to it, and slowly fly over. You might as well use the Liuguang River to cultivate for 3 days. Ji Feishue did not come with him. She only asked him before leaving that if he failed to be resurrected, she would say Lo to him in front of Yunli's tomb. Yunli is a junior with whom she has a good relationship. Of course, when you reach the 7th level of open heaven, you don't care about seniority, only about realm. People in the same situation do not get along with each other as elders. Suhi fell into the Liuguang River and saw an icy flame lighting up the night sky. Under the ice flames there is a sword light rising into the sky. This is a disciple of Jiancheng Mountain. Suhi came over directly from the peacock. And Feng Si flapped his wings and looked at him with a smile. After not seeing each other in real life for a long time, Suhi smiled and said,
I've met Grandma. Okay.
Feng Si laughed. A group of disciples from Jiancheng Mountain next to them bowed in a sword salute and said,
I have met the young master. His.
Suhi took a breath of cold air. This name is new. Zhu Jiao saluted Suhi, her eyes flashing with sword light.
I have met the young master. Please punish him. I didn't know it was the young master who met me last time.
Chapter 308 Netherworld. Outside Changyu Mansion. Xia Dali looked confused. The housekeeper of Changyu Mansion, the mother-in-law, came out. Su Huanyan is in seclusion. What should I do if Dragon Turtle attends the Phoenix Clan Grand Ceremony and goes to his Qingyuan ceremony? It has been delayed for more than 10 years. If it is not held, the next time will come. It's long overdue. But in the past few years, rumors have spread from nowhere that after the imperial palace was sealed, he was suppressed and killed by the powerful power of the Xianwang world. Feng Huangdong will come out from the 2 realms of war at any time. The entire Qingyuan sect felt like it was facing a formidable enemy. Don't dare to relax even a little bit. Xia Dali knew that if the emperor of the great world took revenge, Dongyun Mountain would definitely be the top priority. He had not participated in the battle at Dongyun Mountain, but he could see it clearly from a distance. Those who fought with the Dragon Turtle and the unknown monk were the people from Fengwang Palace. The sight of iron ropes crossing the sky cannot be hidden from others. There is a grudge between Fengwang Palace and Dongyun Mountain. After that, even the elders of the Dragon Turtle clan came out of nowhere and stayed in Dongyun Mountain for a long time. His family clan, Sun Yi, was tricked by that elder and even claimed that he was a mountain god and an immortal being. I don't know whether to live or die. Can anyone bear the word god? It is a divine beast. Even with the word divine attached to it, it is difficult for the race to reproduce. How dare a mere mortal? Do you think Xia Dali has never seen a ghost cultivator? Isn't it just that he didn't die cleanly? Xia Dali bowed to Long Min and said,
If junior brother or senior sister Long Gui comes back, please let me know.
Long Min smiled and said,
Don't worry, Master Xia. I will inform you as soon as possible.
This person watched his family god rise to power, and he was quite caring about the god at the beginning. Logically, he should have been welcomed into the mansion and treated with tea. But the master and his wife were not there. But the eldest lady was there. However, the eldest lady appeared in the form of a dragon and was resting on the dragon column. But it was not easy for outsiders to enter. Even the male sharks were driven into the pond in the west of Changyu Mansion. There is a specially designed fishery there, and they are cultivating fish and shrimp with excellent taste for the master. By Tiankai Di Bao Lao Yi is not as good as other dragon turtles for the time being. So we should work on the taste. Next time you see the gods, you must have food for them. Otherwise it will be too rude. Xia Dali said goodbye to Long Min and jumped up. A crane came from the air and landed at his feet, carrying him straight to Dongyun. As soon as he entered Dongyun, he saw a figure landing at the foot of Dongyun Mountain, riding a crane. The elk waved to him from a distance. Xia Dali fell down. Zhong Sunya waved his hand gently, and a wild bull caught him steadily.
How is the leader? Is Uncle Longgoy here?
Zhong Sunya's face was filled with eagerness. Xia Dali waved his hand.
I went to participate in the Phoenix Clan's grand festival. I won't be back soon.
Zhong Sunya's whole face collapsed. Is there such an unreliable leader? The housekeeper has been in office for so many years, but he has never shown his face once. Zhong Sunya looked at the floating clouds in the sky, with a look of eagerness and disappointment on his face.
Is it because I, the mountain god, am not competent enough at my job?
Xia Dali glared at him and shuddered.
Bah! You are just a ghost cultivator, and you dare to talk so brazenly that you call yourself a mountain god.
Idiot! Are you afraid that others won't know that you control Dongyun? Are you afraid that others won't know that you are housekeeper for Dragon Turtle? Do you really think the dragon turtle has no enemies? Xia Dali pinched his face.
Why do you look so unhappy? I'm not satisfied with giving you a few words of reprimand.
Zhong Suanya shrank his neck.
Dear master, I really have something to see Uncle Longue. How about the master sends someone to go east? I heard that Yaya has occupied many cities there and wants to be the Earth Emperor. Could you please Yaya to contact the elders of Dragon Turtle? I really have something urgent here.
That corpse at the foot of Dongyin Mountain has moved. It's not a movement in the conventional sense. I don't know why these days. The evil spirit has soared into the sky. If it weren't for the pressure of Dongyin Mountain, this evil spirit would have gone straight to Niu Do. Xia Dali was silent for a moment and nodded.
I'll let Gu Lin go later.
Yaya was almost brought up by Gu Lin. Even if he went there in person, he couldn't compare to Gu Lin. In Yaya's eyes, apart from her parents, she is probably the headmaster of Zuanshanmen. And he is not as important as Gu Lin. Before Long Gui came to Qingyuan, she had always been with Gu Lin. Gu Lin took Yaya to the Dragon Turtle entrance. Zhong Suanya is working for Dragon Turtle, but he doesn't think it will be anything big. Just now, the housekeeper Long Ming said that his eldest wife is in the mansion. That eldest lady is the eldest princess of Yunming's, and she will know immediately if something is really going on in Dongyin Mountain. Dongyin Mountain is busy, and Su He is never idle either. Jiansheng Mountain should actually be called Jiansheng Mountain. The whole mountain seems to be transformed into a sharp sword, and the sword energy reaches straight into the sky. There are no buildings on Jiansheng Mountain, but huge swords carrying houses flying around Jiansheng Mountain. These houses form a sword array, ready to be unsheathed at any time. Jiansheng Mountain has a long tradition. The founder of the mountain was the sword attendant of the Blue Bird when the inheritance was alive. The entire sect guarded the tomb of the Blue Bird for 3 times, which lasted for 30,000 years. Since then, the Jiansheng Mountain lineage has become the orthodoxy of the Phoenix clan. With the support of the Feng clan, even the Shuiyuan Palace of the top 10 immortal sects was a bit more polite. Jiansheng Mountain guards the coast of the South China Sea and the Phoenix Tomb. Su He didn't stay in Jiansheng Mountain for too long. He stopped briefly to meet the 4 sword masters and then left. Follow Fengxi straight into the South China Sea. Jiansheng Mountain mastered a special escape method, and could still escape through the space in this chaotic airspace. A giant sword cut open the space, and when it came out, it was on the vast South China Sea, with endless waves as far as the eye could see. The power of water element is extremely abundant. As soon as it landed, a pitch-black phoenix was seen hovering in the 9 heavens, its body covered in pitch-black flames burning the void. Su He recognized this phoenix when he first entered the phoenix nest. After the phoenix sacrifice, it was this phoenix that snatched the blue bird's body and came to see him. Su He was also given a set of secret books recording the preferences and taboos of each member of the Phoenix clan. His name is Feng Qi, and the dark flames have a gloomy connotation. As soon as Feng Xi and Su He appeared, they let out a long cry and fluttered their wings and landed. Everyone in Jiansheng Mountain did not come out together. Feng Qi's aura was raging here, and the entire sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with a gloomy atmosphere, not suitable for ordinary monks to survive.
Little guy, my aura has gotten stronger after a few days.
Feng Qi flapped his wings and floated above Su He. Looking down at him, he did not shrink his figure like Feng Xi. He was still the original size, floating in the sky and blocking out the sun. To the mythical beast, a few years without seeing each other is really no different than a few days. It's just a matter of taking a nap. Su He returned the greeting.
I've met Uncle Qi.
In fact, logically he should be called Qijiu, but this guy prefers to be called Uncle.
Huh?
You're good, little guy. Can you withstand my real fire aura? Feng Qi was surprised. His black true fire is unlike any other. It has a bit of ghostly aura, which is somewhat similar to the aura in Fengzhong. He came here in advance to help Su He adapt to the atmosphere of Fengzhong, so as not to have difficulty adapting when he suddenly went in. Su He shook his head. He didn't feel anything unusual. The netherworld aura contained in Fengqi true fire is far inferior to that of the netherworld passage. Su He plundered the netherworld from Soaring Snake, but after opening the netherworld channel, these extremely keen auras had no effect on Su He, even if it is the true form of Peacock at this moment.
Yes, if that's the case, you don't need to waste time with me. Just follow the 4th ant into the Phoenix Tomb and directly adapt to the atmosphere of the Phoenix Tomb.
Meeting for the first time was a joy. But this place is a Phoenix Tomb, and it is not easy to laugh with the younger generation at the tomb. Feng Qi let out a soft cry and moved away. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and turned into a towering gate tower, which fell down to rest on the sea. The gatehouse seemed to be boundless, and even one of the pillars was as majestic as a mountain. But it was not solidified. But the dark clouds were gathering and rolling. There are roars of phoenixes and beasts inside, as well as thunder and lightning. Feng Si flapped his wings and floated outside the gate tower, looking at the 2 phoenix seals on the gate tower. Phoenix Tomb.
This door will be completely condensed on the day of the big sacrifice. Only you and I can go in at this moment. Come with me,
she whispered to Suhi, fluttered her wings and flew back to her original size. A phoenix cry stirred up the clouds in the sky, jumped through the gatehouse and disappeared. Suhi turned to say H, low to Feng Qi, then fluttered his wings and followed Feng Si in. He was so small that he was not even the size of a feather of Feng Si. But the speed was not slow. As if a sharp arrow flew past the gate tower and disappeared. When the 2 disappeared, Feng Qi chirped and turned his head to look into the depths of the South China Sea, where a pair of eyes flashed away. Feng Qi snorted. Things that don't know how to live or die. Every time there is a big festival of the Phoenix clan, there are always people who don't know the heights of the world and want to come to the tiger's mouth to snatch food. A feather fell from his body and turned into a sharp arrow that flew away. Deep in the South China Sea, a black mist rose into the sky and a shrill cry was heard. But no one knew what happened. Suhi bumped into the gatehouse. The scenery in front of him changed. It was still the endless sea, but there was a piece of land in front of him. A volcano rose into the sky on the land. But there was no smoke on the volcano, and it seemed like it was dead. Feng Si hovered in the air, looking at the volcano with a slightly depressed look. Suhi flew in and bumped into Feng Si's feathers. The ice flames that froze his bones did not hurt him, and did not even cause a reaction from the golden flames on his body. Suhi didn't get up in a hurry. He just put his head on Feng Si's back and looked around. He didn't feel any special atmosphere here. Everything was the same as the outside world. Feng Si looked at the continent in the distance and said to Suhi,
the real tomb is inside the volcano. It is said that the volcano was in a state of eruption all the time before eternity. It almost destroyed the entire South China Sea, but Feng Zhu personally suppressed it. Feng Si was not disgusted with Suhi's laziness and landed on her back. And even the loneliness in his eyes disappeared a bit. Carry him straight to the land. Rushing up to the sky above the mainland. A refreshing breath hit me. Not only did it not make it difficult for Suhi to adapt. Instead, I feel refreshed. There is a grassland under me, and the green grass is rippling in the wind. But there are no insects or birds in the grass, let alone any beasts. There are only plants here. Be careful. It's coming, Feng Si said. Suhi fluttered his wings and flew up from her back. As Feng Si landed on the ground, he watched the sunset slowly set in the west. When the sun sets, Fengzhong becomes pitch black in an instant. Without even a transition. Everything happens in an instant. Feng Si transformed into a phoenix about the same size as Suhi and landed on a sycamore tree. Looking down at Suhi, Suhi's eyes suddenly condensed, and the real fire in his body instantly turned into a fireball and shot behind him, exploding 3 feet away. Only then did Suhi look back. But on the grass that was empty just now, a strange-looking shadow exploded with real fire. The moment the shadow exploded, a gloomy energy swept over Suhi. Suhi dodged away, but the aura was like a tarsal maggot, following closely and pounced on him. The faster he hid, the faster the breath rushed towards him. It is only 3 points similar to Feng Qi's true fire, but 7 points close to the netherworld aura. Suhi raised his head. Is this the aura in the Phoenix tomb that Grandma said?
There was a hint of surprise in Feng Si's eyes.
Yes. Have you seen a similar aura?
The little peacock seemed not to care about this aura. But this was not an ability that ordinary people should have. Suhi nodded.
I have a magical power, which is to connect with the netherworld. And the netherworld atmosphere in it is much stronger than this.
Feng Si was speechless. In fact, netherworld Suhi has used it many times. But it is not a battle against the sky. And the Feng clan has never looked at it. In the Feng Wang Palace, it attracted the attention of all the world. But at that time, the Phoenix clan had already begun preparing for the big sacrifice. Unless Suhi screamed for help, they had no time to care. Suhi is different from other cubs in the clan. He also has the Dragon Turtle clan and Ji Feishuo guarding him. The Phoenix clan can let go. Feng Si flashed and landed next to Suhi.
What is netherworld? Is it similar to Feng Tomb? You can show it to me when you go back this time.
There is no such thing as the netherworld in this world. Maybe there once was, but it was covered up. Just like the four holy beasts. Fengzi took a step forward and led Suhi forward.
Let's go forward. The ghosts here don't contain raw jade, and it's useless to kill them. Originally, I just wanted you to adapt to the atmosphere here. Since you are naturally adapted to it, go directly to forward.
As she walked, she turned around and smiled.
If you could adapt to this atmosphere, you would have come earlier. Did it delay you from accompanying your wife?
Did she know that Ji Feishua had been staying with the little peacock all these years? Suhi shook his head.
Grandma is already here, and I'm already rude if I haven't arrived yet.
I don't know what Ji Feishua is doing. She has been to Fengzhong, so she must know the aura of the netherworld. And she has seen his netherworld passage. How could she not know that he doesn't care about this at all? I coaxed him to come here early, but I don't know why.
What is raw jade?
Suhi asked as he walked forward. Fengzi smiled and said seriously.
All things in the world are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. Wherever there is extreme yin, there must be extreme yang. Wherever there is no death, there must be a chance for resurrection. The yin ghosts here are the condensed will of death. In the pure will of death,
on the contrary, it contains infinite vitality. It will be condensed into jade. And if you suppress the ghosts and bear their extremely gloomy aura, you can get the raw jade from it.
She turned to look at Suhi.
There are rumors from the outside that the phoenix is reborn from the ashes. Which is not a lie. The phoenix does have this ability. But not every phoenix can do it. Only the tribesmen who were brought in by the phoenix tomb after death can do it. Opportunities. And there are only 3 grand sacrifices. If you are not resurrected after 3 times, you will sink into an invisible place. This raw jade is the most important material for the great sacrifice.
She whispered softly.
The raw jade is special. It will carry the aura of the person it is hunted by. And only the raw jade with close blood relatives can be used in the big formation.
She looked at Suhi's eyes sparkling.
It's not that the more raw jade there is, the greater the chance of resurrection. On the contrary, the more types of raw jade that contain different auras, the greater the chance of resurrection. It is rumored that there were 9 young ones after Fengzu. After Fengzu's death, 9 descendants of his blood hunted raw jade at the same time. 9 different auras were used to resurrect Fengzu. Xiao Yunli's realm is extremely low, so naturally he does not need 9 young ones.
She looked at Suhi with uncontrollable joy in her eyes. It had been 2 big sacrifices, and she had almost given up hope. She had hunted all the raw jade in the first 2 times, but they had never been resurrected. This is the last chance. The big festival is approaching, and Fengzu has blessed him. A descendant of blood appears in Yunli from an unexpected place. Still a parent-child. No one could imagine her excitement. 2 different raw jade. Double the chance of resurrection. This is the most likely chance of resurrection among all the Feng clan members except Fengzu. Suhi suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He has never seen Yunli's true body. The only thing he has seen is the phantom of Yunli's awakened soul consciousness in the prison dose space. Judging from the situation at that time, Yunli must be an elder with a gentle personality. Even though he was still a dragon turtle at that time, Yunli was still gentle and even caring. Suhi raised his head.
Grandma, I have never asked. Who is my grandfather?
Yunli's father can also hunt down ghosts and obtain raw jade. Right. Fengzi glanced at the ghost crawling out of the ground in the distance. Turned around and smiled.
Him. He is not a phoenix. Just a black bird. The black bird family was destroyed 300,000 years ago.
Fengzi looked at Suhi.
Not to mention that he is dead. Even if he is alive, he can't help Xiao Yunli. He can't enter the phoenix tomb. Only the blood relatives of the phoenix clan can enter the phoenix tomb.
The peacock belongs to the phoenix. It is rumored that Suanio is also a descendant of the phoenix. But that was during the Fengzu period. I don't know how many yuan will come down. The bloodline has been completely severed and cannot enter. Suhi nodded, then suddenly raised his head.
That's not right. My mother's soul consciousness once awakened, and she said that if I had the opportunity in the future, I would be allowed to go to her tomb and get the treasures in it. At that time, I was not even a dragon turtle. I was just a dragon turtle with the blood of a dragon turtle. It's just a tortoise. And Ji Feishua said that she had been to Fengzhong when she was a child.
A random streak of ice flame shot out from Fengzi's claws, freezing the ghost in front of him into ice blocks and shattering them, turning them into nothingness and disappearing. While she was hunting, she replied,
there are only 2 passages in the Phoenix tomb. One is where you and I come in. It was opened by Fengzu. Only the blood relatives of the buried person can enter. The other is under the volcano, which is the underworld.
The source of ghosts. There is a passage there, leading to an invisible place. But except for these two passages, the closer the festival is, the more unstable the Phoenix tomb space is. It is not even just space.
She looked at Suhi.
Grandma suspects that even time is not very stable. So the great sacrifice can bring the deceased back from the long river of time,
she said and shook her head.
It's just Grandma's random guess. Don't take it seriously. Time cannot be touched.
But the space in the monk's restricted area is unstable. If loopholes appear, outsiders can take advantage of it.
As she spoke, her expression became serious.
Suhi, remember, if a thief breaks in, we would rather not give birth to Jade, but kill the thief. Anyone who dares to come in is an enemy who will not stop fighting. Their breath will pollute the birth of Jade, making the great sacrifice complete.
Fail!
There will be other phoenixes from the Phoenix clan gathered outside the Phoenix tomb to guard against thieves escaping in. Suhi nodded. Fengsi continued.
But if the great sacrifice is not resurrected, your mother's tomb will fall into an invisible place. Then people who come in after that will not need to pay attention. It is allowed by Fengzu's ancestral precepts. Your mother also wanted to do it at the beginning. Come here at this time.
She looked at Suhi and laughed. It was originally a gift to the younger generation, but now it has become a legacy to the parents and children. Destiny is truly magical. Suhi's expression was a little gloomy.
If the three big sacrifices fail, won't even the body be left behind?
An invisible place doesn't sound like a good thing. Fengsi laughed.
What are you doing with the body? Besides, Fengzu once said that if you fall into an invisible place, you still have a chance to come back. It's not really a desperate situation.
Suhi was stunned. This is pure cheating. I have never heard of the Dragon Turtle clan having such benefits. Bai Ling wanted to bring about a resurrection. I don't know how many treasures from the big forces were robbed to build a big tomb. They didn't even achieve resurrection, but left a resurrection body for Suhi. I don't know if it has any effect. Phoenix is uniquely blessed here. When Fengsi said this, he arrived at the place and said with a smile,
Here will be the Yin ghosts with super strength combat power who can hunt raw jade. This time, I will not hunt the Yin ghosts on the surface. I will go directly to the volcano.
In the middle, enter the real Phoenix tomb to hunt down those ghosts that reach the 5th and 6th levels of the sky. Can I leave this place to you?
Suhi looked around. From the sea, this place looked like a big island. Only when you actually landed on it did you realize how big it was. It's like a world. The current location is a grassland, with valleys, lakes, hills, and all kinds of terrain ahead. Suhi raised his head and looked at Fengsi.
Am I not allowed to reveal my true form as a dragon turtle? Of course.
Fengsi smiled.
If you show your true form as a dragon turtle now, you will become an intruder. Be careful. Grandma will kill you.
She started laughing as she said this, then lowered her head and looked at Suhi with a more serious expression.
Grandma, I'm joking. Don't think too much about it. It would be best if you don't reveal your true form as the dragon turtle. But there is a real life and death crisis.
Not to mention showing the true form of the dragon turtle. It is also natural to bring the old turtle here. Living is the most important thing.
After she finished speaking, the feathered phoenix crown above her head flashed. An array of light hit Suhi's eyebrows, reminding her,
There are 3 forbidden areas on the surface of the earth, connected with the underground Phoenix tomb. Sometimes there are 5 or even 6 levels of the sky. When a Yin ghost appears, you must not go in. If you can't stand the Yin chi after hunting the Yin ghost, leave this place immediately and return to the outside world. Wait for the Yin chi to be refined, and then return.
Suhi nodded. Fengsi looked at him with kind eyes. After a while, he fluttered his wings and flew towards the volcano in the distance. A voice rang in Suhi's mind.
Thank you, child.
A little turtle that was only a few years old was brought here by her, where it faced a group of ghosts all day long and stayed there for 10 years. Isn't this a great torture for a little cub that can't calm down? Suhi smiled and shook his head. After more contact, I discovered that although these mythical beasts are extremely domineering and unreasonable outside, they are very good to their own families. He watched Fengsi fly tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, plunge into the volcano, and then turned to look at a Yin ghost that had just climbed out of the ground. This Yin ghost had a weak aura and only had the power to transform into a demon. It is useless and only increases the Yin chi. Suhi fluttered his wings and looked at the Yin ghost in the distance that exuded a heaven-stretching aura. He fluttered his wings and swooped down. At the same time, he screamed, and the true fire of the phoenix condensed into an arrow, which instantly penetrated the ghost. The ghosts exploded and dispersed into nothingness. A stream of chi rushed toward Suhi, and at the same time, a warm-colored jade pendant fell down. Then a dice fell from above his head, falling on raw jade. 4 o'clock. The number of raw jade did not increase, but it gave off a faint brilliance. Quality has improved. Suhi was stunned for a moment. The dice are rolled only if something is stolen. Hunting prey does not. The ownership of this raw jade does not belong to Ingui. Just like the prison ghost will drop warm jade and soul jade. But the warm jade and soul jade do not belong to the prison ghost. The prison ghost is just a sheep being grazed. Are all ghosts the same? Suhi was confused here. Outside the phoenix tomb, the moment Feng Xi entered the volcano, an undetectable flame jumped over Feng Qi, who was killing the enemy, and fell into the gate tower, floating by. Entering the phoenix tomb, it transforms into a fiery red phoenix. However, Feng Xi and Suhi were not alarmed. He said to himself, "The phoenix tomb has been opened. I will snatch your bones back. You will be resurrected honestly. Don't make trouble for me again." Chapter 309. Something Special. Feng Qiufei flapped his wings and flew over Suhi's head. Suhi didn't notice at all. Feng Qiufei, who was nearly 10,000 miles away, let out an angry voice. "What a big bird! Such a bad taste!" Then she returned to her smoky voice and said with a mocking tone, "I just want to tell him, with his small realm, even if the blood curse is planted on me, he won't be able to notice it if I'm close to him." He dared to brand her with a blood curse even if he clicked on her. "I simply don't know whether to live or die." The blood curse is a method used by the Dragon Turtle clan to mark their mortal enemies. Once planted, it cannot be broken. Even reincarnation is useless. Except for the Dragon Turtle who planted the blood curse. Even the other Dragon Turtles can't undo it. One day he would cry and beg to help her break the blood curse. "You have to please me. Otherwise there will be no way out." Yunli took away her body, and she rolled her eyes at herself. She is a bird that is hundreds of thousands of years old and has the temper of a child. Then he switched to Feng Qiufei, hummed and flapped his wings and flew towards the southeast, where was a forbidden area marked by Feng Xi. While flying, Yunli made a puzzled sound in her mouth. "Sister, there are ghosts running rampant in the Phoenix Tomb. Every time there is a big festival, someone will hunt them. But most of the time, there was no big tomb in the Phoenix Tomb. Where did the ghosts go at that time? Why have I never heard of ghosts escaping through space cracks?" There has not always been a large tomb of the Feng people in Fengzhong. Only when a member of the Phoenix clan dies, and can be summoned by the Phoenix tomb, can a large tomb exist. And it can only exist for more than 30,000 years. If it cannot be resurrected, it will fall into an invisible place. The Phoenix tomb is empty 90% of the time. At that time, no one came in to hunt for raw jade. Could it be that evil spirits were raging? After flying and being silent for a long time, Feng Qiufei's voice came out of her mouth. "I don't know. The Phoenix Tomb is extremely special. I have never been here either. This place is related to the resurrection of Feng Zhu. Today, except for the old Phoenix. Probably no one knows the inside story." The old Phoenix she was talking about was the oldest ancestor of the Phoenix clan at this time. He was as ancient as Taizu. She hummed twice as she spoke. "The Phoenix raised the 9 chicks. And the 9 chicks resurrected Feng Zhu just now. I suspect that the old guy above us now is one of the former 9 chicks. If not his grandson. And it can't be later." That old guy is an extremely ancient existence. It is so ancient that unless we mention Feng Zhu on special occasions, we are talking about the ancestor who originated the Feng clan. Otherwise, when Feng Zhu is mentioned, he is usually mentioned. This cannot be achieved in a short time. He is the only one among the 4 spirits who can do this. When the Dragon Clan mentions Dragon Ancestor, it is the origin ancestor of Dragon Ancestor. The Qilin Clan also mentions Lin Ancestor as the Dragon Turtle. For some reason, the Dragon Turtle never mentions his own origin. At most, the Ming before Tai was mentioned. And we will not go back any further. Feng Zhu should be the oldest of the 5 existing ancestors of the 4 tribes. That old guy actually knew that Suzaku's path was not in blood, but in the starry sky. When Feng Qiufei discovered that what he said was actually true, the turmoil in his heart was beyond description. After flying over tens of thousands of miles of land and landing in a canyon, Feng Qiufei looked back and saw that the little peacock was hunting ghosts. and raw jade fell one after another. From time to time 1 becomes 2, and 2 becomes 4. Endless magic.
His talent is so weird. And as he grows, he has more enemies. And he can't hide it at all.
Copying out of thin air is unreasonable. Nothing comes out of thin air. Even if the virtual and the real exist, some energy will inevitably be consumed. But Su-He is unreasonable here. If Long Gui and Ji Feishua hadn't helped him hide, this guy would have been captured and sliced into pieces. She even found out about it when Su-He robbed the phoenix seeds and bamboo rice at the Feng clan heritage site. Robbery will be doubled. And now it seems that hunting these ghosts will be doubled as well. Could it be that tribulation energy was consumed to transform into all things? That would be great too. Even if it comes out of thin air. The scariest thing is that it's free.
Let's go! This time I will also help you hunt down ghosts. 3 breaths of raw jade. And your consciousness. I don't believe that I can't resurrect you.
Feng Qiaofei snorted twice and turned around to enter the canyon. She absorbed the origin of Yunli. And she and Yunli were no different from identical sisters. Even closer in blood than their offspring. You can come in and help hunt down ghosts. Feng flew towards the sky, casually swatted the 2 ghosts to death, and took out the birth jade.
It's a pity that your son's daughter is not your granddaughter. Otherwise there could be more birth jade.
They are obviously biological, but they are not related by blood.
As long as she doesn't reveal her true form as the dragon turtle. I quite like that little girl.
Feng Qiaofei muttered. I always feel like someone is talking about me. Su-He had a vague feeling. Since the Jinwu statue was erected in Xinjiang, the perception of the underworld has been inexplicably enhanced. During this time, I have become accustomed to being talked about as a dragon turtle. It's abnormal that no one talks about it. Su-He folded his wings and walked forward. And the heavenly killer in the divine feather fell. 2 divine dragons, 1 black and 1 white, merged and hovered in front of him to form a Tai Chi aperture. A golden hammer falling from the sky with a drum beat inside the formation crashed into the intersection of Tai Chi Yin, Fish and Yang. The whole earth trembled. More than 10 ghosts buzzed and became motionless. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of arrows were fired from the place covered by the heavenly killing formation. Shoot at the 13 ghosts at the same time. The arrow passed by and the ghost dispersed, and the dice disappeared in a flash. 13 pieces of raw jade fell to the ground and turned into 49 pieces. Su-He put it into his storage bag, summoned a silver maple tree to fall on it, and fell into deep thought without moving. Tian Sha was created by Ji Feishua to imitate the Dragon Clan's magical power, 100 soldiers. After so many years of improvement, it has become an extremely mature formation. Enveloped by the heavenly killing formation, Su-He was able to gather force to form a divine weapon attack. Different magic weapons have different effects. Su-He couldn't do what Ji Feishua did, and he could change his magical power at will. It was clearly a sword, but it had a healing effect. Any injury struck by the sword could be healed. Su-He's divine weapons are closely related to their types. The sledgehammer is suppression and deterrence. If the hammer hits everyone in the formation, they will be stunned. Then thousands of arrows were fired. If the formation Yulin is shrouded outside the heavenly slaughter formation, the attack from the formation will increase exponentially. However, Su-He integrated Chai Feng into the heavenly killing formation, and each ghost was attacked by dozens of arrows. So Yulin was not needed. However, the combination of magical powers and formations is still not very smooth. No wonder Ji Feishua doesn't advocate that he learn too many magical powers, but only wants him to fully master the existing magical powers. Not to mention the dragon turtle. Su-He already knew a lot about the peacock body alone. The magical power category includes positioning and tracking. Chai Feng, which can be used in conjunction with other magical powers to ensure that the arrow will hit the target without missing a beat. Tianya, which can barely be considered a defensive type, is like a repulsive force that prevents enemies from approaching you. There is also a restricted type of bright moon. The bright moon sheds silver light in the sky, and the enemy can only fight in the moonlit place. There are also the formations Tian Sha and Yulin, as well as the Tao Tai eating technique that he mastered when he first had a peacock body. There is also the Phoenix True Fire which burns everything. In fact, he has a lot of supernatural powers, but he has not completely mastered perfection. Probably because being beaten by Ji Feishua wasn't enough. Hunting ghosts at this moment also happens to be the time to meditate and practice. 13 Yin ghosts in the heaven realm, dozens of jade pendants, and huge Yin Chi gathered towards Su-He, and the misty smoke instantly enveloped him. At this moment, it was like falling into an ice cave. A chill came over, And He shivered. The real fire in his body spontaneously ignited, trying to burn out all the yin energy. But at this moment, a feeling of longing arose from the bottom of my heart. Just like when I was still a tortoise. When I saw the treasures of heaven and earth, I wanted to devour them from the bottom of my heart. This was when he encountered a treasure that was beneficial to him. But before he could react due to his short-sightedness, his body had already instinctively sent out a signal. It is the inner heaven and earth. He pondered for a long time, closed his eyes, and inhaled gently, and a trace of yin qi was sucked into his inner world. It turned into a dense gray mist, floating close to the ground. He's entire consciousness was concentrated in the inner world. For fear that the gray mist would rebel, Kai Tianbi stood motionless on Tai Mountain. Obviously the inner world did not sense the crisis. Otherwise Kai Tianbi would attack automatically. But the power of the world had started to move on its own and fell on the gray mist. In just a moment, the gray mist completely surnamed Su. Just like the origin of the world emitted by the source stone. It is completely refined and absorbed. No fluctuations in the inner world were felt. No advancement or degradation. This trace of yin qi is too little compared to the huge inner world. But it can indeed be refined. It's baby. He long whale sucked the water and absorbed all the yin energy left by the 13 skywalking yin ghosts in one gulp. A dark cloud appeared in the inner world. In an instant, 2 thunder and lightning struck up, scattering the dark clouds, and the power of the world circulated, taking about a quarter of an hour to refine the yin qi. A feeling of completeness rose up, as if something was missing, and now it was made up. Fantastic. He was surprised. The yin energy and death energy released by hunting yin ghosts are actually needed by the inner world. I didn't feel this way just now. Was it because the amount was too small, and the inner world didn't appreciate it? But these yin qi should only be harmful to living beings. Otherwise, Grandma C will tell him. He's inner world is somewhat special. It took Bai Ling's design for thousands of years to create it. It was opened up by the 64 hexagrams, and was born to be a perfect world. Something special is bound to happen. But what kind of special method it is? He hasn't realized it yet. His consciousness was all concentrated in the inner world. And he carefully observed the changes in the inner world. The refined yin qi did not integrate into the inner world, but instead floated underground in the inner world. Simply scattered. The yin energy brought by the 13 ghosts is not enough to induce temperament change. There's not enough. But he saw that the closer the inner world is to the real world, and the more perfect it is, the purer the power of the world that is born. These yin qi make up for the deficiencies in his inner world. In other words, to advance in his inner world, not only does he need to open up chaos and refine the origin of the world like ordinary divine beasts, but he also needs the yin qi condensed from this death energy. I didn't feel this way when I opened the Netherworld passage before. The Netherworld aura in the Netherworld passage had more content than the yin qi, making it impossible for him to absorb it. He was confused, looking at the ghosts gathered under the tree. The bird's beak grinned. No matter what, this is the right place. What is arsenic to others is honey to me. The yin energy that is a burden to others has become a treasure here in Suhi. Ji Feishu had coaxed him to come here in advance. Wasn't it because of these things? At this moment, I can't contact Xuanjia, but I can't ask where the banshee is. Suhi jumped up and spread his wings in the sky. The real phoenix fire on his body fanned downwards and turned into 100 rockets, which were accurately shot at the ghosts below by chasing the wind. The strongest among them was a being who had just reached the sky and could be easily killed. The phoenix true fire passed by, and the ghosts dissipated, leaving only 3 raw jade in the place. The higher the level of contact, the more ordinary the once unattainable existence becomes. Unsurprisingly, Fengzhong is considered to be the top place in the world. As time goes by, ghosts with the power to reach the sky can be seen everywhere, but more of them are demon-transforming combat powers. Suhi has penetrated deep into the mainland, and the ghosts are not only densely packed, but also numerous. Basically, there will be ghosts coming out from a distance of 6 or 7 feet. If Suhi lands, they will immediately gather towards Suhi, a group of guys with no intelligence and only instinct. These ghosts are similar to the ghosts that appear in Suhi's Netherworld passage, but they are different. The ghosts in the Netherworld passage looked like they were transformed by the former monks after their death. But these Yin ghosts are actually the condensed energy of death and Yin energy. They have no past and no future, killing hundreds of Yin ghosts with one move. The huge Yin energy turned into thick fog and condensed. Suhi opened his mouth and inhaled, and the Yin energy rolled into his abdomen and escaped into the inner world. The power of the world comes, and is quickly refined. A feeling of relief arose, and Suhi let out a long cry. In the canyon, Feng Chaofei glanced at it, and the look in his eyes suddenly changed.
Idiot!
Refining Yin Qi. How can it be refined like this? Can Phoenix real fire be kept for barbecue? The Yin energy enters the abdomen and ecstasy corrodes the bones. Is there any way to survive? She jumped out and rushed towards Suhi. She flew into the air but gradually stopped. He saw Suhi's aura rising, refining the Yin energy, and let out a long and refreshing cry. Doubts rose in his eyes. How come the Yin Qi that everyone is afraid of becomes a great tonic for this guy? Does everything have to be special? She looked at it for a long time. Convinced that he could not be better. She flapped her wings and returned to the canyon. However, she no longer hunted the ghosts. Instead, she landed on the sycamore tree and looked directly at Suhi. A bird's face was full of ants' worry. After a while, Yuan Li's unique and pleasant laughter came out of his mouth. She is in Feng Chaofei's body. But essentially this is Feng Chaofei's body. She is just a tenant. Unless Feng Chaofei took the initiative to share, it would be difficult for her to observe he who was tens of thousands of miles away. She wasn't the one who discovered Suhi's problem just now. It was Feng Chaofei. Before she could react, Feng Chaofei had already rushed out without even thinking about whether he would be exposed. Let's just say that blood is a magical thing, especially among mythical beasts. Divine beasts are naturally affectionate towards their own bloodline, even if they have never seen them before. Anyone who sees his own bloodline will want to pamper him to heaven. Not to mention blood descendants. Yaya is just a dragon turtle with the same attributes as Qilei. But Qilei wishes he could turn into a mountain and lie beside him to watch her for the rest of his life.
Why did you want to kill your fellow tribesmen and seize their bloodline in the first place?
Yunli asked softly after laughing. After living together for thousands of years, she could clearly see Feng Chaofei's temperament. This phoenix has an extremely bad character, but he is definitely not a murderer of his own kind. There are all kinds of fears about secrets. Feng Chaofei's voice was hoarse, and he snorted coldly.
You meddle in my private affairs again? If you dare to ask more questions, I will resurrect you and then kill you. I will steal your original bloodline again. I don't believe it.
Yunli chuckled. Feng Wan snorted.
Feng Chaofei, need your trust to do something?
He flapped his wings and landed formations in the canyon, mainly hiding so as not to attract Feng Xi's attention. Feng Xi is not that stupid little turtle who can't be spotted even if he flies by. Before Yunli left her body, Feng Chaofei would not let anyone discover her problem. One body and two minds. This is not only a fatal flaw, but can also be exploited by the enemy. It made it even harder for her to get over the hurdle in her heart. Everyone in the world ranked the geniuses of the four tribes equally. But it turned out that she couldn't beat Ji Feishue, and she couldn't plan for Shui Jun. They were both older than her. It's just that she can't defeat Emir Bai Ling who's less than 30,000 years old, and was even tricked into reviving Yunli in her body. Is she, Feng Chaofei, shameless? Thinking like this, he glanced at Suhi again, wondering if he could do anything wrong and become a dragon turtle. What's wrong with giving birth to a baby? Let's give birth to a baby dragon turtle. When Yunli left, she no longer had such a close feeling of blood connection with him. So she immediately hung him up and whipped him. How dare you mark me with a blood curse? Suhi shivered. Looking around, he always felt like someone was plotting against him behind his back. Suhi was silent. Is he another guy from the Imperial Palace? This grand ceremony can be regarded as a retreat, where you can absorb Yin Qi and continue to fight to familiarize yourself with magical powers and formations. After the grand festival, your combat power should be at a higher level. You should be able to fight against the 4th level of heaven treading. Go out to fight with the 3rd prince, and then immediately go to the ancestral ancestor to absorb Kingguo to see if you can completely condense the 2nd heaven opening artifact. As long as it is condensed, the sky will open in an instant. Then he pressed the 3rd prince under him and rubbed him. Let him experience the advancement speed of Dragon Turtle. Suhi laughed a few times, then gradually became stunned, before coming to Fingjing. I didn't go to see Yaya, which was a bit irresponsible. I wonder if that girl is scolding him. In Chanfeng City, Yaya was dressed in a powerful outfit and sitting cross-legged in midair. She was so busy now that she didn't even think of her father, let alone scold him. Even to this day, she doesn't know that Changyu Mansion has been rebuilt. Chanfeng City is many times larger than it was a few years ago, and the City Lord's Palace also has a palace style. At this moment, Yaya has 4 cities and 56 counties under its jurisdiction. The territory is so large that it has thousands of miles of land and nearly 10 million subjects. There are even 2 small cultivation sects within its jurisdiction. In total, there are 300 to 500 monks. Yaya was sitting cross-legged in the sky, and in the distance there were monks patrolling the sky, bowing to her and saluting. And Yaya nodded in return. He has quite the look of a city lord. This is no longer the case a few years ago, when he ran around the city pretending to be a city lord. This is really developing the aura of a leader. It's just that for some reason, the majestic city lord occupies such a large area. It would be enough for a mortal to ascend the throne and become the emperor. The aura of the city lord raised in such a formal area looks like the bandit leader Shan Duang.
The city lord is thinking about this year's autumn. Right.
The patrolling monk discussed in a low voice.
Of course it is. It's the first imperial examination for the city lord. There are 2 types. Mortal monks have to do it.
As the area grows, there are more things to manage. Yaya will not allow a transcendent sect to exist under her control, no matter how high a monk's status is. Is it higher than Dragon Turtle and Guiwang Mountain? If you are high, just accept the jurisdiction obediently. You should pay taxes. Pay taxes. When it's time to serve, serve. The monks currently patrolling the 4 directions are the Yaogu guards composed of the 2 sects and the casual cultivators within their jurisdiction. Of course, Yaya doesn't treat people badly, and she must have the salary she deserves. This kind of thing is under the control of Aunt Qing. She only needs to use her fists. If there are any sects or cities that can't be dealt with, it would be great if they come to cause trouble. If it weren't for the pressure of the green snake, Yaya would dare to attack 7 cities in one day. It's a pity that the number of thunder apes is too small and too unruly, so it is difficult to domesticate them. At this time, Thunder Ape has been divided into various places under its jurisdiction, and it is the main combat force to suppress the alien beasts. While others were discussing Yaya's efforts to consider the development of the city, Yaya was also struggling. The newly conquered Tianyin city is close to a swamp, which is perfect for shrimp farming. It is also close to Shuyutang and has abundant water. I really want to move all the people of Tianyin city to other places, and then knock down Shuyutang. Then, there will be endless fat shrimps to eat. It's not like now where we don't dare to let the shrimps go free for fear of running out and hurting the people in the city. I want to raise shrimps, but Aunt Qing doesn't allow it. Even the toad called her a fool. Even the barbarian king puppet despises her. Yaya is upset, and can't do as she pleases. This city lord is so frustrated. Master Lei sent a message saying that the master was coming to formally accept his disciples. I wonder if the master can solve this problem. When she first broke out of her S.H.L., Qing Lei found her a master who practiced the path of war god. Yada has a human body, a body of brute strength, and the foundation of a dragon turtle. It would be a pity not to follow the path of a martial god, Yaya thought. Her eyes lit up. I heard that my master once served as a mortal general. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he also knew military formations and tactics by heart. Otherwise, why not follow him and detain him in Shanfeng City as a general? As the area becomes larger, there are more things to take care of. Talents are scarce, and Aunt Qing has complained many times, asking her to recruit talented people. Chapter 310 The Real Retreat Place. The lack of officials in Shanfeng City cannot be supplemented by 1 or 2 imperial examinations, especially the shortage of monks. This requires long-term operation. This is what Yao Guwei does. The old man Xuanzhen is not very reliable. He promised to bring all the disciples over, but he still refuses to do it. Yaya snorted. Outside Changyu Mansion, Zhang Xiu, wearing a brand new armor that was polished to a shine, bid farewell to Long Min and headed towards Shanfeng City. Unlucky. They all came to the Xinhuang realm. I wanted to meet the leader of the group. Yunming's, who went first, was told that Ji Feishua had not been back to Yunming's for a long time and had moved to Changyu Mansion long ago. After walking all the way to Changyu Mansion, Long Min said that the eldest lady had been away from home for 3 days. I'm afraid I won't be able to come back soon. That dragon has no real shape, and there is no trace of Qianjiang at home. Ever since little friend Su he participated in the Phoenix Clan Festival and was unable to enter the mysterious realm. The eldest princess has not even been to Qianjiang once. It's like Qianjiang has become a place for private meetings. She won't come unless her lover comes, which is outrageous. Zhang Xiu did not fly into the sky, but used the technique of shrinking from the ground. He was 10 miles away with one step, and walked towards Changfeng City step by step. As I was walking, I suddenly turned back and looked up at the sky, with a confused look on my face. After a while, a figure came through the sky with a flying boat, and knelt down to Zhang Xiu from a distance in the sky.
Senior, please accept me as your disciple.
The flying boat dived all the way down, and the man knelt on the flying boat and glided. The flying boat hit the ground and threw him out, but he remained motionless, kneeling on the ground and sliding all the way to Zhang Xiu's feet.
Senior, accept me as your disciple.
He looked at Zhang Xiu eagerly. Zhang Xiu looked at him.
I can't take it. I won't take it.
Is this child sick? A ghost cultivator who doesn't even want to follow the path of a martial god with me? Or do you want to learn Dharma from me as your teacher? Ridiculing me? I'm such a majestic thunder-type monk. I can't even use a thunderbolt. Even though he is at the 6th level of Taotian, he can't even use the 3rd level spells. If you weren't the descendants of our old mortal friends, I would slap you to death.
Senior, you kneel too neatly and are not suitable for the path of the martial god.
Zhang Xiu turned his head and kicked the space apart, landing directly outside Changfeng City. He should have done this a long time ago. But the last time he chopped up space with a knife and leapt across the world across space. It caused a backlash. He lay in bed for more than half a year, and it took nearly 10 years to fully recover. He now has a psychological shadow on space teleportation. He could have walked to Changmaple City step by step if he hadn't been forced by this kid. One step later, she was outside Changfeng City. Yaya looked at the sky and burst into laughter. A body full of energy and blood that makes the clouds in the sky scatter. This is what martial arts is. Such talent and foundation are unheard of. I couldn't be more satisfied. Which martial artist wouldn't want to take in a humanoid dragon turtle? He was about to raise his hand to say low, but looked down at his waist, where there was a golden flower. He took a deep breath.
Come out!
The golden flower flashed, cast a ray of light, and turned into the young man just now. With an honest face, he immediately knelt down when he came out.
Hey, Senior! We meet again. This is fate. Junior Bao Yunxiao pays homage to Senior and asks Senior to accept me as his disciple.
Zhang Xiu took out the golden flower, said goodbye to his ear, turned around and walked away, stepping into the air and walking towards Yaya. The little bastard is extremely talented in the path of ghost cultivation. He has reached the 4th level of the heaven realm, and even he can hide some of his strange tricks. I didn't realize before that the golden flower this kid gave me in the first place was actually his Horcrux. This golden flower was the settlement fee given to his subordinates by disbanding the sword limbs when he was defeated in the mortal world. The one who took away the golden flower was the best brother. After that parting, he went to the mountains to learn Taoism and never saw each other again. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and I don't expect that my old friend will also embark on the road and walk the ghost path. The golden flowers of the ear are also used as objects to entrust the soul. Can Horcruxes be given away to anyone? Once someone with intentions gets it, they will be smashed to pieces with a slap. This kid was seriously injured even if he didn't die.
Go on well. You ghost.
Zhang Xiu snorted and looked at Yaya.
Disciple, my master is here to pick you up.
Yaya raised her head with a sad look on her face.
Master, I can't become a disciple anymore.
Zhang Xiu. The evil energy on his body suddenly condensed, and his face darkened.
Did that old guy Qin Lei regret it? I'll go find him for comment.
He turned to leave, but Yaya grabbed him by the corner of his clothes.
No! I am now the lord of the 4 cities, and the life and death of hundreds of millions of people depends on my thoughts. What will happen to the people if I leave?
She looked at Zhang Xiu eagerly. Zhang Xiu was stunned. He looked down at the city below that was being built in full swing. He looked back and looked into the distance. He saw 4 major cities and dozens of county towns within thousands of miles. This is obviously already a country. How could he not know the importance of a monarch to the country? He once served as a general? If the monarch acts without permission, the country will be in turmoil, and the people will rise and fall. Yaya stood up and stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to touch her own country. She stretched out her hand and took it back. She looked up at Zhang Xiu with a troubled expression on her face.
Unless the master is willing to stay and teach, I can't become a master.
Her eyes were miserable. Zhang Xiu was stunned for a moment, looked at her strangely, poked her head, gritted his teeth and said, Little bastard,
who taught you this?
After all, he had lived for tens of thousands of years, served as a general of a country, and was almost transformed into an emperor by the yellow robe. How could you not see this little trick? I want to keep him here. After being exposed the trick, Yaya immediately stood up straight, pointed at the Taoist temple under construction in the city, and said honestly,
The old Taoist priest inside.
He was sitting on the recliner, happily watching Taoist Xuanzhen, whom Yaya was deceiving the general in Chanfeng City. 3 question marks popped up above his head. He looked around and looked confused. Is there an experienced Taoist priest in this Taoist temple? Little girl cheated on me? Isn't this the little snake's idea? You just hurriedly gathered the green snakes and toads. Don't pretend that you didn't see it. Even if you don't call me for the meeting, let me take the blame. He flicked the dust and hid himself. I saw the war cultivator in the sky snorted coldly, stepped into the Taoist temple, landed accurately in front of the small courtyard where he was, and kicked towards the courtyard door.
Who has the bad idea to deceive me?
Boom! The courtyard door suddenly opened, revealing an aggrieved old Taoist priest. Zhang Xiu looked at that familiar face and was stunned. Yaya shrank her head in midair, not daring to look this way. I only felt that after a kick. There was no sound from there. It wasn't until a quarter of an hour later that Zhang Xiu came back, and the armor on his body had been replaced by the blood-stained armor he usually wore. He sat next to Yaya and touched her head.
Little girl, Master is staying, but this is not allowed in the future. How can there be any coercion or inducement to detain Master?
Yaya. What did the old man do? The young ghost cultivator who called himself Bao Yunxiao at the gate of Chanfeng City widened his eyes. So it turns out that Senior is good at this? If you don't want the apprentice who came to your door, you want to rob it with someone else? He could see clearly that Senior Zhang Xiu kicked open the Taoist temple door. There was an old Taoist who looked at him with a half smile, but not a smile. The two of them were probably trying to steal his disciple. The glow behind them was too bright for him to see clearly. Then Senior Zhang Xiu came out and decided to stay, in order to steal his apprentice. He even did not return to the cave. Bao Yuxiao touched his chin and looked at Zhang Xiu. He knew how to trick and abduct him. He jumped up and landed in front of Zhang Xiu. He glanced at the corner of his mouth and hummed twice.
Senior Zhang Xiu, don't be ignorant of blessings when you are surrounded by blessings. Do you know how many people are rushing to accept me as their disciple? If you don't know any more. Okay. If you don't accept it, I will.
Zhang Xiu didn't wait for him to finish speaking and slapped him over. Bao Yunxiao felt that the whole world had collapsed, and he fell into the earth as the world spun. Immediately, my face was filled with confusion. I have someone fighting for me, Senior Xiu, but he won't accept it? He crawled out from the ground and saw the old Taoist looking at him with his eyes lowered. And a voice came from the sky.
Senior Xuanzhen, when I met this boy, he was fighting with others. He seemed stupid after hurting his main soul. But if a ghost cultivator can reach the 4th level of the sky, his talent must be amazing. I have observed his spirit along the way. Although his intelligence is not high, his heart is not bad. I would also like to ask seniors to train him. If he raises his soul well, his intelligence will be restored.
Taoist Xuanzhen smiled and looked down at Bao Yuxiao.
That's right. The old Taoist should kill him.
Bao Yunxiu's expression suddenly changed. Taoist Xuanzhen laughed, as if looking at a piece of jade. This spiritual body is naturally suitable for following the path of ghost cultivation. If he had been allowed to kill him with his own hands in a special way, and then helped him refine his body into his body, he would have had a smooth road to heaven. The 7-level hands of Ta Tian are here to capture you. Unfortunately, it takes a lot of effort now. Zhang Xiu glanced at the little ghost Xiu, who was stepped on by Taoist Xuanzhen, and turned into pieces of paper. Then he turned to look at Yaya.
Little guy, I will only teach you how to practice martial arts. I will not go to the battlefield, unless one day your opponent has a 6th-level monk under his command.
Or a monk with equal combat power. Otherwise, you will lose your country, and the master will not care.
The emperor's path is her own path, and she should walk it by herself. No outsiders can help. Isn't it necessary for an emperor to destroy his country and start all over again? Zhang Xiu took out a scale, which was the one on his armor that had been knocked off by the old Taoist. He looked into the sky and flicked the armor plate, shooting through the space and disappearing. I have seen Yaya receive a disciple, so I want to say Lo to Qing Lei. He and Qing Lei decided on the method of teaching Yaya. After all, although Yaya has a human body, she is still a humanoid dragon turtle, and ordinary methods of training have no effect. The armor pierced the space and appeared outside a planet. It moved around the planet but could not enter. On the planet below, Qing Lei raised his head and glanced at the armor before shooting out. Gu Luo looked at him next to him, and Qinglei said with a smile,
I have found a master of the martial god path for Yaya, and he has just taken up the post. There is a Taoist Xuanzhen over there, so there is no need to worry about it. Let's continue.
He and Gu Luo lowered their heads at the same time, and there was an altar below. It is somewhat similar to the soul-calling altar taught by Ji Feixue. There are 2 pillars at both ends of the altar that reach into the sky, but this altar is not used to summon spirits, but dismantle the soul. On the altar, the spirit emperor of the spirit clan was passed through the palms of his hands and feet with 4 iron ropes, and hung between 2 pillars in the shape of a large character. Runes fell towards the spirit emperor one after another. To analyze him thoroughly, they should study who gave the spirit clan the courage to scheme against the dragon turtle clan. Qinglei looked at it and sighed.
The memory cannot be read completely. The spirit race is too special. Those who are above the 5th level of the sky can transfer their memories to the same race. This guy transfers their memories outward. It can only be seen that they are forced to be helpless and anxious. I want to control a powerful race to protect myself.
Gu Luo snorted twice. He was anxious to control a powerful race. So he decided to target him? This is not protecting oneself. This is seeking death. Now I got what I wanted, Qinglei said in a muffled voice.
I am very curious. What kind of existence can force the spirit tribe to the point where they need to control the dragon turtle to protect themselves?
There are only a handful of people who can do this. Even fewer are enemies.
If it's the dragon turtle, why choose the spirit tribe? Is there anything special about the spirit tribe?
Gu Luo laughed.
The spirit race is very special. But these guys have completely used themselves up. They are half insubstantial and shadow-like existences with bodies that are above the 5th level of the sky. They can also communicate with each other spiritually. What kind of curse can they play? Can't even find the way.
The spiritual snake on Gu Luo's back hissed, and instantly fell into a state of invisibility, with blue thunder flashing like a ray of light on his back. It's like being stared at by a poisonous snake and dying at any time. The lightning on his body radiated light from all directions, ready to fire at any time. This kind of trading of moves is also the norm among dragon turtles. They can improve each other and become familiar with the magical powers of the same clan, making the effect of joining forces against the enemy greater than 1+1. While Qinglei was on guard, he asked Gu Luo,
Qianzhen and Zhan Xiu are there, little Yaya. So there's no need to worry. Sui's not afraid of the spirit clan's revenge and trap.
Right? Gu Luo shook his head.
What's so scary about him being with the Phoenix clan? Besides, there are only a few spirit clans scattered outside, so I don't think they can make waves.
Even those who are forcing the spirit clan behind their backs cannot make waves in front of the Feng clan. As he said this, he suddenly laughed. That little kid must be tortured to death by the Yin Qi from the Phoenix clan tomb. Right. At that time, he was also the first to re-enter the Feng clan's tomb. But he was tortured a lot, and it took him 3 years to adapt to the environment. I haven't even gotten back a few pieces of raw jade yet. Phoenix tomb.
Sui burned a group of ghosts to death with a ball of real phoenix fire. The raw jade fell, but no Yin Qi condensed. At the moment when Yin Qi condensed, a ray of sunlight came from the east, and the whole world lit up in an instant. It is very strange here. The golden crow fell to the ground, and it was instantly invisible. As soon as the scorching sun came out, it was like noon. It seems that there are only 2 time periods here, noon and midnight. The sky was bright, and the Yin energy disappeared instantly. For a moment, the sun shone warmly on my body, which made me feel a little uncomfortable. The peacock feathers reflect the sunlight and shine brightly. Sui looked a little crazy for a while. The 4 feathers that fell out of the formation are completely different from the feathers next to them, and the light they reflect is different. The light emitted by Jiu seemed particularly urgent, leaving quickly as if it wanted to pierce the space. The light reflected by God's death gives people a sense of murderous intent. Sui shook his head. This is not good. With all the formations exposed, doesn't it mean that people can clearly feel their heels and feet at a glance? He shook his body and spread out his tail feathers, forming a peacock's posture, and observed carefully, trying to find a solution. The canyon is a forbidden area. The mountains are high and the valleys are deep. There is no sunshine all year round. There are also flying springs and waterfalls, shrouded in dark clouds. Always angry. It wasn't for Feng Qiaofei's advanced realm. Ordinary monks would be washed away by the Yin Qi when they came in. Even if you don't die, you will suffer from lifelong brain disease. The ghosts here have not disappeared as the sun rises. On the contrary, it has become more solidified with the tempering of sunshine. Live up to the name of a forbidden place. Feng Xiaofei did not hunt ghosts all the time. Her two formations fell behind the canyon. One attracted and the other suppressed. And then a steady stream of ghosts rushed into the formation and were suppressed. So just collecting you every once in a while. She was standing on the sycamore tree, tilting her head and looking at Suhi, with a sarcastic look in her eyes.
Hey, mother, come and see. Your cub has opened its tail. There is no female peacock here. Who can he open his tail for?
Yunli woke up in her body and took a look through Feng Xiaofei's eyes. He laughed.
Sister, let me try to plant some sycamores and bamboos in your Phoenix Mountain later. Right.
She is the peacock, and the magical powers she created during her lifetime are the most suitable for Suhi. Feng Xiaofei snorted coldly.
What? Can't help but want mother and son to recognize each other?
Plant a magical power so that kid can see it? She, Feng Xiaofei, was able to cultivate Yunli's magical power in Phoenix Mountain. As long as her brain was strong enough, she could make an accurate guess. Then I might as well jump out and let that kid call me my mother. Yunli laughed in a clear voice.
Then sister will change her hidden spirit to suit a peacock before planting it. The child has already discovered the shortcomings of his peacock feathers. So plant it so that he can learn to hide himself.
Feng Xiaofei's eyes widened. Why should I give my magical power to the peacock? She hummed. Non-committal. Suhi slowly closed the peacock screen, realizing its weakness. He turned around and waited for Grandma to come up and ask for a solution. It would be best if the Phoenix clan had magical powers and experience to solve it. The Phoenix tomb isolates the mysterious world, but it cannot isolate the Phoenix nest. Suhi can inherit magical powers at any time. If you can't, then ask your wife to go. Suhi discovered that there was nothing in this world that Ji Feishua could not solve. If so, then it must be that the name, Nyangzi, is not nice enough. Putting aside this for the time being, Suhi stood on the silver maple tree, closed his eyes, and rested for a while. Then he spread his wings slightly, stretched his neck, raised his head, and took a breath. Because of the existence of the spirit snake, the dragon turtle's true body's breathing method is not suitable. But the true form of the peacock is actually a pure-blooded peacock. The breathing method left by the Phoenix clan is extremely suitable. The wings spread out to stir up the spiritual power, and he inhaled it for a long time. The majestic spiritual power formed a huge spiritual whirlpool on the peacock's back. The spiritual energy was quickly sucked into the chest and abdomen, spinning around the boundary bead, condensing into Phoenix Yuan, mixed with the power of the world, and flowing throughout the body. Suhi's cultivation was too strenuous. True Yuan cannot be practiced in the background. To practice Phoenix Yuan, you must show your true body as a peacock. The opportunity to reveal the true form of the peacock was not to be wasted. If you hunt ghosts at night, you can breathe in spiritual energy during the day. The dragon turtle's real body has already swallowed a large amount of treasures with gluttonous food, and has used magical powers to upgrade quietly in the background. Chapter 311, Double the Value. The plain soul chases the golden crow, and the red turns to the jade toad. When you fall into practice, there is no concept of time. It is just the rotation of the sun and the moon. Practicing during the day, hunting at night, and a rare retreat for pure practice. Apart from the fact that my mouth was a bit bland and I didn't eat, I didn't feel uncomfortable at all. On the contrary, I felt very clean and comfortable. But suddenly without the enchantress in my ears, shouting, "Little husband! Little husband! Little husband!" I actually still miss Su Huanyan a little bit. I don't know what's going on now. Sui let out a long cry. Real fire like arrows. And instantly killed 200 H.L. ghosts. He hurriedly absorbed the yin chi before the moon set and the sun rose. And he spread his wings and landed on the silver maple tree. As soon as it settled down and absorbed the yin energy, the sky suddenly turned into noon. The yin energy subsides, and the yang energy rises. Sui spread his wings, and several pillars rose from the ground. It turned into a large formation to cover him, and the spiritual energy condensed into clouds on the formation, turning into light rain and falling down patteringly. This was the spirit gathering array arranged by Suhi. The materials were limited, and he had to collect them in Fengzhong for several months before putting together a set of materials for the spirit gathering array. As soon as it was laid down, the air condensed into clouds and turned into drizzle. It's not that his formation skills are superb, but that the spiritual power in the Phoenix tomb is too strong. Simply absorbing skills can condense into a vortex. let alone formations. The enhancement of the inner world by spiritual energy is far inferior to the original world. However, the quality of Phoenix Tomb's spiritual energy is extremely high and can reach 1/10 of the original. There is still a batch of source stones in the inner world, enough for him to practice for 3 or 4 years. Su Heaton inhaled the spiritual energy, incorporated it into his body, and began to circulate around the world, slowly cultivating the true essence. At the same time, he closed his eyes and dived into the inheritance space with his consciousness. He found the blue bird and asked him to contact Senior Feng Qi and ask him to help contact Ji Feishue. In 3 or 4 years, he could harvest a batch of source stones and send them to him. Outside the Feng tomb, Feng Qi's head was full of questions. The black feathers are even darker. What did the bluebird yell when he ran to Phoenix Mountain just now?
Go! Inform Ji Feishue and send Master He the origin stone.
Feng Qi.
Dot.
Does it mean that the blue bird has nothing to fear now that it is dead? If you have the ability, please lend me 2 lives. And then let me talk to Ji Feishue like that. Tired of living? He hummed twice and fluttered his feathers.
Is Shujo here?
A familiar voice from Su He came out from the feather.
Here. Tell me the content.
The blunt language can turn people away thousands of miles away. This is a rebellious phoenix with complaints against its parents. Feng Qi chuckled, with an apologetic tone.
Chao Jiu, please contact Jean Xian and ask her to contact her aunt. His uncle needs to send the origin stone.
The voice in feather was silent for a long time before saying,
The first time my clan brother came to the clan was to hunt down ghosts and resurrect Aunt Yun. You are not even willing to give me the source stone? You won't give it to me.
There was sarcasm in her voice. Feng Qi was stunned immediately. Is this something you can't bear to part with? It's hard to say that the young couple just took this opportunity to meet each other, he complained. And a phoenix feather came through the sky beside him. And the phoenix feather's false eyes were shining with clear light. This is a magic weapon that Feng Yi refined into a flying sword that delivers letters. The origin stone is really here. Slap me in the face? Feng Qi felt confused for a while. How many origin stones do I need? He looked up at the sky and sighed. A feather flew out from his body and shot through the void towards Dongyan Changyu Mansion. It is better to seek help from others than from yourself. The Phoenix clan has this problem. There is no mysterious world, and it is too difficult for fellow clan members to communicate with each other. After a moment, Feng Qi blinked in confusion. His feathers landed at the fixed landing place of Changyu Mansion's flying sword, and did not reach Ji Feishue's place. Ji Feishue is not in Changyu Mansion. It's not even within the scope of Dongyan Mountain. Otherwise Ling Yu would automatically search for it. He smiled bitterly. Ji Feishue is a legendary existence among mythical beasts. It is normal for Ling Yu to not be found. Who knows where she went? The far north icefield. Luofeng Valley. Luofeng Valley, which used to be filled with ice and snow, was actually drizzle now. There is still ice and snow outside the valley, but the ice and snow in the valley are melting. If any monks can get in, they can see that the power of ice and snow in the entire Luofeng Valley is being gradually drained away by a large formation in the center. It won't take long. There will be a paradise in this Arctic ice field. The 3G concubines fell to the ground after finishing the snow formation, and slowly merged together. They opened their eyes and looked at the snow sculpture of Su Huanyan in the center of the formation. After smiling sweetly, her red lips parted slightly.
Sister Su, my husband has been coaxed to Fengzhong in advance by me, and he won't be able to come back in a short time. Otherwise, he will definitely hang me up and beat me. You don't know how partial he is.
She looked at Su Huanyan and chuckled.
You will definitely be hung up and beaten. You didn't even say low to him, and you took the road of death. You will die, even with my formation assistance. You are also it's hard to survive. If you left any means in your previous life, use them as soon as possible. If you don't use them anymore, I'm afraid you won't have a chance.
Su Huanyan's snow sculpture flickered, but nothing happened. Concubine Ji Shui bit her silver teeth, snorted, turned over her hand and took out a gourd.
Here you go. All the treasures are for you. If you can't recover, see how I bully your daughter in the future.
She hummed, pointed her green finger, and the gourd plug popped out. A liquid as thick as honey in the gourd turned into mist and escaped into the snow sculpture's lips. The mist escaped, but the snow sculpture still didn't react at all. Just like a real snow sculpture. Ji Feishue looked very sad and smiled bitterly.
Sister, I don't even want to say thank you for such a precious thing.
If you don't respond anymore, It's time for my husband to respond. If the Phoenix tomb is lifted, it will come back. She smiled bitterly and heard a very soft voice from the snow sculpture.
Thank you.
Ji-Fei suddenly raised her head. Phoenix tomb. A forbidden area in the canyon. Feng Qiaofei slapped a 6th level ghost to death with one wing. He turned to look in the direction of Suhi. That little bastard had entered the inheritance space earlier. Why didn't you go to her Phoenix Mountain to snatch the inheritance? Who do you look down on? Did he overdo it with his last formation and didn't dare to do it anymore? Coward. You just have a headache. Do you have to give up doubling your talent? Feng Qiaofei paced back and forth, picking up the raw jade left by Yin Gui just now. It is different from the raw jade that Suhi hunted. Suhi's raw jade was pure gold, but the one Feng Qiaofei hunted was fiery red. Putting away the raw jade, Feng Qiaofei made a voice like Yunli.
Today is the Zhongyuan.
There is no such thing as the underworld or the underworld in this world. And there is no ghost festival. But July 15th is still a special day. On this day, the Yin energy is extremely strong, and there are many ghosts in the world. Usually at this time, the cultivation sect will send out its disciples to protect the mortals. Zhongyuan in Fengzhong is also different. Feng Qiaofei nodded impatiently.
Don't make any noise. Don't make any noise. I will never forget that the formation has been set up a long time ago. It has been prepared for several years, and will never be discovered by Feng Si.
After she finished speaking, she made a nice voice again.
Mother!
You and I are of the same body. How can we wake up by calling our names every day? Feng Qiaofei choked hoarsely.
Your mother is not my mother!
She snorted, rolled up the raw jade she had hunted, flapped her wings and flew towards Suhi. It was clear that a huge phoenix rushed towards and landed on Suhi. But it made no sound. Disappeared in an instant. Suhi slowly exhaled. And you woke up. I just had a nightmare. I also dreamed of struggling to survive in Tinghai Lake. He had just stolen the Wolf King's demon-transforming fruit. And the Wolf King jumped at him and turned him into a feather. This dream was so weird. It was clearly a turtle. But it had feathers. Damn it! Suhi shook his head and looked at the sun, which was still noon just now, and suddenly turned into midnight. A full moon rises in the east. In just a moment, Inchi has risen from the earth. A ghost is born. Suhi shook off the nightmare in his mind and flew down. And the spirit gathering array sank to the earth. Suhi spread his wings to prepare for today's hunt. The bird raised its head and was about to cast a spell when a loud phoenix call was heard. And an ice phoenix fluttered its wings above the volcano, covering the sky and the earth. He lowered his head and looked at Suhi with a bit of a smile in his eyes.
Come on!
Suhi was startled. Going to the real Fengzhong? Has the sacrifice begun? It's still many years away. Suhi was puzzled, but he already flapped his wings and jumped away. A piece of feathers on his body trembled in the strong wind and was buried among other feathers. Don't let anyone notice. Suhi-ji used it, covering his body with a phoenix coat, and reached the volcano in just half an hour. When the phoenix cries and flies down the volcano first. Suhi followed closely, and Feng Si became smaller and smaller as he flew. When he landed in the crater, he was only a little bigger than Suhi. There is no magma in the volcano, but a tunnel surrounded by phoenix seals, shining brightly, which is obviously not an ordinary talisman. There is a ghost coming out from behind the talisman, but it is sealed behind it and cannot come out. He rushed out of his human form holding the talisman, but was pressed back by the talisman.
That's the monk who lurked in the Phoenix tomb during the great festival in previous years. After being suppressed and killed, his true spirit was sealed here. He was tortured by the cold moon and the sun every day, and he will never be reincarnated.
She gestured to one of the shadows.
That was the Empress of Feng Palace 3 generations ago. She was beaten to death by Ji-Fei and turned into a ghost cultivator. She then tried to use the Phoenix tomb to be reborn again. She was completely killed by the third child, and her true spirit was sealed here.
She gestured to another shadow.
That is the current generation leader of the Buddhist world. He wanted to steal your mother's bones 10,000 years ago and refine them into a magical beast to protect the law. I suppressed him and killed him here. The Buddhist world is still looking for him all over the world.
Feng Si introduced him all the way, leaving Suhi dumbfounded. If another person comes in, just knowing this information, it will be impossible to walk out. Suhi followed Feng Si all the way down. The Yin Qi is getting stronger and stronger, and it is not even under the Yin Qi that erupts after the death of the demon Yin ghost. Drilling out of the volcano tunnel, the view suddenly opened up. It is not the dark and cramped space in an ordinary volcanic tunnel, but rather like an underground world. The floor and lifting frame are extremely high. Even if Feng Xi appears in his original form, he will not feel any depression. There was just mist, and there were faint fireflies in the mist. A half-foot protrusion that looked like a miniature volcano or an ant's nest exuded a faint green light. He tried hard to disperse the mist, but couldn't. Suhi looked around, feeling an inexplicable sadness coming over him, as if his heart had been grabbed hard by a hand. Suhi followed his feeling and looked around, but couldn't see anything. He turned to look at Feng Xi. Feng Xi nodded.
That is your mother's tomb. You come with me.
Feng Xi spreads his wings and rises, followed closely by Suhi. The ghosts on the ground roared and raged, and some even jumped up and rushed towards them. With the awe-inspiring aura, Suhi suddenly flew up and looked at him in surprise. That aura is so familiar. It is the aura that can only be exuded by the 7th level of the sky. Feng Xi laughed and said,
I've been looking for you for a long time.
She fluttered her wings and jumped down. The phoenix fire on her body was extinguished in a flash. But the ghost that attacked them had dissipated, and a round pearl fell. Come down. This is raw jade. But it is of much higher quality than what he got from hunting ghosts. It's not quality. It's a much higher level. The vitality contained in it is unparalleled. Feng Xi killed the ghost and laughed. He jumped up and flew inward, with he following closely behind. The yin energy here is as thick as mist, and even condenses on the feathers. If it weren't for the presence of ghosts above the 5th level from time to time, this would be a treasured place for cultivation. Feng Xi flew ahead, breaking through the thick fog with his wings, revealing a towering sycamore tree. Each leaf on the sycamore tree is half an acre in size. It's like a tree can grow into a world. Behind the sycamore tree, there is a large tomb. Solemn. Sacred and solemn. What made Suhi feel sad was in this big tomb. There is an illusory peacock made of smoke above the tomb, its wings slowly fluttering, but its eyes are closed. This peacock is almost exactly the same as the peacock in the H.L. Ghost space, but the shape is different.
This is her tomb and the resurrection formation.
Feng Xi looked at the smoke peacock on the tomb, with a trace of loneliness flashing in his eyes.
Today, in the middle of the Yuan dynasty, put the raw jade you hunted into the tombstone to nourish the smoke peacock. On the death day, sacrifice to the peacock to condense the entity. Merge with your mother's body. Awaken the vitality, and recall the Yuan Ling.
It didn't sound complicated. Suhi was just hunting ghosts. He had not yet come into contact with the truly complicated sacrifices. The closer you get to the tomb, the stronger the yin energy becomes. The yin chi here formed a mist and enveloped the surrounding areas. Except for the location of the big tomb, nothing could be seen clearly. Suhi took off the storage bag on his lap, opened it, and asked Feng Xi,
Is it okay to just put it on the tombstone?
Feng Xi smiled and shook his head.
Get close to the tombstone and use your blood and true energy to shatter the raw jade, and the breath inside will be absorbed,
she said, and stepped forward first to give a demonstration to Suhi. Feng Xi flapped her wings, and the raw jade flew towards the tombstone like a river of stars. It was turned into powder by her slight shock, and only life flowed towards the tombstone. Her raw jade is also different from Suhi's. They are ice-colored jade pendants. Feng Xi turned to look at Suhi and reminded,
Before the big sacrifice, you can only approach the tomb during the Zhongyuan period. At other times, the yin chi here becomes a wall. If you approach forcefully, you will be killed by the yin chi. You have to be careful.
Suhi nodded, followed Feng Xi's example, opened the storage bag, and a piece of raw jade flew out, turning into a galaxy and crashing towards the tombstone. Before it hit it, it was shaken away and transformed into balls of pure aura that were absorbed by the tombstone. Feng Xi looked at the torrent of raw jade at Suhi's place, and his eyes trembled suddenly. Suhi hunted more jade than she did. The raw jade didn't come for nothing. It was collected one by one to hunt down ghosts. Every raw jade represents a fight. This little guy was eager to resurrect his mother, so he hunted her with all his might. Suhi is adapted to yin chi, but adapting does not mean that he is not afraid. She has lived for nearly 1,000,000 years, and has never seen anyone who is not afraid of yin chi. Just like pain, some people are naturally able to endure it, but being able to endure it doesn't mean that if you stab them with a knife, they won't feel pain or get hurt. Brat. Feng Xi's eyes trembled rapidly. She desperately hunted ghosts and collected raw jade, because that was her daughter, the little one who grew up in her arms. Suhi has never even met his mother,
TSK. TSK. Tisk.
In the unsearchable space between Su Helling's feathers, Feng Xiaofei made a tisk-tisk sound and muttered in a low voice.
Look. Look. This old phoenix was fooled by him. He was moved by him.
With over 300,000 years of experience, she could tell what Feng Si was thinking at a glance. The old phoenix was so moved that he said that this little bastard was very talented at coaxing women, who knew that he could absorb Yin Qi and was gifted with cheating. If he didn't hunt more raw jade, who would? Feng Xiaofei hummed coldly, and a voice came from the bottom of his heart.
Stop being jealous. Hurry up and sacrifice the birth jade while your mother is affected by the little guy without paying attention.
Feng Xiaofei snorted, and instead of turning the raw jade into a torrent, it directly shattered it in the Lingyu space. A little bit of life was hidden under Suhi's raw jade and surged towards the tombstone. With the influx of 3 kinds of life, the peacock above the tomb suddenly shrank in size with a long cry. Feng Si's expression instantly turned into surprise. Looking at the shrunken peacock, his breathing became rapid and his feathers all trembled. The effect of the 2 breaths of raw jade far exceeded her expectations. There was a chance. There must be a chance this time. She breathed quickly, turned to look at Suhi, and then looked at the endless raw jade in Suhi's storage bag, and her whole heart softened. Good boy. She smiled and said to Suhi,
Little guy, your mother's cave was still in Shirwanda Mountain when she was alive. There are also treasures she has accumulated for 200,000 years. After the incident at Fengzhong, you will take away all the treasures.
The little guy must love money. I heard that the last time we were granted a royal title, everyone else was busy fighting, but he was busy searching for treasures. Even Emperor Luan dared to threaten him in order to search for treasures. Feng Xiaofei inside Lingyu let out a heartbreaking laugh.
Ha ha ha! Seeing that resurrection is imminent, how do you feel when you have worked hard to collect treasures for 200,000 years, only to be given away to others?
Gloating, Yunli snorted softly in her heart.
Isn't it natural to give treasures to your own children?
If she wasn't next to her mother, and had her own big tomb nearby, and was afraid that speaking out would cause trouble, she would definitely give Feng Xiaofei a cheerful chirp to let her know what happiness means. Do you call your own children others? Feng Xiaofei snorted and wanted to ridicule her for being stubborn. But Feng Si continued,
It's not just your mother's. Feng Xiaofei rebelled against the clan. So her cave and treasure house were given to me by the clan. Now it's up to me.
It belongs to you. I heard that you used a small world to make a treasure house in your cave. How can you not enrich it with some things?
Ling Yujian and Feng Xiaofei looked confused. The movements of sacrificing and refining the raw jade were all stopped, almost showing off one's flaws. She slowly stopped her wings and looked at Feng Si in disbelief. Did you, old phoenix, know that I was here and tell me on purpose? How could a few pieces of raw jade move you like this? You were moved early. I wonder what old phoenix's expression will be when he knows the truth. Do you want to find a way to tell her the truth? Just thinking about it, she was suddenly startled. According to Feng Si's temperament, he might still be moved. This old phoenix is famous for wanting offspring. When the people of the Phoenix tribe ask her to do something, they don't call her ancestor, but grandma instead. As long as she sincerely serves her daughter, there is nothing she won't be happy about. The deputy head of the Vermilion Bird sect once fell into her hands and was almost killed. As a result,
he, accidentally,
discovered that Yun Li's memorial tablet was still standing in the house of that sect leader. This old guy actually let that sect leader go. From then on, the entire Feng clan even made things less difficult for the Suzaku sect. Feng Xiaofei suddenly fell silent, and pieces of jade shook away, turning into pure anger, hiding under Suhi's jade and falling into the tombstone. Yunli laughed cheerfully in her heart.
Ha ha ha. The treasures that you have worked so hard to collect for decades are now being gifted to others when you are about to become independent. How does it feel?
The words came through almost exactly as they were said. Feng Xiaofei had a murderous expression on his face, snorted and said,
One day I want him to call me mother. If not, strangle him to death.
Accidentally added 200,000 years of wealth. After Su, he was shocked. He smiled and shook his head. He was thinking about resurrecting his daughter, but he had already given away his daughter's property. Aren't you afraid that your daughter will be resurrected and be killed by anger? He asked with a smile.
Grandma, I just saw the ghost of the 7th level in the sky, and the raw jade that fell was a bright pearl. Are there different raw jade at different levels?
Feng Si was in a great mood and laughed.
If the raw jades dropped by different grades are all the same, why should I hunt high-grading ghosts? Isn't it faster to hunt those little ghosts above?
She touched the raw jade with wind and said,
The rounder the raw jade is, the higher the grade. The raw jade with different auras has different colors. Mine is ice color, and you are pure gold. If an outsider invades the Phoenix Tomb and the raw jade aura is damaged, a black line will appear in the center. If such raw jade is used in a large ceremony, it will instantly pollute the peacock on the tomb.
She turned to look at Suhi.
Remember, if the raw jade is damaged, do not hunt Ean ghosts anymore. No Ean ghosts can be used that day.
Suhi nodded, and the speed of shattering raw jade was a little faster. There was only one chance every year, so don't waste it. Time passed very quickly, and the two birds stopped talking and quickly shattered the raw jade. Just as things were done here, a golden light shone down from the crater. It was already bright.
Back off.
Fengxi shouted urgently, grabbed Suhi and turned around to leave. With a flutter of his wings, he left the tomb area and flew towards the crater. Since entering the Phoenix Tomb, she has never used her spatial magical power. Time and space are confused here. Indiscriminate use of space magical powers may lead to unpredictable consequences. After falling under the crater, Fengxi looked at Suhi and smiled.
Go back along the passage yourself. Just after the Shongyuan dynasty, there will be big ghosts here, and Grandma will hunt them.
Suhi nodded, then thought of something, raised his head and asked,
Grandma, how about you and I team up and hunt at the same time?
In this way, the dice will fall, and high-grade players will get more jade. Fengxi laughed loudly.
Are you afraid that Grandma will have an accident? Or are you afraid of being outside? But the ghosts can't join forces to hunt. If you are too close, the breath will affect you. Raw jade will be contaminated by your breath and mine at the same time. And it will become miscellaneous jade, which is useless.
After saying that, she waved her wings and sent Suhi up. Fengxi just waved his wings casually, but Suhi pierced the air like a cannonball, roaring and flying straight up, passing by the sealed True Spirit. Before I heard the roar of the True Spirit, it had already rushed out of the crater and straight into the clouds. Looking down, there was still a True Spirit roaring against the talisman. Foreign enemies that invade the Phoenix Tomb will contaminate raw jade, but these beings who were killed will not. Suhi even vaguely felt that these beheaded True Spirits had merged with the Phoenix Tomb and became a part of the Phoenix Tomb. If I feel right, these True Spirits are already part of the defense of the volcano passage. Suhi jumped down and landed on the ground. The sun was shining brightly at this moment, and there was no sinister atmosphere in the entire Phoenix Tomb. It was completely different from the weirdness at night. Spreading its wings and flying over, the rapid feathers stopped halfway through the journey, and it just turned and wandered forward at the speed of a simple peacock. I had seen a red spirit tree here before, but it had not yet matured. There was not even a single insect in the Phoenix Tomb. Although there were spiritual plants everywhere, there were no alien beasts to harm it. So the growth of the spiritual plants was much worse. The spiritual energy of this place is so rich that the spiritual plants look half dead. This red spirit tree is one of the few that Suhi has seen that is growing well. If you pay more attention to the red spirit tree these days, it will cause harm to the red spirit tree. But the growth of the red spirit tree will be better. Passing by at low altitude, I saw a fiery red tree rising into the sky among the low woods. From a distance, the leaves dancing in the wind seemed to be burning with flames. This type of fire spiritual plant is most suitable for the Phoenix tribe, and is also extremely suitable for vassal races. If the silver maple wood absorbs the origin of the red spirit wood, it should be able to go one step further. It's almost time to ask Ji Feishua to help him imprint a growth formation. Suhi folded his wings and landed on the red spirit tree. He had just found a tree hole and was about to plant the silver maple tree on it. But the red spirit tree suddenly withered and all its strength disappeared. Suhi was confused.
What the H? I'll rob my precious tree. A thief sneaked into Fengzhong. Suhi's spiritual consciousness swept out in an instant, plowing through the sky and the earth, but found nothing. Not only could he not find the thief, but the way the power of the red spirit wood dissipated made him extremely confused. Judging from the direction of the flow of the red spirit wood, this spiritual plant was absorbed by himself. Unreasonable. Only Sun Tzu did this. Suhi checked for a long time and found nothing. In the distance, the canyon is forbidden. Feng Qiaofei quacked like an excited duck. She just screamed, and her mouth made a gravelly voice.
Childish! What a big bird! You are scaring your own children! Humph!
Feng Qiaofei snorted.
He's going to take away my treasure house that I've accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years. What's going on if I rob him of a piece of rotten wood?
No matter what. It's just childish. Yunli didn't even think of making a sound. She had just returned from her own tomb, and she was not in such a good mood. Obviously, there are 3 blood relatives gathered this time. But for some reason, there is always a feeling that something will go wrong with the resurrection. It's an inexplicable feeling. A feeling that arises when you see the tomb. When a monk reaches a certain level, his whims and subtle reactions are terrifying. Yunli dealt with Feng Qiaofei. And when Feng Qiaofei glanced outside the canyon, he also took a look at Suhi. Maybe the little guy should get out of here? Missing the red spirit tree, Suhi was afraid of landing on the area where the formation was arranged with his wings. So he raised the formation to continue practicing. While practicing, slowly open up the realm. Each mythical beast has its own domain, and there is no need to understand it step by step like a monk. The peacock avatar is naturally no exception. But Suhi rarely uses the peacock avatar. The domain does not have any of his understanding and momentum. It is just the most primitive peacock domain. A sheet of magma. Boundless. Suhi expanded his field, closed his eyes, and realized it carefully. As time passed little by little, I don't know how long it took, but the sun above my head drew an arc and set towards the west. In an instant, it had already set on the west mountain. The full moon in the east suddenly jumped out and reached the zenith in an instant. The sky turns into night, and the yang energy dissipates in a matter of seconds. The yin energy is steaming, and ghosts appear. The field beneath Suhi suddenly erupted, hitting a yin ghost in the heaven-stepping realm. The ghost exploded instantly and dropped a raw jade. Suhi looked down. Raw jade is golden and has no black lines. At the same time, in the area where Qi Mu was, a peacock suddenly jumped out of the void. A rocket shot through a ghost and picked up the fallen raw jade. Raw jade is golden and still has no black lines. There is no invasion from foreign enemies. Sure enough, the reason why the red spirit tree was destroyed before was not because of the invasion of foreign enemies, but because of its own failure. In the forbidden area of the canyon, Feng Qiaofei burst out laughing happily. This kid had been holding it in for a whole day. Did he think there was a foreign enemy?
His domain clone is quite good at playing it. It's not like a divine beast. Even today's monks can't do it. This was played by people from ancient times, or even the ancient times. However, his peacock real body is not yet proficient in mastering it. He only needs to step on the 6 steps of the sky. Those who are heavy or above or have special eye skills can see through it. Even if there is a foreign enemy, he has already seen his thoughts.
Feng Qiaofei mocked.
And he has almost never used his lava field. Using it against the enemy will only limit himself. And it is not as good as his dragon turtle's vast sea field.
Feng Qiaofei said this, and the bird feathers on his face twitched.
Isn't the Hanhai a desert? Why do you want to name your own sea Hanhai? Your little bird has become so ignorant.
Yunli rarely argued, and hesitated for a long time before saying,
After all, I was born in Tinghehu, and I am a little turtle. I have never been to a private school, and it is normal to be uneducated.
Suhi landed on the red spirit tree and looked at the roaring ghost beneath him with a somewhat tangled expression. This is the first time that a spiritual tree has its origin disappear without any reason. The red spirit wood beneath him was already in a state of half-death. Dying but not dead. Trying to live but unable to. Qi Mu, who was originally walking in death, stopped dead because of the sudden arrival of night and the gathering of yin energy around him. Recovery begins. The ultimate in death is resurrection. At this moment, the Hunghua and the red spirit wood in Suhi's body complemented each other, as if there was some kind of resonance. The red spirit wood was absorbed by Hunghua and gradually became transparent, while the Hunghua runes were also constantly changing. There is no tendency to condense into hexagrams, but the runes are becoming more complex. Suhi raised his head and let out a long cry. He used his magical power, Tianya, and a circle of light swayed from his body. The ghosts within 3 miles were immediately pushed out by a repulsive force. The ghosts that had just crawled out of the ground also flew in all directions, as if they had been knocked away by a powerful force. All kinds of ghosts can no longer get close to me, without the external enemy. Suhi closed his eyes again, and fell into inner vision to carefully observe the Hunghua. Obtain the Hunghua, and become the dragon turtle. Suhi had already obtained the detailed explanation of the 64 hexagrams in the Sea of Succession. Hexagram, and Sunda are shaking upward, which is a symbol of wind and thunder. The interlaced activities of the two complement each other, symbolizing eternity and eternity. At this moment, Qilingmu is in the intersection of life and death. But the intersection of life and death is at a constant level. It coincides with Honghua, and it seems natural that they can attract each other. It's just that the Honghua is too strong and the red spirit can't be attracted. So he can only sacrifice his life to be benevolent and transform himself into the Honghua. Initiate the transformation of Honghua runes. What lasts forever? So in Bai Ling's small world, the spirit clan could use the Honghua to stay in a state of immortality. If they were scattered, they would reunite because of the Honghua? Suhi didn't know why. Why don't you kill yourself and give it a try? Suhi's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 312 Intruder. In the forbidden area of the canyon, Feng Chifei, who had been observing Suhi, snorted twice.
I always feel that your son is looking for death. How about I go suppress him?
As soon as she mentioned this, her voice became clearer, and her depression at being robbed of a treasure house that was hundreds of thousands of years old was slightly relieved.
Don't make trouble.
Yun Li's voice came out.
The aura exuding from his body, is the hexagram's condensing. Right. Is there a hexagram on him?
Without being suppressed, Feng Chafei slumped down and looked listless. What's so strange about Dragon Turtle having a hexagram? It is not an accident for any one of the 4 divine beasts to receive a hexagram. The 64 hexagrams were originally derived from the Great E of the Xianwang world, and were originally dedicated to the 4 spiritual beasts. Especially since the guy embarked on the path of Xuanwu. It was natural for him to have the opportunity to obtain a hexagram. But it's still too tender. The hexagrams are usually not visible, and no one can detect them. At this moment, he couldn't hide it when the hexagram advanced. This fool relies entirely on the special properties of the hexagram to hide himself. And he has no means at all. Feng Chaofei glanced with disdain, and his consciousness plunged into the inheritance place. A light flashed on his body, and turned into a seed that fell on the Phoenix Mountain. Then it sprouted and branched, and a sycamore tree grew out. The tree was not tall, and it was not a top-notch magical power. But the location of the plant is very conspicuous. No matter which direction you enter, you will notice it immediately. When the sycamore tree is planted, it will bear fruit in a short time. Feng Chaofei looked at the sycamore tree and snorted again. That kid never came to her Phoenix Mountain even after entering the inheritance place. He probably really didn't have the courage to come. But what does it have to do with her? She was barely just an ant. And it was rare for her to have a conscience if she didn't eradicate these sycamores and green bamboos. How could he still expect her to beg him? Whether love comes or not, I dare to come and beat you to death. She exited the inheritance place, opened her eyes, and looked towards the north. The exit of the Phoenix Tomb is right there. Looking out from the Phoenix Tomb, there is no gate, but a vague whirlpool. It was originally a space-time rift, but it was fixed by Fengzhu and turned into a fixed passage. According to Feng Chifei's state, he could tell that there was a war going on outside at this moment. Someone tried to sneak into Feng Tomb, but was discovered by Feng Qi, who stayed behind. The closer we get to the big festival, the more people want to sneak in. When the tomb was still there, the raw jade that was hunted would have the characteristics of the Phoenix clan. And these characteristics were truly priceless treasures. It is a treasure that all major forces are secretly searching for. A piece of raw jade like this could easily be exchanged for a flying boat like Suhi's. Selling 10 pieces is enough to establish a sect and become the founder of one party. There is no need to worry about the resources in the door for 1,000 years. But if Yun Li's aura is leaked, the chance of resurrection will be lowered. This is something that the Phoenix clan will never allow. Money moves people's hearts. But in the face of huge interests, life and death are trivial matters. Anyway, those who come in are either desperados, real trained Deadpools, or people controlled by others. Life is worthless. When I first entered Fengzhong, I didn't see a single battle outside for 3 or 2 months. Now it's basically once every half a month. And the frequency is getting higher and higher. The Phoenix clan suppressed the 100,000 mountains, and at least 2 or 3 phoenixes could not move lightly. There are also those who guard the Shanghai Passage. It will take at least a year for the whole family to come over for the big ceremony. Feng Qi had a good fight. Outside the gate, Feng Qi closed his eyes and flapped his wings, carefully searching for hidden mice in all directions. In the next 2 years, he will still be the only one guarding this place. This is Xiao Xiao, who has been stopped by the outside world at Jiancheng Mountain. Otherwise, just those flies would be enough to annoy him. He flapped his wings and suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already under the gate tower pillar, suppressing a 6-foot-sized Buddha statue with one claw.
Prime Minister!
Feng Qi snorted coldly. a well-known arhat in Buddhism. Feng Qi looked cold.
I don't know whether to live or die.
He clenched his bird claws tightly, shattered the Buddha statue with a click, and turned his head to look in the direction of the Buddha world. His eyes were murderous. If the Emperor's Great World is the largest force in the world, the Xianhuang realm is the place where Tao originates. That Buddha realm is the #1 sect in the world, although it was a branch of the Buddhist sect in the Xianhuang world back then. But for countless Yuanhui times, the Buddhist world has been adhering to the idea that all races in the world are disciples of Buddhism, except for people in the Xianhuang world. There are no different people in the world. Received. Over the course of countless years, each faction became a world. It has been respected as Buddhist orthodoxy by almost all the big worlds except the Xianhuang realm. Instead, Gu Jingjai became a heretic. It's just that Buddhism doesn't talk about heretics. It just says that they have gone astray and should reflect on themselves and return to the embrace of Buddhism. I don't know whether to say that the Buddhist world does not know whether to live or die, or that it is fearless. For 30,000 years, every time there is a big festival, there is an unthinkable thought of quietly escaping into the Phoenix tomb, taking away Yuli's body and refining it into a divine beast that protects the law. Are all monks mindless? If you really do this, do you think that the Phoenix clan dare not break the gate of the Buddhist world as a whole? Last time the leader of the Buddhist world was defeated in the Phoenix tomb, the Phoenix clan's attacks on Buddhism in the past 10,000 years were not enough for them to gain wisdom? How dare you come? Feng Qi let out a long cry. After this great sacrifice, no matter success or failure, let's start a 1,000-year war in the Buddhist world of the Feng clan. These fake monks, unless they are beaten to death so hard that it hurts, they will not forget to eat but not to beat. When the full moon set in the west, Suhi slowly opened his eyes. All the red spirit trees have been absorbed, but the evolution of the Honghua has not yet been completed. Observing the evolution of the hexagrams is like observing the deduction of the Great Road, and you will gain a lot. It's not that the location is wrong. Suhi should go into deep retreat and meditate carefully. This time through my enlightenment, my grasp of Honghua has not been enhanced, but I have gained a new understanding of
the intertwining rotation of two forces.
He jumped back to the silver maple tree to comprehend it carefully, feeling the fluctuations of the true energy in his body. The true essence after the opening of the sky is no longer pure true essence. It is the fusion of true essence and the power of the world. The two forces complemented each other and merged together in a strange way. Suhi activated the Honghua and landed on the boundary pearl. According to the fluctuations of the Honghua, he actively adjusted the fusion of the two forces. Then with a soft cry, a group of phoenixes appeared. The fire hit the foot of the mountain. Boom! Suhi flew out and collapsed a mountain, smashed into the ground. Completely silent. The combination of true energy changed, and the fireball seemed to stick to the body, unable to be thrown out, and exploded directly on the surface of the body. In the forbidden area of the canyon, Feng Qiaofei glanced over and stopped paying attention. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, but who can stop the cub from seeking death? Generally, when a new hexagram is obtained, there will be a nervous period, where one always feels that one is special, and can realize earth-shattering magical powers from the hexagram, can dominate all heavens and realms in an instant. Then you will be stunned by reality. Even if Taizu exists like that, only half of the Taigua can be condensed. How much can an ordinary person detect? Being able to understand the function of the hexagrams themselves and make normal use of the hexagrams is a sign of defiance. Even being able to subdue the hexagrams is not something ordinary people can do. Just like her Sui Gua. It has been 20,000 years since she found Sui Gua, but she still has not completely conquered it. At this moment, Sui Gua is still in the cave and cannot be brought out. Not everyone, like Ji Feishue, can find hexagrams that match their own attributes. That enchantress brings good luck. Suhi was still unconscious. At this moment, Luofeng Valley. In one day, all the ice and snow in Luofeng Valley had melted. The only thing left in the world was the snow sculpture in front of Ji Feishue. Ji Feishue sat on a jade flute in the air and looked at Su Huanyan's eyebrows tightening. After Su Huanyan said thank you, he was silent again and never answered no matter how he asked. Ji Feishue's eyes were golden and had turned into dragon eyes. Mingjian analyzed Su Huanyan bit by bit. The pure water body is transforming into the ice soul body. But it can't go on any longer. Part of the power was dissipating, just like a leaky bucket that couldn't be filled no matter what. But Ji Feishue couldn't find the gap. This is not a thing of this life. Ji Feishue closed her eyes slightly, with a smile on her lips.
Sister, were you so stupid in your last life?
She saw it slightly. In his previous life, the Tantai-immortal lord must have studied the Yuan-Zun clan crazily, and even refined the Yuan-Zun clan into himself like a royal palace. But later, for some unknown reason, this part was cut off again. And not just once. No wonder Su Huanyan was so skillful in killing himself and his life before. This is a memory engraved in his bones. At this moment, the aura all over the body is leaking out bit by bit along the traces of previous cuts. Without making up for this, it will be difficult to condense the Tao body, let alone break the limit. Su Huanyan probably never thought that what happened in the previous life would deceive him in this life. She may not even know these things. After more contact, Ji Feishue also discovered that Su Huanyan's reincarnation was different from ordinary reincarnations. He seemed not to remember what happened in his previous life. And it was as if he was a completely different person. Just like the reincarnation of everyone in Xinjiang. This girl was deceived into reincarnation in her previous life. Right? No way. No matter how upright he is still an immortal. How can he do such a thing? Bai Ling never mentioned it. Otherwise, she should have a share in Xinjiang. Ji Feishue took out a gourd again, opened the stopper of the gourd, tapped out the brew of the Milky Way, and sent it to Su Huanyan. At the same time, the voice of consciousness fell towards the snow sculpture.
Use the heavenly star palace and the methods of the stars to absorb and refine. Repair yourself? Don't ask where to repair. I don't know. Just moisturize the whole body.
Su Huanyan just couldn't speak. Not that he couldn't hear. This time, the brew of the Milky Way did not turn into mist, and was sent into Su Huanyan's mouth. Instead, it was turned into stars all over the sky by Ji Feishue, surrounding the snow sculpture. After a while, one star was sucked into the snow sculpture. And then 3, 5, and then the stars were like water, gurgling and flowing towards the snow sculpture. After one gourd was used up, another gourd was taken out, and a light starlight shone over Su Huanyan again. Ji Feishue watched as her supply of galaxy brew became less and less. And she chuckled.
Sister Su, when you break the barrier, let's go grab all Xiao Hei's gourds. Right.
It was easy to cheat dozens of gourds of galaxy brew. But now he consumed more than a dozen gourds, which was not enough. I'm afraid even using all the more than 60 gourds may not be enough. If I don't get back the 600 gourds, I will never be able to get over this hurdle in my heart. In the treasure house of Changyu Mansion, the dark clouds of Jiutian Galaxy were being collected. Ji Lingling shuddered and condensed a pair of eyes to look around, but found nothing. But I just sensed a crisis. It shrugged and circled all the gourds toward its body. After completing the circles, it turned around and searched again, fearing which one might be left behind. The golden crow fell to the ground in the phoenix tomb, and turned into an icy night again. The moon today is not as round as yesterday. Already 17. The moon has begun to move towards the waning moon again. The yin energy rose, and the air suddenly became colder. He shuddered. His eyes moved slightly, and he slowly woke up. His mind was in chaos. He casually knocked over a ghost who wanted to rebel, and picked up the raw jade before he suddenly came to his senses. Suddenly he burst into wild laughter like a duck. Can paste the Hunghua on the boundary bead, and use the Hunghua fluctuations to drive the fusion of the two forces. The power is more than 3 times greater. It's just that the Hunghua is domineering, and when it is applied, it emits a self-centered aura, with the attitude of,
Eddie! Eddie! It's all Eddie!
The new true energy was extremely powerful, but it was tightly absorbed by Hunghua, and the true fire could not be shot out. But this should be Suhi's own problem, as he has not yet mastered Hunghua perfectly. Didn't we just spit out the source that Hunghua intercepted in the first place and help him cultivate, okay? It's not that Hunghua doesn't spit out. It's just that Suhi hasn't mastered the trick yet. Moreover, the Hunghua cannot be perfectly integrated into the boundary pearl. There's always something getting in the way. Su Hiniai looked at Jeju. There are also a few paintings of mountains and rivers on the boundary beads, which hinder the escape of Hunghua. The first opening of the sky failed to pull all the mountains, rivers and pictures into the inner world. It's time to open the sky for the second time. The inner world has been consolidated, and with the entry of Yin Qi, the entire inner world seems to be complete, and the growth rate is staggering. The laws contained in the inner world are also rising at a constant speed. Although there is no way to enter the Xuanjie, the gains in the Xinjiang Xuanjie should be quite attractive. But it is a pity that there are fewer people. After this period of time, The turret frame of the second heaven opening artifact has basically solidified. Once you leave the Phoenix Tomb, you can find the ancestral ancestor to absorb the Kangua of the Wuchen Sea. If we can completely condense the second heaven opening artifact, we can start to open up the second heaven. After a night of hunting, there was nothing to say. But He did not rush to use Hungua to gather his true energy again. At this moment, a ghost of the third level of the sky will suddenly appear. Once it is played by him until he is unconscious. Who knows what will happen? He just wanted to beat himself to death jokingly and test Hungua. It's not that I'm crazy and really want to do this. The sky alternates between light and dark. Time rotates. And time passes day by day. He practiced and hunted every day. The Phoenix Tomb is always in the state of early summer, without the feeling of winter or autumn. After a long time, I even lose track of the time. But during this period, I went underground 3 more times, and the peacock on the tomb became more and more condensed. In the distance, through the thick fog condensed by Yin Qi, I could no longer tell that it was an illusory body. The time is getting closer and closer, and Feng Si hunts the ghosts more and more crazily. He could occasionally hear the angry phoenix roar and intermittent explosions coming from the gate of Fengzhong on the surface. Someone is forcing their way into Fengzhong. But in addition to Feng Qi's voice, He also heard the cry of Feng Yi and another unknown phoenix. There are even loud calls of peacocks. The Phoenix clan has never been the Phoenix family, and the Phoenix has always regarded subraces with close blood connections as clan members, such as Peacock, Rock, Bluebird and so on. According to this theory, the members of the Phoenix clan have the most force spirits. He didn't need to worry about things outside. There are many members of the Phoenix clan, and they even have friends like the dragon turtle Qilin. Not to mention guarding a Phoenix tomb. They can even protect the mysterious world in isolation. He slowly exhaled a breath and watched the sun set. During this time, I have become more accustomed to life in Fengzhong. There is no need to deliberately remember. You can just feel when the sun and moon rotate. The sun sets, the moon hangs high, and the ghost appears. He fluttered his wings, flapped his wings at will, and the 3 heavenly killing formations fell in 3 directions at the same time. Over the past few years, I have become proficient in the use of existing magical powers and formations, and I can easily master them. After these few days, you could almost enter the Phoenix nest and pass on a few more magical powers. Ji Feishue did not advise him to learn too much because he was afraid that too much would make it difficult to master. After all, Suhi's time to practice well was too short. But if you already have mastery of magical powers, you can naturally learn more. Even if you don't use the inheritance, it is still excellent to keep it in the body and grow slowly. When you really need it, you can just grab it. 3 formations. Countless ghosts rush towards them. The place where Suhi practices hunting continues to advance towards the crater of the volcano. It is not far from the volcano now. The ghosts here are in a higher realm and have higher quality. The quantity is also greater. Thousands of arrows were fired from the heavenly killing formation, nailing the ghosts to the ground and clearing 3 areas in a matter of seconds. Suhi folded his wings and landed. He flapped his wings and sent out a small whirlwind toward Xingyu. Raw jade fell one by one in front of Suhi. Suhi slowly narrowed his eyes. His eyes suddenly sharp. In the center of this batch of raw jade is a black line. Very thin. Like hair. But among Suhi's pure gold raw jade, it looks like a duck's neck and a mouse's head. It's hard to recognize it at first glance. Someone is coming in. Suhi cast a phoenix true fire down and burned all the raw jade. He spread his wings and rose up to the sky. He looked around but found nothing. The enemy is not within his sight. Suhi lowered his head with his spiritual consciousness, and his spiritual consciousness merged into his eyes. His eyes were thousands of miles away, and he searched every step of the way without leaving a blade of grass. Sky. Sea. Not a single cloud has fallen. But there is no other thing in the world except the Yin ghosts, who wander aimlessly in the Phoenix tomb. Su Hafeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Even if the intruder could be hidden from his eyes, he shouldn't be able to hide it from the ghost. Yin ghosts don't care what state the opponent is in. They will immediately surround and kill them as soon as they appear. This is a theorem like a law, and there is no way to avoid it. Moreover, outsiders come in just to produce jade. How can they produce jade if they don't kill the ghosts? As long as the Yin ghosts are suppressed and the Yin Qi changes, Suhi will know it instantly. Leave as soon as you come in? Suhi circled around for a week and found nothing. He jumped towards the volcano, plunged headlong into the volcano, but did not reach the bottom. and opened his mouth to let out a long roar.
Grandma!
There was a roar below. The sound of fighting came, and a phoenix roared.
If your dear grandson doesn't come down, Grandma will kill this thief here. There are still people above. In the southeast area, there are only a few third-level Ti. Find them out. Be sure to kill them before the moon sets. Otherwise, the jade will still be polluted tomorrow.
As Feng Si spoke, there was a phoenix cry, a muffled groan. He was shocked that someone had actually sneaked into the volcano. How is this done? As if knowing what he was thinking, Feng Si's voice came again.
Don't worry. He was not invaded. I pulled him in. I noticed him as soon as he entered the Feng tomb and pulled him in directly. Today I will add more people to the crater.
A true spirit.
There was a voice gnashing teeth from the opposite side.
Feng Si, you should know that I am not hostile when I come. I only hunt for raw jade. I must leave before the moon sets. The raw jade has been polluted today. Why fight to the death with me? Send me some raw jade and let me go. I can help. The Feng clan is guarding various space cracks. You Feng clan has few people. How many places can you defend?
Didn't he just find an unguarded crack and sneak in? What answered him was a phoenix cry with murderous intent. He fell down and followed the sound. He saw Feng Si spreading his wings to kill people. But the person opposite him was not a monk, but a mastiff whose body was burning with flames. Fight! Like the soaring snake. It is a divine beast marked as the mortal enemy by the Dragon Turtle Clan. Chapter 313. The function of the Jinwu statue. Fight! It looks like a dog and eats fire. They are marked as enemies of the Dragon Turtle Clan, which should also be related to this ability. He didn't know much about it, but it should have been jointly promoted by Hongzhu and Zhu Shu. He only knew that by hunting down the Fudo clan, he could exchange treasures from Hongzhu and Zhu Shu for treasures that had not been put into the Shanhaixuanji warehouse. For example,
He accidentally
knew about all kinds of female turtles that are so beautiful that they are so beautiful. But Taizu couldn't let him know. Otherwise Hongzhu and Uncle Zhu would be beaten. Taizu was not allowed to give turtles as gifts. The Fudo clan is very mysterious, and their ancestral land is in the Xianwang realm. But this clan rarely comes out. Maybe they were beaten by dragon turtles? He only knew that their ancestral land was in the south of the southern wilderness. As for which big world it has now fled to, no one knows. Feng Si slapped the evil beast away with a slap, and looked back at Suhi.
The little guy asked you to go up. Why did you come down? Don't worry. It's a 5th level divine beast that opens the sky. It's easy for Grandma to beat it. Just kill it. It only takes a little effort to refine the true spirit into the volcano formation.
Opposite Fudo, the divine fire in his body suddenly ignited.
Feng Si is a bit too confident. Although our Fudo clan can only open the 5th heaven, you can't do it casually.
Its words suddenly turned into screams. Feng Si suddenly appeared and landed on its back. One of its claws directly penetrated the divine fire and pinched its head. With a little force, 2 claw toes had penetrated the head and pierced it. Fudo jumped and galloped. His body flashed, and he even used the spatial magical powers that ordinary monks dared not use here. But he still couldn't lift the ice phoenix from his back. The only advantage it had over Feng Si was the devouring flame. Feng Si had already withdrawn the ice flame the moment it appeared. At this moment, the ice flame only burned in Feng Si's heart. There was a phoenix cry, and Fudo was stepped on the ground by her foot. Unable to move, Feng Si turned to Suhi and gave a proud whistle. Little guy, don't just think that your dragon turtle family has unparalleled combat power, while the phoenix family can only use support to trap and limit the enemy. At her level, how could there be any so-called weakness? Starting from the 3rd level of Kaitian, there are only strengths and no weaknesses. Suhi looked extremely serious,
with feathers on his face, and said through a message,
Grandma, be careful. He has the good hexagram on him.
Falling down the volcano tunnel today, the Xiao Gugua in the inner world becomes active. The good hexagram is all around, but it is fixed by others and cannot absorb the Taoist charm of the good hexagram. Who else but the enemy? Feng Si was stunned and pushed the struggling Hudo to the ground with his kick.
Did you notice?
She looked at Suhi in surprise.
You can actually detect the hexagrams? The good hexagram has been here for I don't know how many years, but I haven't found it yet. Don't worry. The Fudo clan hasn't been able to conquer the hexagrams yet. Otherwise, they would have been defeated by you. The whole clan has been wiped out. Kugwa belongs to our Phoenix clan. and was buried here by Feng Zhu to suppress the Feng tomb.
This little guy is extraordinary. What kind of talent is this? He has quite a lot of talent. She only knows Transformation of Beasts chapter, hung hexagram, and discovered other hexagrams. Are you an illegitimate child of heaven? He was surprised. He had been down to the volcano several times, but he had never felt the influence of Gugua. Feng Si knew what he was thinking, and sent a message to reply.
You only came down in Zhongyuan. At that time, Gugua escaped into the invisible place and suppressed the place of Yin death. You couldn't feel it. We can talk about this later. Now let's go to the ground to hunt the intruders. We must kill them all before dawn.
This was indeed not the time to talk. He nodded. He jumped up, spread his wings and flew up, instantly jumping out of the crater and heading southeast. Fengzhong is surrounded by the sea on all sides, with only a continent in the center. The volcano is in the north of the central part of the continent, and its entrance is also in the north. He from the south rarely comes here. Spread your wings and head south. The spiritual consciousness in a pair of bird's eyes is operating to the extreme, and it is never let go by anyone in the sky or on earth. A search turned up nothing. There was no human figure, and not even the ghost rided. The intruder that Grandma was talking about didn't seem to exist. After flying into the sea for a moment, still no one was seen. He flew to the border and turned back to continue searching. A phoenix flew overhead, but he didn't notice it at all. Feng Qiaofei's heart sounded like Yunli's voice.
Do you want to show the way to the little guy?
Feng Qiaofei rolled his eyes, but it was a pity that Yunli couldn't escape. Otherwise he would definitely roll his eyes at her. Why don't you just kill all the enemies for him? What can a few of the third-tier Tian-tiers do to help? He's stupid if he can't find it. Feng Qiaofei snorted.
Busy. No time.
The entire time and space of Fengzhong is chaotic, and there are no space cracks anywhere. If you go to explore, you will find that there are space cracks everywhere. But those space cracks cannot be passed through, nor can they be erased. It was extremely strange. So even she didn't want to use her spatial powers here. Who knows what chaos may result? Only when someone from the outside world sneaks in can she know which space crack can connect to the outside world. Feng Qiaofei jumped forward and landed in front of a crack in space. The cracks in his wings began to slowly mend. The ordinary cracks here cannot be repaired, but these cracks connecting the outside world can be repaired. Feng Qiaofei repaired the cracks. He walked back and forth for 3 or 4 times and estimated that 2 hours had passed, and the sky would be bright in another 4 hours. Some of them were too late. Grandma Sacrifice said that there were several third-level Tiantians who could not be killed in an instant. He spread his wings and soared, searching over and over again, but found nothing. He flapped his wings and stopped at the southern end of the continent. He looked extremely unhappy, looking at the ground below. His expression darkened slightly, and suddenly his body shape transformed into the true form of a dragon turtle. And with a long roar, the blades flew into the air. A moon-destroying sword was placed across the sky, slashing downwards. There was no blade floating around, just a slash towards himself. Yin ghosts are not living beings. They are just a condensation of Yin Qi and Death Qi. They have neither been alive nor reincarnated. If they are scattered, they will not even have corpses, but just a ball of Yin Qi. Even the Mo family's agencies can't compare. There is no characteristic of the living beings, and the blade cannot be cut. He was struck by a wave of water, and flew forward. The moon sword above his head was slashed in the air, but he himself was hit one after another. Feng Qiaofei's feathers fluttered slightly as he repaired the crack, and he almost laughed. Not stupid. Also know what to do. Today's raw jade has been contaminated, so it won't be a big deal if multiple dragon turtles come in and contaminate it. All he had to do was change back to his true form before dawn. Feng Qiaofei no longer paid attention to Suhi. Suhi let out a long roar and sped up, and the Yanyu knife kept slashing downwards. Under the volcano, Feng Si slapped Fu Dou's divine fire to pieces, thrust forward with one claw, and a jet-black phoenix claw shot out horizontally, breaking through the void and grabbing Fu Dou.
The methods of the spirit tribe? You, Fu Dou, are always looking for death. Do you really think that the enemy of your enemy is your friend? You even dare to accept the fleeing spirit tribe. You even swallowed the ability of the spirit tribe. Didn't Fu Dou just swallow the flames?
This guy was imprisoned by her, but suddenly turned into an illusion, turned around and ran away. Fortunately, she reacted quickly. Otherwise she would have lost herself in front of her grandson. How could something go wrong in the boasted Haikao? Just as he was about to analyze this misfortune, He heard a dragon and turtle roar from above. Fengxi smiled and turned to look at Fudo.
Your people can't escape.
The Yenyu sword slashed down with one strike, instantly slashing out 4 blade shadows. One slash struck Suhi himself, and 3 slashes struck the Yin ghost below. The moment the chaotic blade fell, 3 shadows escaped from the 3 ghosts and fled in 3 directions into the distance. Eldar. The spirit clan's reanimated corpse can even be possessed by ghosts? No wonder I can't find it. Come to death. Suhi let out a mighty roar the moment they appeared, and the 3 shadows fell into confusion. At this moment, Suhi had revealed his true form as a peacock and let out a loud peacock cry.
Ouch!
With a pair of wings, a full moon flew up to the sky from Suhi's back, casting a silver glow on the ground. Supernatural power, bright moon. Only under the bright moon is the enemy's foothold. The 3 spirit clans stepped into the sky and turned into a stream of blue smoke, which hit the border of the bright moon and bounced back. It was impossible to get out.
Hello! Please die!
Suhi swooped down with a crisp cry. The 3 members of the spirit tribe raised their heads at the same time and looked at Suhi.
Dragon turtle! Dragon turtle!
Their voices were shrill and their expressions were ferocious, as if Suhi had wiped out their entire clan.
Are you stupid? I have wings!
Suhi said with a phoenix cry. An array of light flashed across his body. 2 divine dragons, one black and one white, fell down and transformed into a great formation of heavenly killing. However, instead of condensing arrows, the sky when the black and white dragons met in the killing formation, the scales on their body shot out, turning into fairy swords that filled the sky, whizzing and slashing. The heavenly slaughter formation that Suhi mastered could only use 3 weapons perfectly. The copper hammer to shock and stun, the arrow to shoot the physical body and magic weapon, and the fairy sword to kill the soul and spirit. The special body of the spirit race is in the divine soul state, which is perfect for killing with the fairy sword. The entire formation was filled with sword light. The 3 spirit clans looked up to the sky and roared at the same time.
Howl!
The 3 of them jumped up, broke through the sword light, and collided with Suhi, still in midair. Cyan rays of light are already emitting and connecting with each other. The breaths are connected and the skills are connected. Resurrection from a dead body. Suhi had seen this aura before, when he first met the spirit clan in Bai Ling's small world. He was greeted by the spirit clan. He once cursed Suhi by borrowing a corpse to revive the soul, but was killed by Suhi's dragon turtle true blood army. The curse that rushed into the body. Even the spiritual clone that he borrowed from the corpse to resurrect the soul accidentally broke into the outer space, and was shattered by the cry of the peacock essence and blood existing in the outer space. That was Yunli's essence and blood, carrying the power of the 7th level of Kaitian, easily shattering the spiritual consciousness of the sky. But it was impossible for Suhi to shatter the spirit consciousness of the spirit clan with just one cry at this moment. Moreover, the spirit tribe at that time was a waste that had reached the 1st level of heaven and had been sealed for 6,000 years. Suhi was now facing 3 spirit tribes who were at the 3rd level of heaven and were still in complete condition. Can't be shattered. Suhi screamed, and the true phoenix fire on his body suddenly burned, burning everywhere from the inside out. The 3 spirit clans bumped headlong into Suhi, a stream of green smoke rising from their bodies. 3 screams sounded in unison. The 3 of them got into Suhi's body at the same time. 3 heavy sounds echoed in Suhi's mind. Your bones are my bones. Your flesh is my flesh. Your blood.
Here we go again!
Suhi snorted, and the real fire suddenly restrained itself. The blood, flesh, bones, internal organs. Everything in his body ignited the majestic phoenix real fire. The pure gold flames reflected the entire body into gold. Suhi looked inside, and saw 3 lines of humanoid green energy roaring and wailing in his body. Swarms of curses turned into insects and burrowed into his flesh. They were burned by real fire and screamed, turning into strange green energy and dissipating. However, these 3 phantoms gritted their teeth and persisted all the way up, heading towards the sea of his consciousness. The spirit race borrows corpses to resurrect souls. It is not about taking the body to be reborn, and no one can take the body of a divine beast. Divine beasts are born with souls, flesh and blood merged into one, and they do not have the prerequisite to be taken away from their bodies. The spirit clan just wants the spiritual consciousness to invade his consciousness sea, and the curse will fall into the flesh and blood. They have never taken away the body, but they can control Suhi's actions at will. Their soul consciousness cannot go straight to the sea of consciousness by borrowing corpses, and they have to spread curses into their flesh and blood. The spiritual consciousness goes up all the way, like ice cubes rolling into hot oil, making a sizzling sound and melting rapidly. 3 figures let out 3 long screams. Finally, someone let out a long howl, and his figure suddenly expanded into a coat, wrapping the other 2 members of the same race inside. He endured the burning of the real fire alone, and rose into the sky against the pulse of the meridians, heading towards Suhi's mind orifice.
Go up! Control the dragon turtle and protect my tribe!
The Eldar are finished. Less than 10,000 of the billions of members survived, and even the Emperor was imprisoned by the dragon turtle. Without the strongest combat power, it was impossible to survive and reproduce again. Control this dragon turtle and escape from the Phoenix tomb. Hide your body until the dragon turtle grows up and protect my tribe. As he howled, he heard a sharp peacock call in his ears, and the real fire burning in Suhi's body seemed to come alive, turning into a huge wave of flames and washing towards him. There are big waves of real fire ahead, left, and behind, and they are about to converge and collide with him. It's obviously a flame, but this peacock uses the impact and solidity of a big wave. It's simply cheating. Dead. Dead. His face was pale. It was extremely easy for the dragon turtle to hunt down the 3rd level Tantion. They were still Tantion of the spiritual race, and their combat power was even weaker. Only curses are available, but the curse has no great effect on the dragon turtle and the 4 spirits. The dragon turtle's true body is true blood and becomes an army, so it is not afraid of the curse. The peacock's true body ignited the phoenix's true fire again, and the curse was invincible. This spirit tribe looked unwilling. Damn it! Why is it that other races have been given physical bodies, but not the Eldar race alone? The curse of the spirit clan, which dominates the world, fell into the hands of the dragon turtle and the phoenix. Just like ants, he roared, tried his best to send the 2 kin in his body forward, and suddenly jumped over his chest and went straight to the back of his head. He himself completely dissipated. Then the 2nd spirit race didn't wait for the big wave of true fire to surge up. He had already burned himself and rushed straight towards Suhi's consciousness. He exploded outside the consciousness and sent his fellow beings into Suhi's consciousness sea. He watched as his fellow spirits broke through the consciousness sea. Entering, he laughed and turned into a wisp of smoke. Outside Suhi's body, at the hole in the space, Feng Chufei watched everything quietly without hearing anything. Not even the Yunli inside her body moved. He didn't motivate her to help Suhi. In Suhi's mind, an unbridled laughter came. The spirit race turned into a ball of light and escaped, then returned to its human form in his mind. Suhi snorted coldly, and the sea of consciousness suddenly surged into big waves. The wave of divine consciousness and the true fire of the phoenix collided with each other, and the 2 powers roared and merged, turning into a strange force and rushing towards the spirit race. After observing the evolution of Honghua, I have mastered this method of integrating 2 different powers in the past 2 years with ease. Suhi has regarded it as a required course. Xuanwu form. Turtle and snake. Isn't it also a fusion of 2 different powers? How could you not be interested? The spiritual consciousness and the real fire were silent and moving, like a turtle and a snake. They merged together, and then suppressed the spirit race. The spirit tribe, whose laughter had not yet settled, was already dumbfounded, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Seeing the majestic power coming, they could not move at all. This power is enough to kill it more than 3 times. Is this the magical power of the Peacock clan? Or is it the magical power of the Dragon Turtle clan? How come I've never heard of it? His expression changed drastically. His aura suddenly increased, and he opened his mouth to yell. Dragon Turtle! If you dare to kill me, I will explode in your sea of consciousness. The 3rd level of heaven treading will explode in your sea of consciousness, and you will be disabled for thousands of years. As soon as he finished speaking the word Bao, the divine consciousness and real fire activated by Su he withdrew, only spinning in the distance, but not daring to rush forward. A sinister smile appeared on the corner of Ta Tian's mouth, and he jumped up and headed straight for the core of Su He's sea of consciousness. Idiot! You are about to be controlled. You don't want to burn the boat, but you want to protect yourself. You deserve to be controlled. He smiled, and suddenly he felt a tremor above his head. When he looked up, he saw a crippled god falling from the sky, suppressing him like a statue. Boom! The whole body of the spiritual tribe Tatian spread out, and for the first time, he experienced the feeling of having all his bones shattered. My vision went dark, and when I opened my eyes again, the scene in front of me had changed drastically. It's no longer the Dragon Turtle Sea of Consciousness, but a city. He was being suppressed under the throne by a statue of a god. Like a bastard. Unable to move. The Eldar looked horrified. Not sure why. I heard the statue above say,
Senior Nanming, please help me suppress this officer.
A ray of light fell, transforming into a talus with extraordinary character and a bubble above his head.
Little friend Su-He, are you not in Fengzhou? How did you contact Xinjiang?
The statue laughed. Who knows? Fuji's heart is thinking about using the Junwu God statue to suppress the spirit clan. Visualization pictures have the effect of suppressing the sea of consciousness and preventing external enemies, spreading the power to make the spirit clan relax, and then suddenly suppressing it with the Junwu God statue. It really worked. I just never thought of it. The suppression was actually not suppressed in the depths of the sea of consciousness, but escaped from the mysterious world and suppressed under the statue of the Xinjiang Junwu Taoist temple. Maybe the spirit race is half virtual and half real, like a soul beast that can be pulled into the mysterious world? But Su-He could feel that his consciousness was quickly leaving the mysterious world, and Feng Zhong was blocking contact with the mysterious world. I'm afraid that once his consciousness leaves the statue, he won't be able to suppress this person. The existence of the third level of Tao Tian is not so easy to suppress. But it doesn't matter. There are many seniors here. Taoist masters, like Master Nanming, and Taoist Shinshin can easily suppress a third-level Taoist with more consciousness. Master Nanming's eyes were shining as he looked at the spirit tribe Tatian under the statue of Junwu God. This is a big topic. If you can suppress the spirit race in the mysterious world, can you also suppress the souls and ghosts in the mysterious world? How did little friend Su-He do it? He smiled and nodded to the statue of the Junwu God, and a bubble appeared above his head.
It doesn't matter if you go, little friend. Can I dissect and study the spiritual race's Tai Tian?
Chapter 314. The drama begins. Under the statue of the god, the spirit tribe stood in the sky with astonishment on their faces. When did the dignified spirit race become meat on the chopping block? And everyone wanted to cut it? Su-He's consciousness flew away quickly, and Feng Zhong tried to pull him back mercilessly, even to cut off this piece of consciousness. Su-He said hurriedly,
Senior, you can dissect as you like, but help me interrogate how the spirit clan dares to attack Uncle Luo.
The clan uncles must have imprisoned a large number of spirit clans, but the dragon turtle was not good at interrogating, and Su-He had not seen any magical powers related to the interrogation. He didn't even have many ways to check his memory. When he had just captured Changyu Mansion and rescued Elder Qiao, he also suppressed Feng Duo from Feng Wang Palace and left it to Qing Lei to help with the interrogation. As a result, the interrogation has not yielded any results yet. Su-He was too embarrassed to ask, fearing that it would shock Qing Lei's fragile heart. Of course, other dragon turtles should have more methods than Qing Lei, but it is true that dragon turtles are not good at this. As Su-He spoke, his consciousness completely dissipated, and he was dragged back to Fengzhou, under the statue of the god. The spirit tribe Tao Tian felt that the pressure on his body suddenly lightened. Previously, the whole world was pressing on him, but now it was just a mountain. But he didn't take the opportunity to escape. Instead, he shrank back and got under the statue. Only a fool would run away. He saw that this was a mysterious world, although I don't know how the dragon turtle transferred him to the mysterious world. Any mysterious world means there are 9th grade soul beasts and corresponding monks. Even a single thought from that kind of existence can kill him. At this moment, the dragon turtle statue is his best protection. Who says your enemies can't help you? Master Nanming had a kind and gentle smile on his head, and his aura slowly fell back, and he returned to the appearance of a mortal military advisor in the game. He waved the feather fan in his hand, and his face was full of spring breeze. He turned around and left the Taoist temple, waved his fan, and asked the people outside the city.
Everyone, this old man is Yin Chuan Naming. I didn't know your true deity when I first arrived in this precious land. Can anyone tell me who the statue of the god in the Taoist temple that suppressed evil spirits is? Which god?
The people walking around turned around, not knowing why. But a scholar asked in surprise.
Could it be Mr. Zichuan?
The classmate next to him looked surprised.
It's Mr. Zichuan. Why are you here? I just received the family letter and found out that Mr. made a deer garden ritual wine. So why are you here? What did you mean by suppressing evil spirits?
Master Nanming laughed. He followed the game path of attaching himself to the king. After playing the game for several years, he was somewhat unknown among the game characters. Confucian scholars recognized him from thousands of miles away. Master Nanming pointed at the Junwu temple behind him and said,
I just saw it with my own eyes. A demon was born, but it was suppressed by the statue of the god.
The two scholars were immediately surprised, and the people from all directions hesitated for a moment and looked at Taoist. This Taoist temple is inherently magical. It slowly emerged from the haze a few years ago. Now it suppresses evil spirits. But it is also normal in speaking. This gentleman is convincing with just one look. Gradually, some people tentatively entered the Taoist temple. Curious. After that comes worship. The stone statue changed as expected, and the evil suppressing sword in the statue's hand shone brightly, as if it was about to kill evil spirits. Immediately the people knelt down, burned incense and prayed. Lines of incense fell on the statue. The spirit clan Taotian, who was huddled under the statue of the god, felt that the suppressive power on his body suddenly intensified, as if the entire world was pressed up. Not to mention escaping. It became difficult to even breathe for a while. At this moment, Master Naming has hired an ox cart and is heading towards Yinchuan in the game, looking in the direction of the Taoist temple, with a smile on his face. If you want to crawl under the statue of a god, then go for it. This idol is connected to the entire game world, and all information in the game world must be processed by the idol. The creatures here are fake, just a piece of information in the game, but to the idols they are real. The appearance of this virtual incense was very similar to that of little friend Su-He who had fallen into consciousness. But it was easy to suppress a spirit clan who was at the third level of the sky. Suppress him first. Suppress him for a few years to let go of his anger. Master Naming turned back to look at the Taoist statue. There was an unexplainable charm on the statue that was fascinating. Where did little friend Su-He get the statue? How wonderful. Another day, I will assist King Leon to fight over and rob Fairy G's city, and come here every day to meditate for a while. Surprised here, Su-He has opened his eyes in the Phoenix tomb, and the real Phoenix fire on his body flashes away, absorbing Hao Yue and Tian Sha. Su-He's body flashes and transforms into the dragon turtle's true body, and the chaotic blade rises in the air again. He slashed at the turtle SHL with one knife after another. The water beneath him was churning, carrying him to search the entire Phoenix tomb. The grandma didn't say how many intruders there were, so she just assumed there were more, and searched them again and again. It's a pity that I don't dare to use the magic machine randomly here. Otherwise it will flash randomly, and the blades will be scattered everywhere. Su-He let out a long groan and the realm opened, and huge waves raged out, rushing in all directions. Perception in the field is easier to use than divine consciousness. The coverage area is also larger than that of Chaos Blade. The majestic waves swept out, and there was pouring rain on them. A sigh sounded outside the domain, and even the roar of huge waves was heard clearly by Su-He. Turning around, he saw a ghost coming up and a figure falling out. Another spirit race.
Fellow Taoist Su-He is indeed upright. 3 fellow Taoists have already protected me. Fellow Taoists are still searching for me. I haven't gotten a single raw jade. Fellow Taoists, please let me go.
Before he finished speaking, Su-He roared and a blood curse fell on him. Then he ignored him and quickly moved forward to search. Who is covering whom is still unclear. A spirit race dared to jump out in front of the dragon turtle and talk freely. In all likelihood, Su-He was about to find the real target, and he was the one who ran out to cover. There is a blood curse, and Su-He can clearly sense it no matter where he is in the entire Phoenix tomb. Don't even think about escaping if he dares to show up. The spirit tribe was stunned when they saw Su-He's operation. His expression changed, and he jumped towards Su-He. Su-He turned around and roared. The divine power roared out and landed on him. Then a mountain god seal shot out, flashing golden light and hitting the sky of the spiritual race. Su-He's speed never slowed down at all, pushing the vast sea domain forward.
Bob bang bang!
The sound of applause sounded, and a young man from the spirit tribe in a yellow robe appeared from the side, followed by an ordinary spirit tribe. Sure enough, there is. The two of them were usually transparent and not possessed by ghosts. But Su-He couldn't see them unless they appeared. Probably can only be killed with random blades.
Beautiful!
The Huapao spirit clan clapped their hands and exclaimed,
If I survive today, I will spit in the face of anyone who says that the dragon turtle is the stupidest among the 4 spirits.
At least this dragon turtle is delicate and decisive. Su-He stopped. We can't search for the moment. We have to fight first. The 2 new spiritual races are both at the peak of the 3rd level. Su-He is probably at this stage in terms of combat power now. But with the 3 triple limits combined, this fight will be a serious one. Wearing yellow robes, this is the true royal family among the spirit clan. The robes of the Eldar are not made to be worn. but are part of the Eldar themselves. The color represents the identity which cannot even be forged. Wearing a yellow robe means that if the Spirit Emperor is killed, he has a chance to become the next generation Spirit Emperor. Of course, there should be no chance for this one. His level is too low. Unless Uncle Luo and the others have killed all the royal family above the 4th level.
Ling Ran, the spiritual tribe, has met fellow Taoist Suhi.
The yellow-robed spiritual tribe saluted to Suhi with a bit of a smile on his face.
The spiritual tribe does not have a surname, and they choose their names casually. This is I borrowed the name of a sword cultivator from the time when he was resurrecting a corpse, and I have been using it ever since. Fellow Taoist, don't be surprised.
He raised his hand to indicate the fairy sword in his hand, and seemed to be chatting about family matters. But suddenly he thrust out the sword. But instead of stabbing Suhi, the sword struck the eyebrows of the people next to him. The sword flashed with lightning, and the people of the same people looked shocked. Had been killed with a sword, turned into a stream of essence, and was sucked into his mouth. Lang Ran's momentum suddenly rose. He raised his head and looked at Suhi approaching step by step.
Every spirit clan can awaken a talent behind the yellow robe. Mine can devour the same clan. However, this is a way to seek death and die together. There are 3 ways to devour the same clan. I will definitely die if I don't survive the 9 calamities. I guess it's impossible for fellow Taoist Suhi to let me out, so I can survive the calamity with peace of mind. Right.
Suhi watched him approaching step by step, chuckled, turned around and roared again, stunning the first spirit race behind him. He slapped his tortoise claws in the sky, and a jet of black lightning struck down. It suddenly fell on the spirit race. Suhi then looked at the Huapao spirit clan. This yellow robe was not a dragon robe, but it did look a bit like a prince. Lang Ran shook his head and said with a smile,
Fellow Taoist, there is no need to be so defensive. Before this talent refines one of the same clan, it cannot devour another. I can't do something as exaggerated as continuous advancement in one day.
As he spoke, he handed his sword to Suhi. An awe-inspiring sword aura came over him, which was as strong as Su Huanyan's. And Eldar stopped doing curses and started playing with swords. Not doing your job properly. Fortunately, Suhi was doing his job properly, and he had Su Huanyan. He said that there was no opponent he was afraid of the most. And it must be the sword cultivator. The more you fight, the more practice makes perfect. Suhi roared, and blasted towards Lang Ran with divine power. At the same time, he slapped his tortoise claws, and the pouring rain above his head suddenly slowed down a bit. Then it floated down at a faster speed. Magical power, Qianjun. Qianjun is Suhi's weakest magical power, but it is also one of the most powerful. The heavy rain fell and shot towards Lang Ran. It was clearly rain, but it carried an unparalleled sword intent. Every drop of the sword intent was not huge, but when put together it looked like a sword array. Deadly. Lang Ran's giggling expression slowly calmed down, and he stabbed at Suhi's fairy sword, rotating it in a circle to protect him. A sword hit the heavy rain, and the sword rain intersected and made a crisp collision sound. Lang Ran's expression changed slightly. This rain is really a sword. But before he could marvel, heavy rain had already swept in. He struck out one sword after another, but the heavy rain was endless, and the whole world as far as he could see was filled with endless rain. The sky is full of swords.
Awesome,
he exclaimed, and with a shake of the fairy sword in his hand, he cut out an afterimage, spinning towards the heavy rain. Suhi said proudly,
My wife taught me this.
Is it really so delicious as soft rice? Watching my daughter-in-law learn swordsmanship on the snowy mountain every day. But if she still hasn't gained anything, it's time to quit the group. When Suhi asked, Su Huanyan had never hidden anything. There are also the swordsmanship insights left by the former master of Changyu Mansion. Suhi is not considered a master of swordsmanship now, but he can talk to any swordsman he catches. And it's raining all over the sky, so you don't need to be too precise. Just attack all over the screen. Every drop of rain is like a fairy sword, without any special properties. Just sharp and murderous. Lang Ran felt as if he was being attacked by countless sword immortals at this moment. He let out a long roar, turned around, turned translucent, and raised his eyes to look at Suhi.
But in addition to being a swordsman, I am also a spirit clan. What can I do if a sword like this can't hit me?
As he spoke, he screamed, when he saw a moon-destroying sword appear from nowhere in the heavy rain above his head, slashing downwards, the blade flying wildly. Suhi rolled his eyes, as if he was a pure swordsman, The chaotic blade slashed down. And Suhi roared, and the mountain god seal came out and blasted towards Lang Ran. Lang Ran let out a long roar. And the spirit of his kind that he had just swallowed was spit out again and turned into a phantom, covering him. The mountain god seal came crashing down and hit the phantom. The phantom exploded, stopping the mountain god seal for a moment. Lang Ran had already rushed out of the vast sea with the power of explosion and bombardment, and his figure flashed towards the crack in the distant space. The dragon turtle can't beat it. His swordsmanship is already top-notch among the spirit clan, but he is unable to withstand the dragon turtle's playful sword formation. Not to mention the curse. The three fellows are a lesson learned from the past. The dragon turtle clan is never afraid of curses. If you don't run away now, when will you wait? Exploding the energy of his fellow racers, Lang Ran was as fast as lightning, and was not as fast as Suhi's peacock body. A sonic boom erupted behind him, and he rushed towards the crack in space in the blink of an eye. Suhi chased after him. He saw the spirit race approaching a space crack, turned around and smiled at him, with a bit of teasing, and crashed into the space crack. Then, nothing happened. With a look of astonishment on his face, he looked around to make sure that he had marked correctly. He had entered through this crack. Why couldn't he get out? In this moment of hesitation, Suhi turned into a peacock and galloped over, flapped his wings and made a peacock cry. And the phoenix true fire turned into a javelin and shot away. Lang Ran turned his head to look, his surprise turning into a bitter smile. This time I am really dead. If I risk my life, I might be able to survive in the hands of the dragon turtle in front of me. But there is still an old phoenix under the volcano. That is the existence of a thing that can suppress the entire spirit clan. How to survive? He smiled bitterly. The shock on his face disappeared, and he regained his composure. The sword glow in his hand was strong, and he slashed at Suhi's flaming javelin. The sword and gun collided, and the fairy sword shattered. The flame gun turned into flames that filled the sky and scattered in all directions. Before Lang Ran could react, a bright moon had already risen in the sky, shedding silver light on the ground. Lang Ran looked up at Suhi and smiled. There is no need for this. The Phoenix clan is so lucky, and the space crack is closing. I can't get out. There is no way to escape. So there is no need to escape anymore. But you know Long who is the real enemy of the Turtle clan? As he spoke, he opened the storage bag, poured out a few pieces of raw jade, looked at Suhi and laughed, looking like a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water. He even opened his arms to pretend to accept death. Suhi ignored everything he said, and the bird screamed and the sky fell. In just a moment, the dragon scales rose up and turned into a sword formation, shooting at him. Lang Ran's expression suddenly changed. The dragon turtle that doesn't have enough oil and salt deserves to die. He slapped his chest and exhaled a piece of yin chi, which turned into a sharp arrow and shot at Suhi. There was a hint of madness in his eyes. Come die! This is the yin death chi in the Phoenix tomb. It is simply not something that ordinary people can bear. In addition to the yin chi, this arrow also has the curse of the spirit clan. I don't believe you can bear it. Chapter 315 by Zilu. Lang Ran's breathing became rapid. This attack has been prepared since Suhi hunted and suppressed 3 of his kind. He collected yin chi and condensed the curse. He only wanted to kill the enemy, and would not resurrect the corpse. The previous members of the same clan had resurrected their bodies through corpses, and had clearly penetrated into the sea of consciousness. But they disappeared in an instant. This dragon turtle is not normal. He would never make the same mistake again. As for the consequences of killing the dragon turtle, the 2 clans have long been dead. Could it be that if he knelt down and begged for mercy, the dragon turtle clan would let him go? Kill! Lang Ran said the words between his teeth. This was the only place where he could defeat the dragon turtle. Phoenix Tomb. Phoenix Tomb? This is the place where the Eldar should make their home. These ghosts and yin energy are simply prepared for the spirit tribe, and they can be used with a little adaptation. The spirit race is born to deal with these ghosts and ghostly creatures. Come to death. He roared and tried his best to shoot out the yin chi curse arrow. His eyes were full of madness, waiting for the arrow to shoot down Suhi. But I saw the peacock in the sky turn its head slightly, hold the arrow in its mouth. Snap. The arrow snaps. The phoenix true fire ignites directly in the bird's beak, and the curse in the arrow makes a weird whine. The entire arrow turned into air and rushed into the peacock's mouth and nose. Go! Lang Ran said excitedly. But his arrows were not meant to shoot people. The cursed yin energy entered the body, and the dragon turtle's peacock body was half disabled. There is a curse against the phoenix true fire, and the pure chi he has refined is enough to seriously injure a peacock. Everything was just between lightning and flint. Before he could fall to the ground, Lang Ran jumped up and dodged several heaven-killing sword formations like a ghost, and pointed at he with one sword. As we got closer, we heard the peacock in the sky burping. Lang Ran actually saw a look of relief in his eyes. It seems like eating a bowl of smoothie in the summer. Have eaten? Lang Ran had a look of shock on his face, and his brain instantly went blank. The Yin Chi here is the real power of Yin and death, and it is impossible for any living thing to bear it. Even the spiritual race, which is almost a soul body, is only much stronger than outsiders. And it is not that it is not affected by Yin Chi. How did this peacock do it? I prepared the killing move for most of the night, and condensed it into an extremely pure killing move. Is it just for extra food? He was stunned for a moment. He burped and looked down at the spirit tribe. The corner of the mouth behind the bird's beak grinned. He seemed to be laughing. His eyes were cold, and the soothing sword formation suddenly changed, slashing towards him in an instant. Lang Ran's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly avoided it. But suddenly a sharp pain came from his waist and abdomen. When he lowered his head, he saw a peacock's claws wrapped with a layer of true phoenix fire, and one claw penetrated his body. The half-virtual, half-real body that was immune to physical damage had no effect at all under the phoenix true fire. He grabbed Lang Ran with both claws and tore outwards. Lang Ran's whole body was torn in half. A celestial scourge descended from the sky and struck the lower body that was thrown away by He. The lower body disappeared in an instant. Ah! Lang Ran screamed and dragged half of his body, staring at He. He lowered his head and looked at him. During the process of lowering his head, his body returned to the true form of the dragon turtle. The dragon head and the snake head looked at him at the same time. The spirit snake hissed and spit out the snake message. If you dare to pretend to be evil again, I will kill you immediately. Lang Ran, who was screaming, stopped and stared at He with hatred. Half of his body squirmed and returned to the complete spirit clan. But the body shape is not even half of its original shape, and the body is becoming more and more unreal. Speak. He looked down at him condescendingly. Don't you have something to say? You can say it now. As He spoke, a blood curse fell on him, and at the same time the mountain god seal roared out. Suppression rested on top of his head. Lang Ran's translucent face was pale. This turtle is very cautious, not counting the bright moon above it. There are sword formations all around, and blood curses are required to locate him at any time. And even so, he still needs the seal of the mountain god to suppress him. He looked at He and gave a real bitter smile. What do you want to know? Halong glanced at him. How dare the spirit clan plot against Dragon Turtle? What are you going to do in Fengzhong today? Lang Ran smiled. As expected, it was these two questions. His face was pale and his body was trembling, but there was still pride in his eyes. Anticipating the dragon turtle's problem gave him the illusion that everything was under control. He spoke with pride. Do you know the strongest ability of my spirit clan? What is it? Zoiden? He was confused. I remember the first time I came into contact with the spirit tribe. In the small world of Bailing, the spirit tribe was a lot of nonsense. He is a turtle, not a scholar. If he doesn't tell you what he wants to hear honestly, do you want him to listen to the truth? Lang Ran was suffocated for a moment. Although he didn't know what Zuidan was, he thought it was not a good thing. He was silent for a moment and said, the spirit race is above the 5th level of the sky. They can communicate with each other spiritually, just like the master and the soul beast. No formation or secret realm can stop them. He looked up at He. Not only that, those who are above the 5th level of skywalking can also disperse their memories into low-level tribesmen. At this point, he chuckled. Guess the powerful ones in our tribe, who were killed by the dragon turtle. How many of them have dispersed their memories? When the memories are introduced into the minds of the low-level tribesmen, it is like being reborn. When they come back from rebirth, be killed again? He asked contemptuously. With the combat power of the spirit clan, they had previously faced the limit of 3 heaven-reaching 3rd levels, and had increased their concentration. In fact, when the curse was useless, the spirit clan's 3rd heaven-reaching levels were probably not as good as ordinary monks at the 2nd heaven-reaching level. Lang Ran swallowed instantly, unable to spit out a few words stuck in his throat. The pride in his eyes turned into hatred and decadence. This dragon turtle is right. What will happen if he comes back again? The 4 dragon turtles casually destroyed the spirit world full of great formations. What could the remaining bereaved dogs do? You can't even survive. He laughed miserably and said,
The ability of spiritual people to communicate with each other is very useful.
He looked at Suhi, and just when Suhi was about to tell the mysterious world, he said loudly,
Not every monk has a soul beast. Not every monk with a soul beast is qualified to join the Xuanjie. Psychic communication is naturally nothing to the Dragon Turtle clan. But in order to hunt for this ability, some people have forced the Spirit clan to the point where they have to plot against the divine beasts.
He said with a sad smile.
The extra memories I have come from the Finja clan. Not only do they have memories, they even have some abilities. It is precisely because of this that I can now use the abilities that are only available at the 5th level. Do you want to see it?
He said that at the center of his eyebrows. His whole body began to change. From the translucent Eldar to another appearance in the blink of an eye. It has a human body, cow legs and hooves, and a single horn on its head. The Yuan-Zun clan. But unlike the Yuan-Zun clan that Suhi knew, this Yuan-Zun clan had a diamond-shaped gem embedded between the eyebrows under the horn. This man is meditating. Lang Ran's voice sounded on his body.
Yuan Lai. Someone wants to see you.
The member of the Yuan-Zun clan took advantage of his efforts and reprimanded.
Lang Ran. Do you want me to teach you the rules again? If you call me by your name one more time, I will demote you to the 9 Netherworld, and you will never be allowed to do so.
Super life.
Lang Ran chuckled.
Okay. I just found out today that my spirit race is more adaptable to the aura of death. If the Joyo you said really exists, I would like to thank you.
Suhi squinted his eyes slightly. Is this a video call? He could tell by his breath that the person in front of him was still Lang Ran. As soon as the real energy is sent to the eyes, it can be seen that the Yuan-Zun family in front of you is just a projection of Lang Ran in some way. At this moment, it looks like Lang Ran is wearing a SH. Al of Yuan-Zun. The Yuan-Zun clan is not here, but they were dragged here by him for projection. The Yuan-Zun clan was aroused by Lang Ran and opened their eyes. It seems that Suhi can be seen through Lang Ran, looking at Suhi and the spirit snake on his back. He was silent for a long time. Are you looking for me? Dragon Turtle, Xuanwu Dao. You are looking for death.
Su Hahuan didn't care and laughed.
Are you scared?
The more he cared about Xuanwu, the more he showed fear. Just like the Fengwang Palace, Suhi became the natural enemy of the Fengwang clan when he embarked on the path of Xuanwu. If you can really prove Xuanwu, the magical powers of the Emperor Feng family were no harder than clay sculptures in front of him. After the battle at the Imperial Palace, the third prince did not dare to cause trouble to him. That fall was enough to make him lose his fighting spirit in front of Suhi. Yuan Lai was silent for a long time.
Yes, I'm scared. So are you ready to die?
He raised his head and looked straight at it. If there is fear, before it grows up, it will no longer be fearful if it is removed. Suhi snorted disdainfully.
Tis TSK. Are you ready? When will you come?
The Yuan-Zun clan sounds so powerful. However, it's not like Su, he has never seen it before. The 2 people in Fengwang Palace were used as experimental subjects and their eyes were gouged out. The illusion seen in Jinxia Dao Palace is that the dragon turtle kills Yuan-Zun like a dog. How many people died from one slap? It is true that Su, he was not the senior dragon turtle who guarded the Dao Palace. But Yuan Lai was also not from the Yuan-Zun clan who attacked that senior. The Yuan-Zun clan is so powerful that it cannot be resisted. How could they be exterminated? The Yuan-Zun clan has the magical power of immortality, and may be even tougher than Feng Yiju back then. But so what? It's not like there are no means to suppress the killing. Suhi's dragon horns didn't grow in vain, and his backstage magical powers during this period were not inherited in vain. Yuan Lai looked at Suhi. The spar between his brows flashed. The corners of his mouth cracked, and a flash of hatred flashed in his eyes.
Very good. This idiot from the Spirit Clan is a meeting gift for the Dragon Turtle Clan. We will see you in the future.
He's leaving. Suhi chuckled.
Send my regards to the third prince for me.
Yuan Lai's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly looked towards Suhi. Suhi smiled half-heartedly, and nodded inwardly. Sure enough, Feng Huanggong had an affair with the Yuan-Zun family, and he was just casually testing the third prince. As the absolute direct descendants of the Fengwang Palace, the third prince would definitely try his best to get in touch with the Yuan-Zun clan after the Fengwang War, even if he had never come into contact with them before. Judging from the look in this man's eyes, it turned out to be true. Yuan Lai lowered his head and curled up his lips.
I heard that the 2 generations of the Dragon Turtle clan have begun to have brains, which is really unexpected.
He closed his eyes slightly and stopped talking to Suhi. All dragon turtles with brains will die. If you talk too much, you will be wrong. If you talk too much, information will be obtained. He only said to Langran.
Expose me. What do you think will happen to the spiritual clan in my hands?
Langran laughed, with a sarcastic tone.
I'm going to die. Do you think I care about their life or death?
He looked at Suhi.
Don't you want to know why the spirit clan plotted against Lomguiluo? Because they were forced by the Yuanzun clan. Every clan member was hunted and killed, and their abilities were taken away. But we still don't know who did it. Now we can seek a stronger group to protect us,
he said in a more mocking tone.
Back then, the 4 spirit beasts and their endless retinues never defeated the Yuanzun clan. Don't you think you can make waves with just a turtle? Ha ha. Now I'll take him if he pulls it out. You should bite him.
He smiled unbridled as he spoke, almost as if he was crazy. Go crazy. Go crazy. Who knows how he spent the time after the Eldar clan was destroyed? He laughed. A phoenix in the sky above his head was gnashing its teeth. But it wasn't Yunli who had stopped it from falling down and slapped him to death. Feng Chafei sneered.
When I leave this time, I will look for the remnants of the spirit clan and kill them all. What kind of level? You have the same tone as me.
That stupid turtle is something you can mock? She breathed heavily and looked at Suhi with hatred. Idiot. He is calling you names. Looking down, Yuanlai chuckled and glanced at Suhi. Bite? I don't know how far away. Does he have that ability? Point the Yuanlai halberd a little, and it will break the connection. But at this moment, Suhi roared, opened his mouth, and a jet of black thunder and lightning spurted out from his mouth. Yuanlai stopped the action of disconnecting, and laughed loudly.
Idiot! He and I are spiritually connected. You are just an illusion in front of me. What can you do to me?
Suhi ignored him, and the heavenly punishment suddenly struck out and fell on Langran through the illusion. Langran's face was full of astonishment. When can the Tenchu of the Dragon Turtle clan be sprayed out of their mouths? Aren't they all falling from the sky? And why is this heavenly punishment so black and red? Crack! There was a crisp sound. The heavenly punishment fell on Langran, splitting into 2 paths. And the root of one reverse/followed the induction of the universe, and went straight to his natal star. The other one followed the spiritual communication between him and Yuanlai, and went straight to Yuanlai. This one carries that red glow. Yuanlai, who was laughing, changed his expression instantly.
Evil beast! How dare you curse this king with blood?
The picture suddenly shattered. But Suhi turned to look at the starry sky. He was not in the Emperor's world. At this distance, it was the 8 treasures world. The blood curse induction was fleeting and had been sealed. But that moment was enough for Suhi to feel it. The fusion of 2 different powers is what Suhi is best at. For the first time, 2 magical powers were combined. An unexpected success. Tianju has the function of cutting back the roots and searching for the roots. Use its ability to follow the spiritual telepathy of the spirit clan and directly attack Yuanlai. There is no need to kill the enemy. Just send the blood curse. The blood spell can locate the enemy, although it will definitely be sealed by the enemy. But the moment it was planted, that feeling was enough. Above the sky, Feng Chaofei was stunned for a moment, then laughed with a deep voice.
I don't see that your kid still has some tricks. Did he understand the fusion and change of his magical powers from that hexagram?
She sounded arrogant, as if he could barely do something that caught his eye. But she was extremely surprised in her heart. The inherited magical powers of the Dragon Turtle clan have been tempered for countless years and generations. They are already perfect, and it is extremely difficult to improve them, let alone fuse the 2 magical powers. Although this turtle is weak, it has superhuman understanding, even if you don't create it out of thin air, but just understand it from the hexagrams. It is still beyond what humans can do. Yunli chuckled in her heart.
Of course it's good. It's just that the training time is too short and the knowledge reserve is not enough. He usually seems a bit dull, but compared to any being who has practiced for the same amount of time, he is the strongest. 1.
This proud little tone seems to have been taught by you. Feng Chafei rarely mocked, and hummed twice.
Yes. Yes. Not stupid.
She was quiet for a moment, and then said,
What kind of gem is that Yuanlai's head? The Yuanzun family had it 6,000 years ago. The entire clan has lost consciousness, and he must have been tricked by someone. This gem has restored his intelligence. Then remind me to send a message to Chiu Nan and check carefully.
Chiou Nan is the master of the Suzaku sect, one of the top 10 immortal sects now. The Vermilion Bird sect can be regarded as the orthodoxy of Feng Qiaofei. However, it did not form a hostile force with other sections. Most of Feng Qiaofei's affairs were handled through the Suzaku sect. Telling the Suzaku sect means notifying the top 10 immortal sections. As a native beast of the mysterious realm, it was enough for her to do this. Of course, the premise is that the Suzaku sect must know what the Yuanzun clan is. Sui launched an attack, and half of his consciousness immediately escaped into the phoenix nest to report to the blue bird. The only way to communicate with the outside world in the phoenix tomb is through the blue bird in the phoenix nest. Lang Ran was hit by the heavenly punishment in front of him. His eyes were hollow, and his body gradually dissipated. Only half of the heavenly punishment was used to kill him, and the efficiency was somewhat unsatisfactory. As if awakened by the dissipated body, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Suhi.
I don't know how much you top races know about the Yuanzun clan. I had never heard of them until the spirit clan was destroyed and Yuan Lai came to visit.
I only learned about the existence of the Yuanzun clan. I have been collecting information for several years, but found nothing. I only know that the Yuanzun clan at this moment is completely different from the Yuanzun clan of the past. And the spirit clan. The spirit clan is no longer the spirit clan.
After he finished speaking, he smiled. Dissipate slowly. There was a flash of pride in his eyes. Let's just say that the dragon turtle cannot escape his grasp. Even if it cannot be controlled by the spirit clan, it still has to face the Yuanzun clan obediently. The one who destroys the spirit clan. Yuanzun! The far north ice field. Luofeng Valley. At this moment, the spring in Luofeng Valley was full of flowers, and there were actually a whole valley of flowers blooming. But they were of only a single type. Ji Feishua didn't have many common flower species on her body, but she just felt that the valley was monotonous, so she scattered them as she pleased. At this moment, Ji Feishua was suspended in the air. There was a gourd in front of her, and all the galaxy brew in the gourd had been consumed. But at least the snow sculpture in front of him returned to normal, and now turned into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. In Ji Feishua Mingjian, Su Huanyan's ice soul Taoist body was successfully condensed. Has officially embarked on the road to breaking through the limits. Ji Feishua was fine here, but she still did not leave Luofeng Valley. At this moment, a projection unfolded in front of Su Huanyan, showing a woman standing by the river and dancing with a sword. This sword was extremely simple and easy, but she had to dance with Ji Feishua 3 times in a row before she could remember it. This swordsmanship is actually very similar to the Taoist rhyme used by my young husband when he recited the Taoist scriptures. This is not a sword. This is the Tao. Use your sword to explain the truth? The woman in the picture, after finishing the sword dance, raised her eyes and looked at Ji Feishua.
This sword is a reward for helping me find Bain.
The picture disappears at this point. Ji Feishua stood quietly, looking down at Su Huanyan with a smile on her face for a while.
Sister Su, you are so brave.
The scene just now came from ancient times. The person inside is exactly the same as Su Huanyan. Even the clothes are very similar, but with an ancient style. Is he the Tantai immortal? After Su Huanyan's body was repaired, there was a sword sound in his body, as if communicating something, and the scene unfolded. Su Hua, the Tantai immortal lord in his previous life, fused with the Yuanzun clan several times. Just for this ability, Ji Feishua could sense that the power of external fusion in Su Huanyan was this ability. This ability is still incompatible with her even after reincarnation, but it has not disturbed her practice and has not turned into her own ability. Time! Ji Feishua sensed the power of time from this picture, but it did not disrupt time, nor did it travel through the past. It's like the scene from the past has been brought to the present. Ji Feishua was silent. No wonder the Yuanzun clan was destroyed in ancient times, and all that remained were just gutter rats, lingering on. Even so, the inheritance of the Yuanzun family has not been cut off. All kinds of magical powers are at your fingertips, just like divine beasts with blood inheritance. But the Yuanzun clan is not a divine beast, and it is impossible for them to have blood inheritance. Their skills, experience, and knowledge can only be passed on to future generations through the words and deeds of their predecessors. However, the destruction of the Yuanzun clan had no impact on the remaining people, and the inheritance remained the same. This is a problem that has troubled everyone for a long time. I have always suspected that the Yuanzun clan still has ancient existence and is still alive in the world. At this moment, Ji Feishua understood. The Yuanzun family can connect to the ancient past and project the images of their ancestors into the present. Even the ancestors know that the younger generations in the future are projecting them. The sword-dancing immortal just now was looking at her across the river of time. Ji Feishua took a breath, raised her green jade finger, and with a slight tap, the formation surrounding Su Huanyan spread out. The power of ice and snow spread from the formation to all directions, and in a moment, flowers fell like brocade. The Phoenix Valley was covered with ice and snow, and the flowers in the valley were instantly frozen. Ji Feishua flicked her finger, and 2 rays of light shot towards Jixia Academy. The Yuanzun clan is not her business alone. The Yuanzun clan hunted all the monks. Even the Imperial Palace is no exception. If there is any progress, please inform your friends. When it comes to research, no one can compare to Jixia Academy. There are 2 rays of light. One says Yuanzun and the other says time. Master, everyone can understand this kind of reminder. Don't talk too much about the affairs of the Yuanzun clan. They steal the world and talk about the Tao and its evolution. They will return after talking about it. If you want to know, you can only pursue it on your own. Just like enlightenment, others can't explain it to you. You have to understand it yourself. After Ji Feishua finished everything, she looked at Su Huanyan. She smiled sweetly. Sister Su, you gave me a big surprise. She even suspected Immortal Lord using this method to ask her to find someone. And finding someone was not the focus. Informing the Yuanzun clan's abilities in disguise is probably the purpose. Ji Feishua took 1 step forward and was already outside Luofeng Valley. She jumped up and disappeared into a dragon shadow. In the chaos somewhere, a smart suppression site has almost turned into an independent world. Inside it is a red tower towering into the sky, with the 3 characters, Bai's Tower, standing on the tower. Downstairs, Bai Zhe curled up and lay comfortably on the ground, enjoying the laziness of the early morning. At this moment, a dragon shadow came through the sky. He landed and transformed into a stunning fairy in red. But Bai Zhe turned around and ran away as if he had seen a ghost. But after running 2 steps, he was blocked by Ji Feishua in white. Its expression suddenly changed, and it turned around and ran to the left. There was Ji Feishua in black. And when it turned around, it was Ji Feishua, who was just now in red. The 3 Ji Feishus took a step forward at the same time and landed on its back, merging into one. Then, ping pong! Ouch! Snapped! Ouch! Bang! Ouch! Crash! The bookshelf in front of Bai Zhe's building collapsed. Bai Zhe jumped on his feet, holding his head with his 2 front hooves and lying on the ground. I have no quota, and I can't hide my name. It's useless to hit me. Rogue. Bandit. Shameless scum. Ji Feishua chuckled and said, I don't want a quota. I just came to visit Bai's Tower and want to know some secrets. Bai Zhe, who was buried in his arms, raised his head in astonishment and looked at Ji Feishua with a confused look on his face. You can just break into Bai Zhe Tower. Why are you beating me? Ji Feishua smiled and said, Run away when you see me. If I don't hit you, who will I hit? White Pond. I have the guts to wait for me to inherit all the virtues of the previous generation and fight back. Ji Feishua sat aside and asked with a smile. Has my young husband had any battles recently? Bring me the details of the battles. Bai Zhe jumped up and almost roared. Am I crazy? Your dragon turtle has entered the Phoenix tomb. Should I send my family members in to add a line to the raw jade? Waiting for the old Phoenix to come and raid my Bai Zhe building? Think about it. Why don't you go find the Phoenix clan yourself? You are the 4 spirits, and your relationship is better. I've been reborn as Xiao Bai Zhe for more than 20 years. Why are you trying to make things difficult for me? Ji Feishua smiled. It was only when she landed in Bai Zhe Tower that she thought of something. The Yuanzun clan can communicate with the ancients in disguise. But this ability has obviously disappeared at this moment. She has a Yuanzun clan member in her hand. It appeared in the chaos where Zhu and Hui were. He was taken away by the Emperor's great world and cut off by her. That guy was alive and well, but a little stupider. It was Ji Feishua's negligence that allowed him to escape. He had already fled to other big worlds and was deeply hidden. But he still could not see him using such abilities. 6,000 years. Dementia. The ability to communicate time dissipates. Bai Ling? If Bai Ling beheaded such ability, someone from the Yuanzun family would definitely try to restore it. That Fengzhong is a good place, where time and space are confused. There are more than just space cracks. The power of time pervades there.
Chapter 316 I'm no longer a human being. He looked at Lang Ran, who was gradually turning gray. Unlike other monks, after the spirit clan is cut off from its roots, nothing will be left behind. Not even a handful of ashes. Another spiritual tribe in the distance, Taotian, had already been wiped out by the heavenly punishment. He changed into the true form of the peacock. The east suddenly turned white, and then the sky brightened, and the entire phoenix tomb became noon. 2 dice fell from the sky and landed on Lang Ran's broken sword. After a spin, the broken sword times 3. He put it away in his storage bag, flapped his wings and flew towards the volcano. Jumping in, there are a few more phoenix seals on the volcano passage, and the Sua town killing spirit clan has contributed to this place. Over the past few years, he had learned that it was not that a large formation was set up here, but that every time a foreign enemy was killed in a town, the true spirit would be imprisoned here, with an extra phoenix seal. Phoenix seal script forms its own formation. The densely packed phoenix seals represent how many foreign enemies have been killed in Fengzhong town. But today there are many phoenix seal empresses, and there are no true spirits trying to break out. These few spiritual true spirits are too weak and do not require additional treatment. They were dragged over after they were suppressed and killed, unable to hold up the phoenix seal. Unlike the misfortunes at Grandma's place, special treatment is needed to seal the true spirit. The true spirit is a wonderful thing. If the source is cut off from the outside world, the true spirit will naturally return to the world. But here it is detained by Fengzhong. The volcano channel goes straight up and down, and the sun and moon are directly above the crater. A ray of light shone down, casting a huge halo of light. There are plants growing inside it, and to the surrounding areas, where the sun doesn't shine, energy rises and ghosts lurk. The further away from the crater, the more ghosts there are. There are ghosts all year round, even in the forbidden area, let alone under the volcano. After enduring the random movements of Shigagua, he came down and heard a roaring sound inside, and rays of light rising and falling that even the mist could not stop. He did not enter rashly. There were ghosts inside that were above the 5th level, not to be offended. After a while, there was a loud phoenix cry, and he spread his wings and entered. When he entered, he saw several large formations on the ground. The ghosts rushed towards the large formations like crazy, and then disappeared into ashes within the large formations. The large formations together with the raw jade they dropped, destroyed together. Fengzi looked at Su He and explained.
When outsiders enter and the jade is contaminated, the ghosts above will be killed by the sunlight. But the ghosts below want us to kill them until there is no more pollution.
Su He looked at it and saw that the raw jade dropped by the ghost no longer had a black line. Fengzi smiled and said,
Kill more to save capital.
Outside the formation, Fu Dou's body was split open and thrown to the ground. This is not a killing. This is an autopsy. Fengzi glanced at the corpse and said,
I originally thought that Fu Dou had stolen the spirit clan's ability. It wasn't until I killed it that the spirit clan escaped from its body, and I realized that the spirit clan had used the corpse to resurrect Fu Dou.
Eldar, thinking of Lang Rant's last words, Su He said,
Grandma, I saw the Yuan Zun family above.
Fengzi shook his head.
Qingyo has told me not to talk about them with Grandma. This clan has stolen the road, and there will be reactions if they talk too much.
Looking at Fengzi's eyes, Su He understood. He didn't fully understand what the Taoist road was, but it is said that some people take the incense route. The more people chant its name, the stronger the ability. The Yuan Zun clan probably has similar abilities. Fengzi looked at Su He and said,
There are 3 places in this world that are bright and can be discussed at will without checking. One is Bei's Tower, one is Xianwang Cave Sky, and the other is called Xinghai. There are many secrets recorded in Bei's Tower, but don't go there easily. There is no point in going there to bear the karma. If you can't defeat Bei's,
you are not qualified to board Bei's Tower. The Xianhuan Cave is not far away. You can go and explore it, breaking through. It's still early in the Star Sea, and you can't tell where it is. When your realm is high, you can check it out. There is a passage in Sherwanda Mountain. There is also a passage in Dragon Turtle Ancestor Didi Mountain, but it is blocked.
Su He nodded and wrote it down. There are 3 things on the surface. That is to say, there are also secret things. For example, the Palace of Evil Suppression? That is no longer about talking about it, but directly recording many things. Fengzi smiled. He had not experienced this feeling of teaching his juniors for a long time. It will be a different experience if you do it again.
Don't think too much. Some things are still far away from you. Even if the sky falls, you don't need a young man to hold it up. Practice well and grow up well. When you become an adult, there will be endless great things for you to do.
She patted Suhi's head and lifted the feather crest on Suhi's head.
Why don't you practice, okay, today?
Suhi smiled.
I just want to practice. I'm here to learn the Ge hexagram.
The original plan was to wait until after the big sacrifice to find Wangzu's Kingguo. But it's all in my arms. How could I not want it? However, Xiao Geguo only sensed that Geguo was here, but could not draw any power from it. Suhi didn't know what to do.
You want the Ge hexagram?
Feng Si was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said,
The little guy has a big appetite. Please ask for something else. The Ge hexagram was created by Feng Zushin here to suppress the invisible land. He can't give it to you, even Grandma doesn't know.
Where is it? Suhi shook his head.
Grandma misunderstood. I just need to absorb some of the Taoist rhyme of the Ge hexagram. Not to take away the Ge hexagram.
He is not that big-hearted, nor is he that shameless. Feng Si was surprised. His grandson seemed to be embarking on an unusual path. Not only can he discover the hexagrams, but can he also absorb the rhyme of the hexagrams? Whose hexagram is so easy to talk to? She shook her head.
This grandma can't help you. Grandma only knows that Geguo is here, but doesn't know where it is specifically.
Suhi nodded.
Grandma can point me to a safe place.
Now it's just Xiao Ge hexagram jumping happily. Suhi has no idea what to do specifically, but he has already learned the 3 hexagrams and has some experience. If it doesn't work, try to force it.
Let's just place it under the crater where the sun shines. The Yin Gui can't see the sun even though he has the 7th level of combat power.
There you can retreat with peace of mind. Suhi nodded, said goodbye to Feng Si, and turned back to the light circle of lush vegetation under the volcano. A true spirit roared above his head. The Yin Chi was billowing from all directions, but could not enter the circle of light. It's just ordinary sunlight, but it's like a barrier blocking out the Yin Chi. It may not be ordinary sunshine. The lunar and sun conditions here are not normal. Whose moon and sun hang in the sky as soon as they appear, and they can't wait to go to work. I couldn't wait to escape as soon as I got off work, and it happened to be at the top of the crater. There must be a reason for this. But Suhi was ignorant and could not understand it. Suhi took a few steps back, stepped out of the aperture, and got into the Yin Chi. In this Yin Chi, Xiao Geguo beats more frequently. Suhi's mind moved, and a seed flew out of the storage bag and landed in the soil. The branches sprouted and grew into a silver maple tree in the blink of an eye. The maple tree takes root in the ground, and the rocks on the ground seem to be nothing to it. Suhi flapped his wings and flew up, connecting the maple tree with the power of the world. In the past year, it has been discovered that the power of the world produced by absorbing the inner world that has been refined with Yin Chi has changed from the original one. After this power soaked into the silver maple tree, the maple tree was actually able to absorb a little bit of Yin Chi. Although it is extremely weak and almost impossible to detect, it is definitely there. Just this change in Yin power brought Suhi a lot of benefits. As long as the silver maple tree is planted, it will actively absorb the power from all directions, circulate in the body, and then release it. The spiritual power released is the most suitable for Suhi himself. It was as if it had been refined by him personally.
When grabbing the silver maple tree, the die rolled 2 quality points. The quality improvement is less than 3 times, which doesn't mean much. But whoever throws quality points will become the most suitable for Suhi. This is the most fundamental reason why Suhi hopes for quality points. The hunt for raw jade was the same this time, and a lot of raw jade with quality points were produced. Suhi was thinking that if these raw jade were not used in the resurrection cloud, and some of them were retained, if he accidentally died in the future, would he be able to be resurrected better? He smiled, deployed formations in all directions, and most of his consciousness sank into the inner world and landed on the small Ge hexagram, trying to use the Ge hexagram as the dragon head to drive the 64 hexagrams to rotate. Xiao Geguo became happy. While Suhi was practicing, little did he know that the upper echelons of the Feng clan had already exploded, and Qingniu would not delay such an important matter, and had already informed the whole clan of the news from Suhi. There are still several years before the big festival, but some people have already broken through space and sneaked into the Phoenix Tomb, or the Spirit Clan and Yuanzun Clan, not to mention the Yuanzun Clan, not to mention in Fengzhong, but also in other places. As long as they see it, they will be killed. The Spirit Tribe, they wouldn't just collect a few raw jade. The spiritual clan is about to be exterminated. So what are you doing collecting raw jade? especially under the premise that this group of spiritual clan has been controlled by the Yuanzun clan. Are they peeking at Yuling's body? Should be killed. As soon as Su He released the news, Phoenix crossed the world and landed on the Babao world, along with Gu Luo and Su Zhu. If there is news about the Eldar clan, how can they be left behind? But the entire Eight Treasures world is peaceful, without any abnormalities. If not for the death note of one of the Eight Treasures world being stolen just a quarter of an hour before their arrival, they would have thought that Su He had been misled and had given the wrong information. 2 dragons, turtles and 2 phoenixes. Their endless spiritual consciousness plowed through the entire Eight Treasures world over and over again, but still found nothing, until Gu Luo spit out a mountain god seal casually, and shattered the mountain god seal above the sky, turning it into fragments and randomly attacking the Eight Treasures world, crashing into a secret realm. There were only hundreds of spirit clans fleeing in all directions. This is probably the most honored group of hundreds of spirits in history. For adult 4 spirits were dispatched out of a mere 100 people. There is no need to hunt. Hundreds of spirit tribes will be divided up by 4 divine beasts in one move. At the same time, Ji Feishue and Bai Zai had already stepped into Bai Zai Tower. If Su He were here, he would have discovered that the structure of the Bai's tower and the passage of the Jinxia Dao Palace were actually similar, but had the same purpose. The top of the head is not a loft, but a sky. The stars on it are disillusioned, and the vicissitudes of each star seem to tell ancient stories. There is a stone tablet next to it, which records the height of the visitors. But I can only see myself. At this moment, the stone tablet reads, Ji Feishue, 3rd floor. Ji Feishue has basically never been to Bai's tower. Ji Feishue moved her hands and feet, stretched her neck back and forth, looked up at the starry sky, and made an attack posture.
I want to find out the information about the Yuanzun clan. Tantai Xianzun. And Buying. Give it to me directly, or do you want me to kill you?
To the stars?
The starry sky was silent for a long time, and the numbers on the stone tablet next to it suddenly changed, rising from 3 to 4. Bai Zai was stunned, roaring at the starry sky above his head. Damn guy! Bully the weak and fear the strong. Who do you look down on? If he wants to know some more secrets, he has to go up 1 level at a time. Only by reaching this floor can you get the secret of this floor. As a result, Ji Feishue came and just threatened her, and Bai Zilu adjusted Ji Feishue's floor to one she was comfortable with. There was no guard at all, let alone breaking into the buildings one by one. Stars fell from the sky one after another. Ji Feishue glanced at Bai Zai with a half-smile. Bai Zai immediately shrank his neck and stepped back. I just want to see you break into the building and study, not the secrets you check. Sensible. Seeing that he started to retreat, Ji Feishue stopped threatening. Watch the Phoenix tomb for me. If my husband comes out, come in and notify me immediately. Bai Zai nodded hurriedly, and half of his body had already stepped out of Bai Zai Tower. But then he heard Ji Feishue say, by the way, how about your family members giving me a gift? Bai Zai was stunned and at a loss. Anyone else want this thing? Ji Feishue slowly stretched out 2 green jade fingers. 2 dependents. Don't beat me twice. He had a grudge against the old Bais, and he planned to fight against the new Bais every time he saw him. Okay. Bai Zai agreed immediately, as if she was afraid that Ji Feishue would regret it. She turned around and left. It wasn't until Bai Zai was no longer visible that Ji Feishue turned to look at the stars in front of her. Each star represents a secret that is unspeakable outside, and there is a thin line on the star that can only be seen by those who pull down the star. This is the line of cause and effect. This thread binds the stars. If you want to see the secrets, you have to carry the cause and effect. Ji Feishue raised her hand and pointed at a bright star, which was about Baiyin. The cause and effect threads on the stars wrapped around Ji Feishue's body along the fingers. They dissipated in an instant and were not gone, but completely merged with Ji Feishue. If she gets entangled, the things in the painting will be involved with her, and sooner or later she will be involved in the secret. The stars flashed and turned into a picture. In front of a lake, several fishing rods poked out from nowhere and were fishing for shrimps. There is only one beautiful woman by the lake. I don't know how long she had been fishing, but she suddenly threw down her fishing rod and jumped up, shouting to the sky, I don't want to be a human anymore. I want to be a turtle and lie motionless on the bottom of the sea for 30,000 years. White clouds were floating in the sky, but no one responded. But a voice next to him said, believe me, I haven't slept for a whole day as a turtle, and I can only truly hibernate once. The voice was very familiar, with a hint of helplessness.
TCH. You're a fake turtle.
The woman snorted. Ji-Fei-Shua laughed out loud, looked at the woman in the picture, and gritted her teeth.
Xiaonizi. It turns out that you also had a previous life. And you never told me about it. I will beat you to death when we meet again.
And that voice. My dear husband, this era is earlier than mine. When did you two meet in the ancient times? He actually never told me. These reincarnated guys are all surrounding you. Right. What's special about you? Could it be that you have been throughout history? I really want to peel you off and see you clearly. She sneered, and the woman in the picture suddenly turned her head and reached out to grab it. A voice next to me asked, what to do? The fairy was quiet for a moment, tilted her head, and looked a little playful.
I always feel like a thief is spying on me, but I can't catch him.
Ji-Fei-Shua was surprised. In the Phoenix Tomb, Suhi slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Guguabai was happy. It's useless. Even with his guidance, Xiao Gugua can't absorb even the slightest bit of the Taoist charm of Gugua. Gugua was clearly around, but he was banned and didn't even let out the slightest breath. Suhi tried all his methods to no avail. There seemed to be a membrane in the middle that even the open sky pen couldn't penetrate. Suhi was silent for a while, then raised his head.
Ancestor, if it doesn't affect my mother's resurrection, can you lend me some of the good hexagram? We need 64 hexagrams to condense the heaven-opening artifact. If we don't absorb it this time, we will always sometimes it's necessary.
The yin chi in all directions seemed to pause for a moment. Then the small good hexagram in the inner world suddenly became happy. And the majestic rhyme of the good hexagram really came. A few minutes faster than the hun hexagram that had absorbed itself. Suhi was stunned. Chapter 317, the eve of the great festival. Suhi was stunned for a long time. He just said it casually, but he didn't expect Gugua to really let go of the restrictions and actively cooperate. Is there an ancestor of the Phoenix clan watching this room? Suhi spread his wings and bowed his head in salute.
Junior Suhi, may I ask which ancestor helped this junior? Suhi lowered his head for a long time, but no one showed up or responded. Even Fengxi didn't respond. She probably hadn't noticed anything unusual about Suhi. Is this ancestor not wanting to contact the younger generation? Suhi stopped asking questions, bowed again, and devoted himself to absorbing the Taoist rhyme of Gugua. This is the first time I have seen the hexagrams and Taoist rhymes condense into essence. As if the stars are shining brightly from all directions. Every star in the galaxy is a wonderful rune. They all carry the aura of Gugua. This is every kind of rune condensed by Gugua during the advancement. Suhi suddenly realized. No wonder Taizu's Tai hexagram has been around for countless thousands of years. And only half of it has been condensed, while the other half still looks like runes. The good hexagram of Fengzhong was left by Fengzu. Not the current Fengzu, but the original Phoenix. I don't know how long he existed before so many runes appeared. From this point of view, it will take many years for Han Gua to reach the level of Taizu Tai Gua. Suhi absorbed the rhyme of the good hexagram, his eyes not falling at all, desperately trying to imprint these runes in his eyes to understand them. It's a pity that the cloud tower of the dragon turtle's true body has not been passed down yet. Otherwise, we would have to discuss it with the grandma to reveal the dragon turtle's true body branding runes. The cloud tower is the magical power of the dragon turtle that can be passed down after the dragon horns grow bifurcated. Using the horn as the tower and the talisman as the guest. Tower plastic guests are coming. A dragon turtle. A pair of dragon horns are the best treasures for condensing talismans. The dragon turtle clan can condense the talismans between their horns when they move their minds. They can even condense the talismans in advance and store them in the dragon's horns. Just like the Phoenix clan storage array. Use it as you wish. And the sky and the earth are filled with talismans. Suhi couldn't understand the hexagram runes in front of him. And it was difficult to understand their meaning. If he could imprint them on the cloud tower and comprehend them all the time, he would eventually understand them one day. Hexagrams are different from other runes. The hexagram runes can only be understood face to face. And ordinary copying is useless. The copying has no such rhyme, and is just a strange shape, which is useless. Unlike the cloud tower, which is a carrier, even the Taoist rhyme belt graphics can be imprinted. The Shioga hexagram in the inner world no longer jumps. The Tao rhyme is too strong and it cannot jump. Daoyun is like water. It rushes towards it as soon as it comes in. Every time a rune hits it, it will tremble for a long time. One rune after another falls. And it has been in vibration mode. Every time he trembles, he condenses a little bit. headed by it. The 64 small hexagram circle Tai mountain, rotating over and over again. In the distance, Feng Si exited the formation and looked here. He looked at the rolling yin chi and felt the indescribable meaning, feeling surprised in his heart. Did the little guy really trigger Gugua? She couldn't see the runes all over the sky, but she could feel the hexagrams flowing. The hexagrams are magical, and when they are not revealed themselves, no one can detect them, no matter how high their level is. Just like the Hungua in Sui's body, as long as it is not used, it is not afraid of anyone's exploration. Same as Gugua. This is because Feng Si is a member of the Feng clan. There is no need to hide it too much. Otherwise even this feeling will be hidden. The hexagram Gu is in the form of fire, which means change. Changemakers turn rivers and seas upside down, turning deserts into rainforests and seas into mulberry fields. In the Phoenix Tomb, fear can also change life and death. In terms of practice, the Gu hexagram and the Hung hexagram of Su He are very matched. Roughly speaking, one completely transforms one kind of power into the other. One combines two completely different forces. But there is a tendency to depend on each other and compensate for each other. The 64 hexagrams are like this. No one hexagram can stand alone and be separated from the whole. Su He really couldn't imagine how terrifying it was when the 64 hexagrams were not separated, and they were still doing the Great E. Wouldn't those who master the Great Change easily suppress all heavens and realms?
Dot!
Su He was startled. Does little 64 hexagram count as little big easy? If all the 64 hexagrams are condensed, wouldn't it be invincible? Su He's heart skipped a beat. Then he realized that judging from the current trend, he would not need to master all the 64 hexagrams to open the 7th heaven. The dragon turtle opens the 7th heaven, and can reach the realm of Uncle Lei at the end. And Su He's inner world was quite explosive in the entire world of mythical beasts. If you really open the 7th level of heaven, you don't need to condense the 64 hexagrams to meet your opponents. I was a little excited just thinking about it. In particular, he also has the Tao Te Ching as a foundation. Although he has not understood anything now, reading it every day will always lead to enlightenment. The time for absorbing Taoyuan passed very quickly. It seemed that the bright sun above the head was replaced by the waning moon. Su He took a long breath and whispered to the four directions.
Thank you, Ancestor. The sky has changed today. I am going to hunt the ghosts.
Okay. Can you come back and bother me again tomorrow?
As Su He spoke, he bowed his head in salute, and the majestic Gugua Daoyuan actually stopped again. Sure enough, there is an ancestor watching here. Is this Fengzu now? Or someone from legend? Can't even find out about the sacrifice to Grandma? Divine beasts have their own strengths and weaknesses. According to the information Su He has, the strongest among the four spirits are naturally the 5 ancestors of the 4 tribes. The 2 ancestors of the Fengzu, Taizu, and Dragon tribes, as well as the ancestors of the Qilin tribe. Next are the ancestral ancestor, the 3rd ancestor of the Phoenix, the Luo ancestor of the Dragon clan, and the Jin ancestor of the Qilin. I don't know if Ji Feishu is at this level. Su He asked, but she didn't tell him and beat him. These are the 2 extra stages. And next are the 2 ancestors, Hong ancestor and Phoenix ancestor, to worship Grandma and the others. Not surprisingly, Feng Qiaofei and Qilin Shuijun are both at this level. Su He felt that Uncle Luo should be here too. But that guy was insidious and never said how strong he was. You'll know it's good once you see him create a spiritual snake that can become invisible. As for Uncle Zhu, it was hard for Su He to judge. Uncle Zhu is not pretending to be weak. He is so weak. And the reason why he is about to die is not just pretending, but it is related to his great path. Any 4-spirit beast that finds its own way will not be weak anymore, and can suppress a world wherever it is placed. Well, Uncle Lei is still searching for the Tao. But after experiencing the charm of Su He's Tao Te Ching, he seems to have gained a lot, and his body has shrunk repeatedly. Maybe it won't be long before you can embark on your own path? Now on the road. She is probably on the same level as Yaya Dot, or is it a little inferior? I, the Emperor, vaguely know what path I should take. The last time I met Taoist Xuanjin, the old Taoist called him City Lord when he was serious, and Su Huang when he was not serious. Su is Yaya's name. The girl was embarrassed when she first became a dragon turtle, and accidentally decided on Su as her name. Anyone who sees her now knows her name is Su. Su He collected the silver maple trees and flapped his wings with a long cry in the direction of Feng Si. Halfway up, he lowered his head and looked down again. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel that he can see through this thick fog of yin qi. Is it the effect brought about by comprehending Gugua? Or is it the ability brought about by refining yin qi every day? Suhi thought, fluttering his wings and flying upwards. Below, a fifth-level ghost that climbed into the sky emerged from the mist and suddenly attacked him. But Ingui was only halfway up when a phoenix seal flew out of the volcano tunnel and hit it between the eyebrows, knocking it down. The true spirit behind the phoenix seal shrank by half in an instant. He didn't even have the strength to hold up the phoenix seal. This phoenix seal uses his power for the true spirit formation in this passage. Guarding against outsiders is not the focus. Its real function is to prevent the ghosts below from reaching the surface. Suhi jumped out and crushed a ghost to death. The jade and the dice fell almost at the same time, turning into 4 pieces of jade on the ground. Pure golden raw jade is as crystal clear as amber. So beautiful. There was no black line in the center of the raw jade. And there were no outsiders. Suhi put away the raw jade and went to kill the ghost at the other end. Feng Si below was stunned for a moment. As if he couldn't believe it. He blinked his eyes and pulled out more consciousness. Chasing Suhi. He saw Suhi hunting a ghost. 1 raw jade burst out. But it turned into 3 more when it hit the ground. Hiss. The ghost has mutated? Her face lit up with joy. And she smashed Ingui with a 5th-level combat power in the sky with 1 wing. And an ice-colored raw jade fell down. Question mark. 1. Feng Si looked at Suhi again. Suhi had already hunted 4 or 5 skywalking ghosts one after another. Only 1 raw jade fell and remained unchanged. But the quality suddenly improved. By about 3 times. Feng Si looked at the Yin ghost next to him again. And kicked him to death with his claws. But still a piece of raw jade fell down. Waste. She snorted. And her consciousness turned into a needle. A needle pierced the 3rd-level Yin ghost on the ground. And a raw jade fell down. She didn't believe in evil and pierced a ghost again. And she was still a jade for life. At the same time, Suhi had already formed a large formation to kill a group of gathered ghosts. And raw jade fell like rain. More than 20 pieces of jade fell down. But among them, there were only 7 or 8 ghosts with fighting power. Feng Si clicked and trampled a big tree under him. The problem was not with Ingui, but with Suhi. Little guy, why do the raw jade drops double or improve in quality when you hunt ghosts? Feng Si's voice appeared directly in Suhi's mind. She asked directly through her spiritual consciousness. Suhi was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "What a talent!" Feng Si. Do you have such an unreasonable talent? Why is her gift to enhance the ability to conceive? In the Phoenix clan's millions of years, she is the only Phoenix that has personally conceived offspring. This ability is not only useful to oneself, but also to future generations. It's a pity that Yunli died without a Taoist companion. I don't know if this ability can still be used on her after this resurrection. However, if Suhi finds a suitable peacock, she can use this ability on Suhi's peacock, greatly increasing the chance that Suhi's peacock will conceive offspring. And she is basically guaranteed to succeed. It's a pity that the Phoenix and the peacock can't have offspring. Otherwise it would be great to introduce Xiao Jior to Suhi. They are all family members. They were surprised to see their grandson over there. And he opened his mouth and sucked in all the Yin Qi that he had just hunted down the Yin ghost. Feng Si was startled, but did not stop in a hurry. Suhi is not a child. He has been in Fengzhong for several years. He naturally knows what Yin Qi is. There must be a reason for daring to do this. Sure enough, the next moment, she saw the gloomy aura on Suhi dissipate bit by bit, which was a symbol of refining the Yin energy. In the past few years, I have been busy hunting ghosts and paid no attention to my grandson. I usually paid attention during the day, but when I rested in the crater, my consciousness reached out to take a look, and I could only see Suhi practicing hard. But I didn't know he was so capable. She flapped her wings, exited the volcano, and landed in front of Suhi. He looked down at his grandson, who seemed to have never met him before, and asked, "Is there any discomfort in refining Yin Qi?" Suhi shook his head. Essentially, regardless of Yin energy, vitality, spiritual power, or the origin of the world, they are all a type of energy. Just like demon cultivators can refine demonic energy. It's no big deal if someone can refine Yin energy. Can't Feng Qi from outside do it? But Feng Qi couldn't do it as easily as Suhi. To refine the Yin Qi, he had to set up a large formation, break it up, and do it bit by bit. It's not like Suhi who is hungry and refuses to eat. "Come on! Attack me with all your strength.
Feng Xi's voice was filled with joy. Suhi nodded, and the heavenly killing formation fell. Just as he was about to attack, Feng Xi shook his head.
Use your own strength. Pure power and true energy.
Suhi withdrew the formation, jumped up, soared upwards and rushed down. The true phoenix fire condensed on his claws and turned into a SHL. The phoenix essence in his body stirred, tearing the air and making a sharp sonic boom sound. Suddenly he thrust into Feng Xi's back.
Bah!
With a soft cry, Suhi inserted his claws into the ice flame of his grandma. Once inside, he could no longer move forward. It was like a sword thrust into wood. The piercing sensation was extremely strong. Feng Xi's eyes lit up and he nodded.
Yes! The power of this blow is something I couldn't do at the first level of open heaven. If you don't use magical powers, you can defeat 2 of me at the first level of open heaven.
Surprise flashed in her eyes.
I don't know about the 3 ancestors at the same level, but there is no phoenix after me that can possess such Phoenix Yuan at the first level of Kaiti Yuan.
This Phoenix Yuan is no longer a simple Phoenix Yuan. The Phoenix Yuan originates from the World Pearl, but is not produced by the World Pearl. It also needs to be mixed with the power of the inner world. Suhi's inner world had been refining Yin Qi for several years, and it was completely different from when he first came in.
How much stronger is your dragon turtle body than the peacock body?
Feng Xi asked. Suhi thought for a while and said honestly,
Maybe 3 of them can be beaten at the same time?
The real body of Dragon Turtle is too lazy, even though he has not practiced in these years. But in the background, he inherited magical powers and swallowed a large amount of treasures through the gluttonous diet. His physical body has become much stronger. There are also negative mountains that absorb countless treasures. Both the foreign minister and the mountain god seal are advancing rapidly. Yesterday, a mountain divine seal suppressed Lang Ran. He majestically reached the 3rd level of the sky and swallowed his own people. But he could only stay in place without even needing the bright moon. At this moment, it is difficult for the peacock's real body to attack the foreign minister. If he were to pursue Feng Run again, there would be no need to grind for 4 months. As for the injured Feng, Suhi could definitely fight him off, even in a complete state. As long as Feng Run continues to use the Fengwang Palace magical power, Suhi is not afraid of the 4th level of skywalking. Feng Xi shook his head and laughed.
The peacock body is a bit weak, but you can control it yourself and have your own plan. As expected, you are now the strongest Kaitian 1st level among the 4 spirits. Keep it up.
Suhi laughed. For a moment, he held his head high and pretended to be like a rooster about to crow. This is not something he is bragging about. It is what his grandma, who has lived for who knows how long, said it herself.
Is it more powerful than Ji Feishue?
Suhi's eyes sparkled. I was scared of being beaten by that witch and always wanted to overpower her. Feng Xi laughed and shook his head.
In terms of moral performance, Ji Feishue should not be able to compare with you at that time. But if you meet Ji Feishue who is at the same level, you will probably be beaten to the point where you are unable to parry.
Suhi blinked, his face full of disbelief. He casually slapped to death a ghost that rushed forward without knowing whether to live or die. Grandma Si smiled and said,
Fighting is not just about Taoism. The 4 spirits are talented, and Ji Feishue and Bai Ling are particularly outstanding. Ji Feishue's own combat power is extremely strong. Although it is not formal, it is really incredible. She is nearly 300,000 years younger than her grandma, so she can barely be considered a contemporary. But when she was less than 20,000 years old, her grandma could barely be considered equal. This shows how fast she is growing. Now more than 700,000 years have passed. Although she still performs on par with her grandma outside and seems to be only slightly better. But she looked at Suhi and laughed. Do you believe it? Grandma is not a genius, but she is considered to be above average among the 4 spirits. Her talent is on par with Xiaojur. Ji Feishue is definitely not what she appears to be at this moment. Otherwise, she would still be alive if she had killed several queens in the imperial palace. It's so good. Is it really generous to grant a royal palace?
Suhi took a breath and asked in a low voice.
Then is she on the same level as the ancestral ancestor and the 3rd ancestor?
The grandma looked like she was smiling but not smiling.
Yes.
The 3 ancestors of Huangzu, according to their age, are actually worshipped by their grandparents and fathers. And she was stuck in the middle. In fact, she was a generation older than Ji Feishue. If we only talk about age, 80,000 years can be considered as one generation. So she has been through several generations. The three primitive ancestors are still alive after millions of years and have been killed. They are all true geniuses of that generation. But compared to the geniuses behind him, he is actually not as good as him. Suhi shook his head.
I don't want to guess. Just tell me how long it will take for me to stop being beaten by her.
Feng Si laughed and patted Suhi on the head. His tone was a bit desolate.
If I'm not wrong, your wife's real power is at least not inferior to theirs.
She looked down at Suhi.
It's not just her. You are the sister of the Dragon Turtle clan. As far as I know, Bai Ling, who is so young and beautiful, was no longer in the wilderness when she was still alive. And she has always been the weakest, the representative of strength. Her calculating ability makes people feel scary. Grandma would rather fight your wife to pieces than have any friction with Bai Ling.
This person's talent is even more terrifying. Unprecedented and unprecedented. In the forbidden area of the canyon in the distance, Feng Qiaofei quietly set up a hidden formation, and at the same time snorted.
You are bragging. I will lend you a pair of wings. Can you fight with Ji Feishua? Sister?
Yun Li's voice scolded her in her heart. Feng Qiaofei turned his head and snorted and ignored him. Feng Si laughed here.
If you want to defeat Ji Feishua, you must keep up your energy until you reach the 7th level of the open heaven. But why do you want to fight? We are divine beasts. It is not normal for a male beast to be unable to defeat a female beast. Really? Look at the geniuses of the 4 tribes now. There isn't even a male beast. It's not shameful for beasts to rely on their wives to dominate. You should be proud.
Suhi.
Dot.
This reason is so strong. And the soft rice is delicious. But sometimes men also want to toughen up. With hundreds of thousands of years of feng shui experience, you can tell what Suhi is thinking at a glance. But this, she can only say. There is a long way to go. Compared with this, she felt that it might be easier for her grandson to find 2 more powerful wives. She laughed and felt more at ease after understanding Suhi's fighting power. After talking for a while, she spread her wings and returned to the underground. Time is tight, and tasks are heavy. This is not the time to talk about the love between ancestors and grandchildren. At this moment, the time before the big festival is getting shorter and shorter, and the surrounding time and space are becoming increasingly unstable. It is not certain that someone will sneak in at any time. The more raw jade, the better. It is best to reach the limit that Peacock Phantom can absorb. Feng Si left, and Feng Qiaofei sensed that her spiritual consciousness was withdrawn. So she spread her wings and quietly escaped from the forbidden area of the canyon. The grand sacrifice was getting closer and closer. But it was not enough to hunt down the 5 or 6 levels of ghosts that had missed the order. You should find a way to hunt down some 7th level people. It's a pity that she didn't dare to try it easily under the volcano. It was already extremely difficult to hide quietly. But he also went to hunt the ghosts under Feng Si's nose. Feng Si would definitely give up on Ying Gui as soon as possible, and really wanted to fight her to the bitter end. It may not be useful to let Yunli come out to speak, and he will only think that it is her conspiracy. You can never reason with a confused female phoenix. He couldn't find a way to secretly connect to the 3 forbidden areas and try to secretly summon the ghosts who came to the 7th level of the sky. Suhi watched the huge ice phoenix leave, then turned to look at the endless phoenix tomb. There are space cracks everywhere here. It looks like the tempered glass is broken. There are cracks everywhere, but it can't get through. But I don't know when a crack will suddenly connect to the outside world, and young people will come in unexpectedly. If a thief is not greedy and kills a ghost as soon as he comes in, then immediately retreats with a piece of raw jade, there is nothing anyone can do. But Yun Li's chance of resurrection plummeted. Someone wants to come in, and there is no way to stop them. Facing countless space cracks, no amount of phoenix is enough. However, one day, there will be countless foreign enemies in the phoenix tomb. The phoenixes outside will definitely rush in immediately. The raw jade has been contaminated. They will enter a battle to kill all the enemies, and then slowly clean up. But before that, the only 2 birds to deal with the incoming enemy were Grandma's sacrifice and him. If you can't stop the enemy from coming in, then kill them as quickly as possible. The intensity of raw jade pollution will also be reduced, and you can recover earlier. The heavenly killing formation fell from Suhi's body, covering an area. Automatically kill the ghost. At the same time, he dug out the materials he had collected in Fengzhong during this period and began to arrange formations at will. To put it bluntly, the heavenly slaughter formation is still a magical power with a time limit. If countless killing formations are densely arranged in the Phoenix tomb, anyone can introduce the killing formations nearby. Not only will their own safety be guaranteed, but the speed of suppressing foreign enemies will also be accelerated. The formations learned over the years were not in vain. He didn't pick the place and arranged it as he pleased. 1, 2. Formations were even deployed outside the 3 forbidden areas to seal the entrances to the forbidden areas. In case someone jumps over the wall and rushes into the forbidden area, he will be blinded. He was not capable of chasing down the enemy in the forbidden area. Chapter 318 The Power of Time. Feng Qiaofei grabbed a shadow under his paws, spread his wings and stopped at the entrance to the forbidden area of the canyon where he was stationed. He gritted his teeth as he looked at the forbidden entrance of the canyon.
Did he do it on purpose? Does he have a problem with me?
Hang him up and pluck his hair. Feng Chao's feathers exploded. Does this kid think it's too easy for her to hide and make the game more difficult? Ban. Alert. Detection. Inducement. There are quite a few young people. Feng Qiaofei moved his paws slightly, dispelling the formation without leaving a trace, and lightly flapped his wings to slide into the canyon. He landed on the sycamore tree and turned to look at the Taniguchi formation. A wave of depression arose, smashed the shadows in the claws randomly into the canyon. The canyon swayed slightly and shook, but the shock was blocked by the formation she set up and was not transmitted. Several dark ghosts of the 6th level emerged from the canyon floor.
It's useful, but it's not enough.
She went out this time, grabbed the ground veins from another forbidden area, and temporarily arranged a formation to support the mountain, so that the mountain would not collapse and no one would notice. The earth veins were thrown here and barely merged with the canyon. As expected, the level of the ghosts that appeared here became higher. But it's not enough. It needs to be higher.
I'm going to imprison the forbidden land under the sea again.
Feng Qiaofei hummed. The tone was arrogant and impatient. If Yunli hadn't taken possession of her body, no one would care about her life or death. Love as you please. Feng Qiaofei spread his wings and flew south, muttering as he flew.
If you want to go into the sea, shouldn't your turtle do it? Have you ever seen a bird dive into the water?
After she finished speaking, she turned into a clear voice.
Seagull? Dot.
Am I asking you to educate me about birds? I'm complaining.
Then, Yuanong?
Yunli asked again. Feng Qiaofei smiled angrily.
Should I thank you for not saying duck? That Mandarin duck is extremely carefree. If any Mandarin duck gets the demon-transforming fruit and wants to become a phoenix, I will kill him in advance. Ji-Fei-Xue, that stupid dragon, can tolerate sharing a husband with others. If it were me, your kid would have been there's not even a scum left.
As soon as she finished speaking, Yunli took away her body and laughed.
When you found out that Ji-Fei-Xue had a man, you didn't say this. You still wanted her to call her mother-in-law.
After exposing the truth again, Feng Qiaofei was silent for a long time, then gritted his teeth and said,
Do you know why I can't wait to kick you out? You are so annoying.
Yunli chuckled.
Sister,
if I don't come back to life, we will be together forever.
Humph. Feng Qiaofei snorted coldly.
Get as far away as you can. TSK. Tisk.
Yunli tooted twice.
You have such a bad temper. It will be difficult to meet a good husband in the future.
Feng Qiaofei really turned into a cold snort.
Mr. Lang? Which male bird here do you think is worthy of me?
The two birds flew towards the South China Sea with their beaks flying. The moon in the sky formed an arc and sank from the top of the volcano to the west. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a round sun hanging high in the sky, and the ghosts on the ground instantly dispersed into smoke, and then disappeared when the sun shined. He didn't hear any quarrel above his head. He spread his wings and flew into the volcano, planted a silver maple tree, spread his wings and bowed.
Ancestor, this junior is here again.
The yin chi condensed in all directions flickered, and the good hexagram surged in like a river of stars.
Thank you, Ancestor.
He shook his body and found a comfortable position to lie on the branch. His consciousness led the Xiaoge Gua to start absorbing. Xiaoge Gua once again fell into continuous trembling, feeling pain and happiness. He opened his mouth and took a long breath, like a dragon sucking water and sucking in yin energy from all directions. In the inner world, the small 64 hexagram circled around Mount Tai, like a giant dragon. There is yin chi appearing underneath, and thunder is constantly striking down, refining the yin chi. At this moment, the yin chi refined under the earth has gathered into liquid and turned into a small river flowing freely. It breaks away rocks and soil wherever it passes, falling into a cave and forming a lake. It's a pity that there is no good person like Lang Ran to help him purify the yin energy. And the silver maple tree is weaker after all. I wonder if refining a few spirit races in the future can enhance the effect of refining yin chi. 1 day of refining and 1 day of absorption. On this day, there was no sound of Grandma's fighting being heard in the Phoenix tomb. So she should have gone deeper. Then Suhi fell into continuous work. During the day, he went under the volcano to absorb the Taoist rhyme of Gugua, and occasionally killed a few ghosts that wandered around him. If the realm he came from was too high, reaching the 5th level of the sky, Suhi would test it a little, practice his moves, and immediately retreat into the circle of light under the volcano. At night, he returns to the surface to hunt ghosts and gather raw jade to form formations. Time is like running water. There was a rare calm for a long time. Until 2 months later, the sky just turned from the bright sun to the bright moon, and the silver glow fell. Suhi fluttered his wings and took off out of the crater just before the ghost flew towards the crater. He felt that the formation he had set up was being touched. Someone else is lurking in Fengzhong. Suhi chirped angrily, spread his wings and flew away. Before the bird arrived, he saw a young man appearing in the Phoenix tomb with a confused look on his face. The young man was holding a ladle of ice water in his hand and a half-eaten steamed bun in his other hand. He was carrying a book basket on his back and looked like he was on his way to take the exam. Not an enemy. He was just a mortal scholar who somehow strayed into the space passage. When he saw the steaming yin chi environment and the half-rotten ghosts, he was already scared to death. The night in Fengzhong is no different from the underworld. He was stagnant on the spot, his eyes full of fear. But in the blink of an eye he seemed to have thought of something, and turned his fear into happiness, shouting excitedly, "Madam, madam, if there is a kingdom of the dead, where are you when I come? You, where is it? I'm here to save you." He was so excited that he was blown back from the passage by Suhi's wings. "Return to my wife. Does the lady need help? Real ladies can beat their husbands. This scholar is probably really about to meet his wife. It was just a mortal who accidentally entered this place. Even if Suhi slapped him back the moment he came out, and all his yin energy was burned away by the Phoenix true fire, he would definitely not survive. There is absolutely no chance of survival when yin chi enters the body. If the underworld really existed, he would be able to meet the wife he longed for in about 3 or 4 days." Suhi felt depressed for a while. The scholar was not wrong. But he accidentally entered here and lost his own life. But he also polluted the place. Suhi sighed, flapped his wings and landed, looking at the crack in space in front of him. This crack is no different from other cracks. But it can suddenly connect to the outside world. Things like this will happen more and more as the big festival approaches. The scholar's cry of pain came from the passage. "Madam! Madam! I'm coming! I'm coming!" Don't want to live for even 3 days? Suhi struck out a barrier along the crack in space, blocking the scholar out. Looking at the passage again, the body turned around, and the dragon turtle's true form appeared. He used the barbarian king's world refining technique and refined it towards the crack. But at this moment, an urgent voice came from his ears. "Idiot! That's a rift in time and space. Do you want to die? Get back!" Feng Chifei, who was in the forbidden area of the canyon, rushed towards this side. If a mere mortal came in, she would not personally expel him. Just wait for Suhi to kill him or throw him out, and quietly repair the cracks. How could I have thought that this idiot was ignorant enough to repair the cracks himself? This is not how space-time cracks can be repaired. The power of time must be avoided and only space cracks repaired. He rushed forward so recklessly, and the power of time backfired. And he didn't even know how he died. Suhi was stunned. This voice. Feng Chifei? In this stunned moment, the barbarian king's world refining technique had landed on the crack. The space makes up, but one of them is completely different from the space power. A power that Suhi cannot describe. Exploded with a bang. It twisted and attacked him. Suhi's claws on the crack suddenly became old and then young, changing in countless ways in the blink of an eye. This is time. The Dragon Turtle clan is immortal. Immortality does not mean that they will not grow old. Just like Taizu. You can tell at a glance that he is an old turtle. If it weren't for immortality, Suhi would have died of old age at that moment. He was shocked and tried hard to pull his claws out of the crack. But he couldn't do it. The bright moon above his head was obscured, and a phoenix flashed forward and landed beside him. The phoenix claws flicked, and streaks of fiery red phoenix true fire fell into Suhi's body, driving away any trace of silver-white power. For a moment, Suhi felt as if a heavy rain had penetrated his body and washed away
All the strength in his body was washed away. The scenery in front of me was unreal. And I couldn't even support my head. He looked up at the fire phoenix above his head. It's really Feng Chafei. His reaction to the blood curse is unmistakable. These beings have their own ways of hiding the blood curse. But now that they have appeared in front of him, the blood curse can no longer be concealed. This was not the point. He actually saw a flash of eagerness and worry in Feng Chafei's eyes. I'm so afraid it's not a dream. An idea flashed through Suhi's mind. And his vision went dark, and he fell headlong. Before he fell into coma, he heard the cry of a phoenix beneath the volcano. And a faint streak of ice flame rushed out. Feng Chafei kept moving his claws, driving away the power of time that invaded Suhi's body bit by bit. He looked up at the huge ice phoenix floating in the air with its wings flapping. This idiot has tricked people to death. Feng Chafei wished he could tear the dragon turtle under him to pieces with one claw. His foreign minister was no different from paper in front of Feng Chafei. If it is not the power of time, it is a taboo for monks. Without mastering the power of the four holy beasts, it is impossible to expel the power of time. She doesn't care whether this stupid turtle lives or lives. Leave it to Feng Si to run around. Feng Si stood still in the sky, his wings spread out and suspended, his aura gradually rising. But he was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he looked at Feng Chafei quietly. The look in his eyes is hard to explain. There is heartbreak, grief, endless hatred, and an unexplainable sympathy or sadness. To Feng Chafei's expectation, Feng Si did not attack immediately when he appeared. After a long time, until she had removed all the time erosion from the stupid turtle under her body, Feng Si still did not take action. Two phoenixes, one ice and one fire, stood silently looking at each other. It took a long time for Feng Si to speak. It is indeed you. The flames on Feng Chafei's body trembled for an instant, and he snorted with an arrogant look on his face. As if you had discovered me a long time ago? How dare you discover me? Feng Si was silent for a long time and said, I can't find it. Your skills have long surpassed mine. I can't find it if you don't show up. But I am a female phoenix. Women's sixth sense is never moral or practical. The first time the little guy from Zhongyuan gave birth Jade, too many surprises broke out at once, and I ignored too much. But the second time, the third time, and many times later, Suhi's birth Jade was more powerful than the peacock on the tomb. I have too many. Is this normal? Feng Si smiled, the ice flames on his body trembling faintly. Suhi and I are the only ones who have a blood relationship with Yunyatu. His father died early, and I saw it with my own eyes. Besides, Suanio is not qualified to enter Fengzhong. If he comes in, he will definitely pollute Xingyu in another way. What's left, the only one who has swallowed up Girl Yun's origin is you. Feng Sihan looked at Feng Chafei. Why? Guessing that Feng Chafei might be there, Feng Si suppressed his hatred and had already set up countless large formations around the tomb. How can a weasel be kind to a rooster when he pays New Year greetings to a rooster? Feng Chafei must have a plan if he dares to come here to hunt raw jade secretly. Since seizing the origin of Yunli 30,000 years ago, Feng Chafei has become more and more mysterious. And even the Suzaku sect has never returned. The method she deployed around the Suzaku gate had no effect at all. I don't know what I'm planning for tens of thousands of years. Could it be that she failed to completely devour Yunli's body back then? And her so-called bloodline advancement was not completely perfect. So she came up with the idea of taking Yunli's body again? Or even want to resurrect Yunli and devour him again? Feng Si's heart was full of hatred. During this period, if Suhi's voice hadn't been heard from time to time, it would have brought her back to her senses. I had already ignored him, and wanted to find Feng Chafei and fight to the death to kill him, even if we die together. But this little turtle has never seen his mother, and he is trying his best to hunt down ghosts. If he wants to resurrect Yunli, how can she lose her mind? Feng Chafei might be using her. But why didn't she use Feng Chafei before? Borrow Feng Chafei's raw jade to resurrect his daughter. Countless formations were set up around the tomb. As long as Yunli was resurrected, Feng Chafei could be trapped in an instant. No matter how high she is, there is no problem if she is trapped for a moment. It only takes a moment for the clansmen outside the tomb to kill them instantly. Facing the entire Phoenix clan, no force in the world can harm their own family members again under the protection of their entire clan. As an old Phoenix, Feng Si has this confidence. But today, everything seems different. When someone came in, she naturally noticed it immediately. But Suhi repaired the cracks too quickly. By the time she reacted, Feng Chaofei had already jumped over. Rescue? There was no mistaking it. When Feng Chaofei rescued Su He didn't even have time to hide himself. The power of time is the most unreasonable. You think it is just a moment's delay. In fact, millions of years may have passed in Su He's body.
Su He, are you in the same group?
Feng Xi's voice was trembling. Feng Chaofei can sneak into Feng Tomb and transport raw jade. Is it borrowing Su He's power? Feng Chaofei snorted coldly, with ridicule and disdain in his voice.
He is just such a fool. Does he deserve it? He still needs a group? Why does he want to be with me? How thick is his turtle SH? L?
Feng Chaofei's tone was disdainful. But Feng Xi felt relieved. But he looked at Feng Chaofei with confusion. He was not in the same group. There was even a blood curse left by Su He on Feng Chaofei. But she could clearly see Feng Chaofei's eagerness when he rescued Su He just now. Because he devoured Yunli's origin, he naturally became close to Yunli's descendants? This kind of thing must be true for other mythical beasts. Divine beasts are naturally close to their offspring, even if they are not related by blood. They are just cubs of the same race. So they will have an irresistible affinity, and treat them like their own children. This is the nature of divine beasts. Without this nature, it would be impossible for divine beasts to reproduce. But this is Feng Chaofei. Even the little girl who is following behind and calling her sister all day long can kill and steal the source. What else can't he do? Two phoenixes stood quietly in the sky. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Xi spoke in a steady voice.
I don't care what you are doing, but you seem to be walking on the same road now. I want to resurrect Yunli, and so do you. Then resurrect Yunli first. Other plans, the fight will be left after Yunli's resurrection.
She is a madman. But the mythical beast has lived for countless thousands of years, and her character is more or less bad. Especially when the enemy who killed a woman is in front of her. It's hard to control her hatred. But how can hatred compare to the resurrection of my daughter? As long as her daughter can come back, she will crawl down and beg Feng Chaofei. But so what?
Okay.
Feng Chaofei snorted and proudly agreed. The devil has a plan. Which calculation? She retreated slightly, left a distance, and instantly spread her wings towards the volcano. Plunged into it. Feng Xi was startled and immediately caught up with him. He even used his space power, and followed closely. He saw Feng Chao flying towards the other direction of the tomb, and slapped a 7th level Yin ghost on the sky. Once exposed, there is no need to be a thief. Just hunt openly. Feng Xi let out a long cry.
You are not allowed to approach Su He again.
Feng Chaofei's hunting movement stalled, but there was no response or rebuttal. I just roared in my heart.
Why don't you show up?
After a while, Yunli's voice became a little deeper.
If I show up, Mother will think that I will be resurrected this time. If the resurrection fails, Mother will not be able to bear it.
Feng Chaofei laughed and said,
Okay. You are all one of us. Now that you have failed to resurrect, she will only think that it is me who caused the trouble. She will definitely fight to the death. If you die first, I will send this old phoenix to see you.
Yunli sneered and laughed.
You have already killed me, and you are not willing to bear any suspicion or questioning. Can you forgive me for my sister's fault?
Feng Chaofei snorted twice and tore a 7th level Yin ghost into pieces with one claw, until it could no longer be broken into pieces. Chapter 319, The Big Festival begins. Su He woke up leisurely, and there was a circle of evil ghosts surrounding him, smashing him wildly. There was a roar and a huge fall, and all the ghosts were destroyed. Su He stood up and looked around, but saw no one. There is no Feng Chaofei and no Feng Xi. I don't know whether they fought outside the Phoenix Tomb or entered the volcano. There is a big tomb there. How can we fight? I wonder what the fight between these two top beings will be like. Su He's figure flashed, turned into a peacock, flew towards the volcano, and jumped down. She saw light rising from the west, and when she looked around, she saw a fiery red phoenix floating in midair, with fire rain falling from her body like arrows. And she killed all the ghosts. It was clearly a fire phoenix, but it was silent when hunting, and even the fire rain was a bit sad. Yin ghosts are usually killed when they cut grass. These ghosts are a bit bullying and afraid of the strong. If they are not adapted to Yin Qi, their damage will be higher than that of monks in the same realm. But once you adapt to the environment, the threat was immediately destroyed by half. It is easy for monks of the same realm to hunt down ghosts. Yin ghosts can do nothing but tear with their claws, leaving behind extremely rich Yin energy. Here Su He can even show off his skills to the Yin ghosts at the 5th level. But he has to run away after the fight. It's dangerous if you get caught. The claws condensed with yin qi are unimaginably sharp. Feng Qiaofei killed the ghosts one after another, destroying all the fallen jade. While killing, he gritted his teeth. A stupid phoenix didn't even know how to wake up that stupid turtle and turn into a peacock body. The pollution brought by a mere mortal could be eliminated in a moment. But it ended up being polluted to this extent by him. That turtle has a profound foundation. But the deeper the foundation here, the heavier the pollution it brings. Yun Li's voice tangled in her heart.
Don't say any more. He's here.
What? Feng Qiaofei snorted.
You want me to go over and pay him respects?
Su He looked at Feng Qiaofei. The two sides were far away, but the Shioga hexagram was about to condense. And it seemed that the yin energy could not block Su He's sight. A glance through the thick fog. The yin qi from all directions trembled. And the Gugua surged in with great force, heading towards the small Gugua in his inner world. Feng Qiaofei turned around in surprise. The rhyme of this hexagram is completely different from the one he advanced and evolved that day. Is this another hexagram? How many hexagrams does this guy have? How about killing them and snatching them away? Su He shivered. Just this feeling. I often had this feeling after entering Fengzhong. I always felt that someone was thinking about him. At first, I thought it was Yaya scolding him. Now it feels like it's obviously not the case. Someone has bad intentions. The Qianjiang game must have been very popular in the past few years. Everyone in Qianjiang must have entered it. Su He suspected that even the soul beasts had been acquired. Otherwise, the Jinwu God statue would not have been able to process so much information every day. Its momentum was rising steadily. And with it, he was also interested in the underworld. All the senses in the underworld are sharpened. Su He was not stupid and did not approach Feng Qiaofei rashly. He looked around and found Feng Si in front of the tomb. It seems that the two phoenixes have reached some kind of agreement. Su He spread his wings and flew away. From a distance, I could see Feng Si standing motionless in front of the tomb. The yin qi outside the tomb had condensed into a solid state, making it impossible to enter. Feng Si didn't even have a sycamore tree. Nor did he hunt for ghosts. He just stood quietly outside the tomb, facing the tomb, with a somewhat unexplainable expression. Su He flew over, and in the middle of the way, a 6th-level yin ghost straddling the sky came up with a roar. Feng Si glanced back and slashed with an ice blade. The yin ghost turned into yin energy in front of Su He. The raw jade fell down. Su He flapped his wings and stopped in front of Feng Si. Feng Si is only a short distance away from the yin qi wall. Su He can get close because he is not afraid of yin qi. And Feng Si can get close because she can bear it. Su He stood beside her for a long time. Feng Si chuckled and laughed at himself.
Grandma made a mistake.
Question mark. Su He didn't know why.
Since I had doubts, I suspected that Feng Qiaofei might be in the Phoenix tomb. But I didn't point it out. As a result, you were put in danger. I even neglected to tell you about the characteristics of the space cracks in the Phoenix tomb.
As soon as she entered Fengzhong, she was obsessed with it. She only wanted to resurrect her daughter. She subconsciously put everything else aside and ignored it. The suspicion of Feng Qiaofei was naturally not as accurate as what she said. It was just bragging to put pressure on the enemy. The suspicion of Feng Qiaofei was just a flash of thought in his mind. But if this thought was outside, if it was normal, if the mind had not been completely focused on the resurrection cloud, it would definitely not be let go easily. And even if it was a fleeting thought, it would be clearly investigated, instead of just setting up a formation under the tomb like now. Su He was not involved. Perhaps subconsciously, he felt that Feng Qiaofei did not dare to do anything to Su He. After all, there is more than one Phoenix clan behind Su He. Feng Qiaofei is not a fool. But when I react to this kind of thing, I feel guilty and scared. Su He understood. He shook his head and smiled.
It was Feng Qiaofei who saved me just now. Why did she save me?
I only met Feng Qiaofei twice. Once when he had just got a peacock body. Feng Qiaofei took the initiative to find him. And Su He planted a blood curse on him. Once, Ji Feishua led him to steal Feng Qiaofei's lair and absorb a portion of the volcanic formation in the chaos suppression area. He and Feng Qiaofei were definitely not friendly. They had to be enemies. Feng Si shook his head.
Who knows what she is thinking? Maybe it is because of the influence of your mother's origin.
This is the only thing Feng Si can think of.
What is she doing here?
Su He asked. Feng Si shook his head again.
I don't know the specific purpose, but it is definitely related to your mother's body.
There is no doubt about this. Feng Si has contacted the Feng clan. As long as the big sacrifice is over, Yunli will be resurrected. Everyone in the Feng clan rushed in immediately. Suhi let out a long breath.
I'm going to see her. Grandma will protect me.
Suhi turned around and flew towards Feng Xiaofei. Just as he stood up, Feng Xi's voice came.
My child, don't you blame Grandma?
Suhi turned around and gritted his teeth and said,
Weird. So Grandma had better think about how to coax me back. Otherwise my mother will be resurrected and I will file a lawsuit.
Feng Xi was stunned for a moment, then laughed. His expression suddenly became much brighter, as if the clouds had been cleared away. Suhi had already spread his wings and flew towards Feng Xiaofei. The closer they flew, the slower Suhi's speed became, and Feng Xiaofei couldn't help but breathe heavily.
He.is here.
Yunli's voice sounded in Feng Xiaofei's heart. Feng Xiaofei snorted.
You want me to hit him? Sister, stop making trouble.
Yunli scolded. You are also nervous, and your breathing is heavy. This has nothing to do with Taoism. The feeling of blood connection becomes clearer as you get closer, and your heart beats at the same frequency. Feng Xiaofei turned to look at Suhi. A coldness flashed in his eyes. Suhi's breath froze. And sure enough, the eagerness and concern I saw in this phoenix's eyes must have been an illusion before he fell into coma. Suhi flew close and stopped. A seed fell and turned into a silver maple tree, landing on the branch at the same height as Feng Xiaofei. Feng Xiaofei sneered.
What? Don't you dare to approach? How courageous are you?
This is at least 30 miles away. Provoke me? Suhi blinked, then pulled the silver maple tree and flew away. He didn't stop until Feng Xiaofei was less than 100 feet in front of him, and inserted the maple tree into the earth. He raised his eyes and stared at Feng Xiaofei. Afraid? It's as if there is a difference between being 30 miles away from me and being 300 meters away from me with my little knowledge. It was Feng Xiaofei's turn to be surprised. Looking at Suhi's deadbeat look, he knew what he was thinking. He laughed loudly and said in a very oppressive voice,
Boy, if something happens in 30 miles, Feng Xi still has time to save you. Give Feng Xi 100 feet.
Even with the right wings, she can't save you. Son of Yunli, you planted my blood curse, snatched my formation, took away my inheritance, and you still have the charm of a hexagram. How do you want to die?
A cold light flashed in her eyes. Suhi turned around and ran away, not even letting go of the silver maple tree. He flew 50 miles away in the blink of an eye and stopped suspended in the air. Feng Xiaofei. As expected of a turtle. He ran so fast that she almost didn't even react. Yunli burst out laughing from the bottom of her heart. Suhi was suspended in the air, summoning the silver maple tree with a thought. He looked at Feng Xiaofei and asked, Why are you here? Feng Xiaofei glanced at him disdainfully.
Do you think I will tell you?
Even if you don't tell me, I can make a guess. In fact, Suhi is not too worried. In addition to Feng Xi, there is also an ancestor who is watching here, and it is impossible to let her do whatever she wants. Suhi was silent for a moment and said,
If you want to follow the path of the Suzaku, I might as well tell you that your bloodline is wrong. You hunt for raw jade to help your mother resurrect, and I will tell you the true path.
Feng Xiaofei was startled for a moment, then laughed out loud. This was a real mockery.
Boy, don't think that just because you have entered the evil suppressing Dao Palace, you know everything. Even the person who built the evil suppressing Dao Palace. How much do you know? He was just born a little earlier than me. Do you really think he is an unattainable existence?
When it comes to ethics, Feng Xiaofei is not afraid of anyone. It's the treasure that exudes the charm of Tao in the tomb of the palace of suppressing evil. So what? There is such a treasure. But now it doesn't even have a name. It seems that he is not a talented and evil person. It's just taking advantage of all the opportunities in Taiku Avenue. Suhi was silent for a moment.
The person who built the evil suppressing Dao Palace was an immortal. Feng Xiaofei's disdainful expression froze, and the feathers on his face trembled.
You say so? So what if it's the immortal lord? No one has ever walked on the White Tiger Passage. But did you know that the White Tiger clan has followed the bloodline path? And some members have almost achieved success? The holy beast White Tiger?
Suhi shook his head. He didn't know this. But even if Bai Hu was the master of killing, it was definitely not the right way to kill relatives to prove the truth. Bai Hu was not killing his own people. He asked softly,
If this road was right, would the White Tiger be safe now?
Not to mention the White Tiger. Even tiger-like mythical beasts don't exist in the world now. Something unimaginable must have happened. What did Feng Xiaofei see in the Suzaku Passage? Why do you think of condensing blood? Even Uncle Lei realized on his own that the path of Xuanwu was related to the starry sky. Feng Qiaofei's understanding should far exceed that of Uncle Lei. No. This Phoenix Suzaku path was not obtained in the Jinxia Dao Palace. It won't be long before she enters the Jinxia Dao Palace. It should be within the past 6,000 years. Otherwise, she would not swear that Bai Ling did not enter the first time they met. Pass. She said this because Bai Ling was dead. But there was still no image of Bai Ling left in the Tao Palace. But Feng Qiaofei's pursuit of Suzaku's path is no longer a matter of time. Yunli died at least 30,000 years ago. And she started her pursuit 30,000 years ago. Feng Qiaofei stopped talking, remained silent for a moment, and looked at Su He.
Tell me about your path.
This turtle boy can fall into the iron chain of the Imperial Palace. So he must be on the right path. The path to the 4 sacred beasts cannot be the only one. But it is better if he has the right reference. And she has no losses anyway. Su He was silent. Feng Qiaofei sneered.
If what you say is true, I will leave. Feng Qiaofei is true to his word.
Su He looked back at Feng Si. Feng Si nodded. As proud as the 4 spirits, they naturally disdain to lie in the face of equal bloodline status. Although I don't know what the red bird and white tiger they are talking about are. It should be related to spiritual practice. A path that only geniuses among the 4 spirits can follow? Does genius have a special inheritance? A mediocre person like her can't see it? Just thinking about it makes me so angry. Su He was silent for a moment.
Starry sky. Suzaku is in the south. 7 places in the south.
Feng Qiaofei's eyes suddenly condensed, and he looked at Su He.
Did Taizu tell you?
Each of these old guys hides very deeply. Hidden too many secrets. Do you want to give Baze a beating and start breaking into Baze Tower? There are countless secrets there. Basically everything you want to know. Su He shook his head, with a look of surprise on his face.
Isn't this something you should understand by yourself? You haven't realized it.
Su He now looked at the starry sky and his consciousness rose. The 4 stars have long since transformed into the 4 holy beasts. But only Xuanwu is moving. And the other 3 holy beasts are all in a still state. Feng Qiaofei was silent, and asked Yunli in his heart.
How about beating him to death?
Show off for what? This is because the entire Dragon Turtle clan has obtained the Xuanwu form, so that they can better embark on the path of Xuanwu. It's not like she's groping alone. If it weren't for that old phoenix's reminder, I don't know how long it would take before I set foot on the road to the stars. But the bloodline path is not wrong either. Feng Qiaofei didn't feel that he had gone astray, but that his bloodline was full of thorns and killings along the way. She looked at Su He.
Other than this? How'd it go?
Su He blinked. Still not satisfied? Poor Daning. Just telling him where to make his debut is a smooth road. Does this phoenix want more?
I am Dragon Turtle, and I also follow the path of Xuanwu.
Su He would have something to talk about if he discussed Xuanwu and comprehended the starry sky. But Suzaku didn't understand anything at all. He only glanced at the starry sky twice during his free time.
But there is nothing wrong with realizing the true form of Suzaku in the starry sky first.
Feng Qiaofei's heart skipped a beat. Even Suzaku's true form is known. This guy has already seen Xuanwu's true form. Su He didn't say anything further. He wondered what Feng Qiaofei would think if he knew that the Xuanwu in his eyes had long been roaring and swimming like a living creature. Probably despise him. Seeing Xuanwu like that, he still can't summarize and create a Taoist method that leads directly to Xuanwu. It's really useless.
What? This news may cause you to hunt raw jade and leave here?
Feng Qiaofei pondered for a moment, then laughed loudly.
Okay. This traitor is driving you away.
Feng Qiaofei said to Yunli in his heart. Yunli was silent for a moment and said softly.
Let's go then. For some reason, every time I approach the tomb, I always feel like the peacocks floating above are trying to suck me in. I feel very bad here.
Feng Qiaofei gave her a white look in his heart. Nonsense. How can you be resurrected if you don't go there? Is it possible that there is another consciousness of yours over there? 2 consciousnesses exist at the same time? Then wouldn't my work have been in vain? Su He nodded and asked via voice transmission.
Do you agree with both of them?
Feng Qiaofei didn't want outsiders to know about schizophrenia. Now it seems that he can stop being an enemy. And Su He is not willing to make enemies out of thin air. Feng Qiaofei was startled, and suddenly looked over. His eyes suddenly rose with murderous intent, and he looked at Su He while breathing heavily.
How did you know?
A few words burst out from the bird's beak. It was indeed a taboo. Su He was silent for a moment.
I have entered the palace of suppression of evil Tao.
The evil suppression palace can see the illusions left on other passages. She was talking to herself inside. having a conversation with herself. Feng Qiaofei recalled it, and made sure that no Yunli was exposed inside. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Su He with a cold glance.
I have agreed.
Feng Qiaofei kept his word.
Okay.
Su He nodded.
Thank you very much. Senior.
After saying that, without saying another word, he collected the silver maple tree and turned around to leave. After walking 10 miles, he turned back.
Senior, I dare to ask, how can we suppress blood-related intimacy?
He didn't want to get too close to Feng Qiaofei, who had absorbed Yun Li's origin. Being close, that feeling of being so close by blood, you can't help but yearn for her. You want to get closer. You can't stop her. Feng Qiaofei glanced at him.
What? You also want to kill your fellow tribesmen and try the bloodline path?
Su He shook his head. I'm sorry. I can't play. People will die. Su He stopped talking and fluttered his wings and walked away. Feng Qiaofei snorted at him and glanced. If I knew how to suppress this damn feeling, would you have been able to dance in front of me for so long? All the ashes have been blown away by you. Su He spread his wings and flew back to the tomb, landing next to Feng Si. Feng Si raised his wings and rubbed his head.
Thank you very much. Little one, you are more responsible than Grandma.
Send him out before the big sacrifice. There is a big battle before every big festival. Su He is too young, so this is not his stage. Su He smiled.
Grandma, can't the big ceremony be brought forward?
I just experienced the space passage of Phoenix Tomb firsthand. There is not only the power of space, but also broken time. Time is a forbidden area for monks. And if you touch it, you will die. It is impossible to repair that kind of passage. In other words, the passage that could lead to Fengzhong in the past is probably still open now. There is no need to think about what those greedy people and sworn enemies are waiting for. Those who want the peacock corpse will have to wait for the tomb to open during the great ceremony. Those who want life and reform will also show up at that time. At that time, when the various powers of Fengzhong are revealed, it is the best moment to seize chestnuts from the fire. Feng Si shook his head.
The big sacrifice can only be held on the death anniversary. Otherwise the tomb cannot be opened.
In fact, they can't control much about the so-called big sacrifice. Fengzhong conducts it more on its own. All they do is escort it. In the early stage, you can prevent the enemy from contaminating raw jade. And on the same day, you can prevent the enemy from robbing the peacock's shadow and the peacock's body in the tomb. The two were silent for a moment, and Feng Si patted him on the head.
Today, Feng Qiaofei is hunting ghosts to clean up pollution. Grandma will take you to visit the Phoenix Tomb? The invisible place under the big tomb here is formed innately, but the rest of the place is built after the Xianhuang Cave sky,
which is quite similar to the Xianhuang Cave sky. You won't be in a hurry after taking a walk around the Xianhuang Cave sky.
That's not bad. But the timing is bad. Su He smiled bitterly.
Grandma, wait a moment.
There was no deliberate guidance this time. But before the big curtain, Xiao Gugua absorbed the Taoist rhyme of Gugua even faster. At this moment, Xiao Gugua was already trembling to the point where it could not stop. This is a sign of impending condensation. Su He has experienced it 3 times, and he is very familiar with it.
Grandma, help me protect the law,
Su He said anxiously. After planting the silver maple tree, he immediately jumped up, closed his eyes and looked inward, and all his consciousness sank into the inner world. He controlled the Xiao Gugua to rotate around Tai Mountain over and over again, so fast that it almost made the sound of wind. I don't know how long it took, but Xiao Gugua stopped jumping and completely condensed into reality. There was a buzz, and the whole inner world trembled. The good hexagram learned this time has too many runes and rhymes. Although it has just been condensed, the small good hexagram is already the most condensed and heaviest of all the hexagrams. It seems that he can't wait to get started. The Xiao Gugua had just condensed, and a vague shadow had appeared next to the gun mount on the top of Tai Mountain. It's just that it's too unreal and only has some lines, so I can't tell what it is. But the shadow did not fall on the gun carriage. The second Kaitian artifact may be the same as the first one. Su He's first heaven-opening artifact was a single stroke, but Wu had already repaired the lichen of the inner world. Only the Kaitian pen is left. Su He was a little surprised, shook his body, opened his eyes, and bowed in all directions.
Thank you, Ancestor, for your help. This junior has already absorbed it. From now on, there is no need to bother the seniors anymore.
The Yin Chi in all directions shook, and the rhyme of the hexagram was no longer spread. Feng Si raised his head and looked at Su-hee in confusion. Who are you talking to again? Su-hee smiled and said,
There should be a certain ancestor watching here. It was the ancestor who helped me learn the Taoist rhyme of Gugwa. Question mark.
Feng Xi's consciousness came out, but found nothing. She raised her voice and called out,
But the great ancestor?
No respond. Feng Xi smiled and looked up at Su-hee. This little guy must have accidentally encountered the rules of this world and mistakenly thought he was the ancestor.
Have you gained something from your practice, little fellow?
In just a moment, the meaning of the heaven-opening divine artifact on Su-hee's body became much richer, and he should have gained a lot. Su-hee nodded. Let's go.
Talk to Grandma while you're walking? Although we, the older generation, can hardly understand the cultivation of your young beasts. But after all, you have nearly 1,000,000 years of experience. Maybe you can avoid some detours.
This was about to give real guidance. Su-hee was overjoyed. He collected the tree, flapped his wings, and followed Feng Xi into the distance. Feng Xi gestured to the front.
You can't see it because of the fog. There is a small secret realm thousands of miles ahead. It was built in imitation of the Baiyan Palace. It is the area that will be opened when the Xianhuang Cave Heaven is open next time. Grandma will take you there first. Su-hee raised his eyes and saw clearly that there was a continuous palace with white clouds rising, like an alchemy room refining medicine. The two birds were talking and flew thousands of miles away in the blink of an eye. Just as they were about to enter, a golden light from the tomb behind them shot straight to the top of the Phoenix tomb. Chapter 320 Buddha Mother Daming King Bodhisattva. A golden light shot straight up, and everyone in the Phoenix tomb knew what was happening. The festival starts early. This is not right. This is very wrong. The great sacrifice should be held on the anniversary of death. This is an eternal truth. Yun Li's death anniversary is still more than 3 years away.
Feng Chao Fei!
Feng Xi screamed, spread his wings, and flew towards the Phoenix tomb. Feng Chafei showed up today. Nothing happened when she was there. She had just left Wanli when something unexpected happened. Who else would come if it wasn't Feng Chaofei? Just hit her. Su-hee followed Feng Xi and saw on the other side of the crater. Feng Chaofei spread his wings and held a 7th-level ghost in the sky, looking at this side with a confused expression. Feng Xi screamed and went to kill Feng Chaofei. Su-hee couldn't catch up and shouted at the top of his voice.
Grandma, guard the big tomb. Put the rest aside.
Feng Xi, who was halfway flying, turned back with a shrill cry. Falling in front of the curtain, he looked at Feng Chaofei with cracked eyes and gritted teeth.
Mean!
You promised Su-hee. Su-hee stretched out his wings and put them on Feng Xi.
Grandma, be careful. Feng Chaofei didn't do it. She has never been here.
Although they were far apart, Su-hee could see clearly. The Xiao de Gua condensed into shape, and the Yin Qi in the entire Phoenix tomb could no longer block his gaze. And Su-hee could see clearly. Feng Chaofei never left, and was always hunting ghosts on the other side. Incredibly well behaved. If it weren't for her, there would still be enemies on the side. The golden light behind the tomb rose from the tomb, shot through the dome above, and shot straight into the sky, echoing the stars in the sky. In the beam of light, the phantom of the peacock opened its mouth and let out a phoenix cry. He raised his head and looked towards the sky, opening his mouth as if he wanted to swallow the 9 heavens Xianyu in one gulp. The big festival is really about to begin. The city walls made up of Yin Qi from all directions were cracked piece by piece, and the rich Yin Qi condensed into black water flow, and the reverse waterfall flowed around the pillars of golden light and soared into the sky.
What method can be used to start the big festival in advance?
Su-hee asked. Feng Xi remained silent.
To sacrifice your loved ones. You, me, or Feng Chaofei, or...
Killing intent suddenly burst out in her eyes. Either Feng Chaofei sacrificed his Yunli origin, or someone touched the body of Yunli's father. Beings who have reached the highest level of cultivation can live for hundreds of thousands of years without decaying or dissipating. Especially mythical beasts. Someone moved the body of the black bird and offered it as a sacrifice.
That scholar!
Feng Xi and Su-hee reacted at the same time. That scholar accidentally entered the Phoenix tomb. Someone came here specifically just to sacrifice the body. But the black bird is huge. Where is the scholar hiding? Su-hee was nearby and didn't feel anything special about the scholar. Su-hee felt secretly resentful. But now it was too late to argue. Feng Xi fluttered his wings and said,
Su-hee! Understood!
Su-hee responded. The big festival begins, but the peacock's vitality has not reached its limit. Someone has to cross the Yin Qi River and send all the raw jade in. With a cry of phoenix, the remaining raw jade on Feng Xi's body was sacrificed instantly without any reservation, and floated around Sisuhi. This is raw jade that has been hunted long ago, and is ready to be entered into the tombstone in the next Zhongyuan. Although the Yinchi city wall is spread out at this moment, it is like a suspended river surrounding the tomb. Ordinary beasts and monks cannot approach it, unless you can be like Su He and don't care about Yinchi. Su He looked back at Feng Qiaofei.
Give me the raw jade!
Feng Qiaofei spread her wings and flew over a row of raw jade. After the raw jade, there was a rune that contained the power of her blow. Feng Xi stared at the rune and repeatedly checked to confirm that it only contained Feng Qiaofei's true essence and bloodline power, without any other small movements. Before letting him pass, Su He put away the runes and raw jade, fluttered his wings and plunged into the dark river of Yinchi. He used his wings as an oar to paddle forward and move forward quickly. The river of Yinchi is like a giant dragon spinning rapidly around the golden light. In just a moment, Su He was swept to nowhere. He couldn't distinguish between inside and outside, and couldn't tell the direction. I just feel like the river is spiraling and rushing towards the sky. I want to fall, but I can't stop the flow of water. I could faintly hear the chirping of peacocks. Even he couldn't see around him in this current. Su He spread his wings to stabilize his body, but he couldn't move. He couldn't use any of his Taoist skills, and he was like an ordinary peacock in the river of condensed yin energy, which was of no use at all.
Hey!
Su He screamed, and the dark water poured down his mouth and nose. The phoenix true fire in his body automatically ignited, roaring and rushing towards the yin chi. But it was of no avail.
Take it!
Su He shouted lowly, and the yin energy flow he swallowed immediately fell into the inner world. In an instant, dark clouds came over the world, and the whole world turned into a gloomy world. The black clouds rolled in, covering the mountains and rivers. The small 64 hexagrams on Tai Mountain are shining brightly, but they can only illuminate Tai Mountain, and the rest of the place seems to have fallen into the underworld. Tai Mountain is special. This mountain was not obtained by Su He who opened up the inner world. It is the result of Bai Ling's Qijua's secret realm condensing the small 64 hexagrams. It has been floating in the chaos of the world pearl for a long time. To the inner world, Tai Mountain is an innate land, extremely mysterious, shrouded in yin chi. The open sky pen was uncontrollable and automatic, breaking through the void and going straight up to the sky, then down a little. It was like water waves spreading out, and a ripple swayed in all directions among the clouds. Suddenly, a bolt of thunder exploded in the black clouds. The power of the world exploded in an instant, followed by thunder splitting the sky. In an instant, it rained heavily, and huge black raindrops fell from the sky, gathering into a river and flowing underground, condensed in the underground cave. The black pond here has become a lake and continues to expand. But the cave did not expand accordingly, as if the inly lake had opened up a flat space underground. But as the lord of the inner world, Su He was convinced that there would be no new space to open up. This feeling is very awkward. Su He's knowledge was not enough to describe such a state. It's as if two worlds overlap, and this cave is just the entrance to another yin world. This is the form of the world that has been formed since the opening of the sky. It is like two overlapping worlds. But the world belonging to yin power has not been injected with yin power, and has been in a closed state. It rains heavily here. Outside, Su He was rising and falling with the tornado formed by the river of yin energy, unable to even stay still, not to mention breaking through and sending raw jade. This is because he is not afraid of the invasion of yin power. Anyone else would not be able to survive such evil power. Su He snorted and transformed into his true form as a dragon turtle. At this moment, it no longer mattered whether he was polluted or not. He no longer had to hunt ghosts and accumulate raw jade. The dragon turtle appeared, raised its claws, and set off a huge black wave. The unruly river of yin energy around it seemed to have found its owner, and would not make any mistakes again. Su He was like a big mountain suppressing a tornado. With one stroke of his claws, a river of yin force flowed out. In front of him, an invisible golden beam of light shot straight into the sky, and inside it a peacock looked up to the sky and screamed. Su He looked up and saw the stars twinkling in the sky. But from this angle, the starry sky is completely different from what you see in the outside world. This is a starry sky that Su He doesn't recognize. The peacock screamed loudly in the golden beam of light, and opened its mouth to peck at a star. It was clear how far away it was, but the peacock lowered its mouth, and a star was pecked out by her, and she flicked it to the phoenix tomb, and it went to nowhere. Outside the yin force tornado, Feng Si watched a star fall from the sky and fly towards a bright light in the Feng tomb. The dim light of the small volcano-shaped lamp instantly turned into starlight, illuminating an area of land and dispelling the strong gloom.
The soul lamp is lit, and the real sacrifice is about to begin.
Feng Si's face was filled with eagerness, but he couldn't see clearly what was going on inside the waterspout. The phoenix essence of her body was transported to the phoenix beak of her throat, and the phoenix screamed loudly. The phoenix cry condensed into a line and fell into the Force tornado. It rushed inward along the tornado and turned into an explosion in Suhi's ears.
Kid, come back. It's about to begin.
This big festival is too fast. As soon as the golden light connecting the sky and the earth was emitted, the stars fell down and the soul-inducing lamp began to light. In previous years, this would have taken at least 3 or 4 days. The living are always more important than the dead. The sound was entangled and dragged towards Suhi, trying to catch it out, but couldn't. Suhi was unable to reply, so he jumped out of the tornado and turned into a peacock and landed in front of the tomb. Golden light shot out from the top of the tomb. At this moment, the tomb, which was originally like a mountain, peeled off the rocks, revealing a vicissitudes of ancient tomb. The ancient tomb is not pressed on the earth. Instead, it landed on the back of a phoenix sculpture. The phoenix was very old and huge, and Suhi recognized him. It is the incredibly large phoenix in the Phoenix clan's inheritance space that carries the entire inheritance world. It's just that the phoenix in the inheritance space is full of vigor and vitality. Carrying the inheritance of the Phoenix clan is like carrying the entire world and the future of the clan. There is infinite hope in the vibration of the wings. The phoenix here is only half and half. The phoenix is in the state of flying with its wings spread out. Half of its body sinks into nothingness, leaving only a pair of wings and the upper part of the chest and abdomen. It is struggling to carry the tomb, with a pair of phoenix eyes lowering its head slightly, looking down at nothingness. Murderous intent and hatred filled his eyes. It's like a phoenix trying its best to carry its offspring to prevent them from drowning. As if the void below is a terrible place that swallows everything. Suhi couldn't see anything there. There are no imaginary vortexes, passages, cracks in time and space, and the like, normally. But the phoenix carrying the tomb is rising and falling in it. Suddenly there is a little more, and sometimes there is a little less, different from the full of hope in the inheritance. Here it is unwilling to give up, and try its best to prevent the future generations from falling into the invisible place. This is the first time to see the true shape of the tomb. Suhi rushed out of the Force spiral nest, turned into a peacock body, landed outside the light pillar under the tomb, spilled his own pure gold and jade, fluttered his wings and crushed it, sending life into the tombstone. He also called out the raw jade of Feng Qiaofei and Grandma Si, activated their runes, and shattered their raw jade respectively. The peacock above the big tomb gave a loud cry, and its body instantly shrank and approached Ning Lian. The tombstones beneath them continued to seep into life. Suhi took a deep look at the starry sky above his head, turned around and rushed into the vortex of the long river of Force, transforming into a dragon turtle body and rushing outward. Xuanwu was born in the water palm and Suhi can come and go freely in this long river of power. With a roar, he swallowed the endless flow of power, completely turning the inner world into a dark night where he couldn't even see his fingers. Only then did he push away the Shui and rush out. As soon as it appeared, a ribbon turned into ice flame rolled over, wrapped around Suhi's neck and pulled him out like a dog. Suhi fell to the ground, and before he could get up, he saw a peacock chirping in the sky, pecked another star, and flicked his head. I saw a star like a ball of light falling into a stone lamp, illuminating a space. After taking a closer look, I discovered that each volcanic light corresponded to a palace. According to what the grandma said, these palaces were all built after the Xianwang cave heaven. The caves and caves were combined to form a large formation that Suhi could not understand at all.
Get out!
Feng Si's voice sounded from behind. Feng Si looked down at him.
There must be a reason why the big sacrifice is advanced. There may be a battle here that is beyond your imagination. This is not your battlefield. Leave immediately and escape from the tomb.
As she spoke, a light from the center of her brow fell on Suhi's head.
This is Grandma's cave mark, as well as your mother and Feng Qiaofei. If Grandma doesn't go back after this, they will all be yours.
Suhi looked at Feng Si and nodded.
I won't wait for the result. I'll move the treasures as soon as I get out. If you don't want to lose so much, you'd better get out as soon as possible.
After threatening, Suhi turned around and left. The turtle must be self-aware. In this battlefield, no one at the 7th level of the sky is even qualified to participate. Even the divine beasts must at least open the 5th heaven. Otherwise, staying here will only cause trouble. He transformed into his true body as a peacock, took up his wings and flew outside. Less than 10,000 miles away, an alarm bell suddenly rang in his heart, and he instantly restored the true form of the dragon turtle and flashed aside with a magical machine. I didn't even have time to think about the unavailability of spatial magical powers here. A divine message flashed. Then he saw an iron rope protruding from the void, and a whip struck the place where he was just now.
TSK. TSK. You really can't make a sneak attack across time and space. It's actually delayed so much. The slave family launched a sneak attack one day in advance.
A figure emerged from the rift in time and space. But she is a beautiful woman. There is nothing particularly outstanding about her. She is simply beautiful. As soon as he came out, the iron rope in his palm was wrapped around his waist. He straightened his chest and smiled seductively.
Hey! Isn't this the young prince of the Dragon Turtle clan? I heard that the prince is the best among human women. What do you think of the slave family?
She straightened up and opened her clothes a little, revealing her assets. Iron rope. Seal the palace. The moment the iron rope was pulled out, the Jinwu god statue in the sea of consciousness flickered again. But before he could say, fall, a life and death crisis came over. As long as he dares to open his mouth and fall into this iron rope, he will definitely die.
TSK. TSK! Why didn't you drop sister's iron rope?
The woman looked extremely disappointed, shook her head and chuckled.
Sister doesn't like this iron rope. And she doesn't like to tie others up. She just likes to be tied up. How about my little brother trying to get caught by the slave's iron rope?
She straightened her body again, as if the slave's family was letting you tie her up. He retreated instantly, and Fengxi called out,
Canfeng!
Seal the palace with residual wind. Canfeng and Killing Fire are two major spy agencies. Especially Canfeng, who has an undying blood feud with the Phoenix clan. The names of the Feng clan are not static from the second ancestor to Fengyi. If someone dies, a descendant will take over. In other words, every name in the Phoenix clan has been used by someone before. For example, Feng Qi was originally named after Feng Qiaofei. But Feng Qiaofei rebelled against his clan and took the name away from him. But Feng Qiaofei never died. Feng Qisai did not inherit this name. But one day there will still be a phoenix, and it will bear this name and be called Feng Qi. All the magical powers of Sanfeng's lineage come from the Phoenix clan, and at least one phoenix once died in their hands. Even the clan tomb outside has been harassed.
Hey! Isn't this Fengxi?
The woman turned to look at Fengxi.
When will you die? When you die, can you give your pair of phoenix eyes to the slave family?
Murderous intent flashed in Fengxi's eyes, and he heard another voice coming from the space passage.
Or sister, kill someone.
The moment the voice appeared, a black shadow had already appeared, and together with the previous woman, it turned into two rays of light, shooting towards He in an instant. With the existence of the 7th level of Tatian, He realized that he should resist, or at least escape. But my body couldn't keep up. The enemy has already reached his side, but the magical machine has not yet been used. Using magical powers doesn't even require any mental movement. It can be done with just a thought. However, the time it takes for them to kill is far less than the time it takes for He to have a thought. As soon as the idea came to his mind, He was already covered with iron ropes, and his hood was down. Fengxi screamed and jumped to kill. In a passage next to him, a young man came forward with a shot. The young man covered his eyes with a red scarf, but it could not block his sight. A spear hit Fengxi between his eyebrows, and at the same time two iron ropes shot out from the side, hitting Fengxi's wings. A dragon turtle that has embarked on the path of Xuanwu and possesses the magical powers of the Fengwang clan. How can Canfeng keep it? This time, he had obtained all the 2 passages to the Fengzhong that Fengwang Palace had mastered for an unknown number of epochs. The 3 of them intercepted Fengxi, and the 2 of them, who were at the 7th level of the sky, personally attacked the dragon turtle, which was grand enough. Even though the dragon turtle dies, he will be honored. Fengxi screamed angrily. The phoenix tilted its head to avoid a shot from Shaolun, the phoenix master. The wings flapped forward instead of retreating. Instead of avoiding the iron rope, they flapped their wings to wrap the iron rope around their wings and pulled them towards them, instantly dragging the 2 7th-level heaven-walking ones beside him. Fengxi rushed forward with 2 claws at the same time, stabbing them directly. He actually wanted to kill two people at the same time. Xiaoluan's ears twitched, and he shot forward. However, Feng Si swung the iron rope in front of him and blocked the spear. With a collision, the huge force exploded the Yin Shui whirlpool behind him, revealing the large tomb, light pillar and peacock inside. The spear blocked it. But the 7th level Tatian, who was dragged over by his left wing, also took the opportunity to escape from Feng Si's attack. The Canfeng head on his right wing was pulled over by him, and he thrust a claw into his chest, igniting the phoenix's true fire. The sky instantly turned into a ball of solid ice. But a majestic flame burned outside the ice. The more the flame burned, the bigger the ice condensed. The more Tao Tian struggled, the more solid the ice became. All this happened in an instant. Not even a shadow existed in the sky. It was already over. In such a short period of time, Suhi couldn't even finish the thought of raising his hand. Feng Si's attack was not fully effective. His eyes cracked, and he looked towards Suhi. Then he saw two people, one black and one white, a man and a woman, drawing their swords towards Suhi at the same time. There was no panic in Suhi's eyes. He was actually calm. In such a short period of time, he didn't even have time to look panicked. Suhi felt that there was no way to hide, as if the turtle's shell would be peeled off the moment he saw the shadow. At the moment of life and death, the black and white in front of him suddenly turned into fiery red. Suhi couldn't see how it changed, and he couldn't see the movements clearly at all. I just felt a flash of black and white light in front of me, and then turned into a red light. Maybe red light was born from black and white light. The light fell, and Feng Chofei was seen standing in front of him. A man and a woman standing on the 7th level of the sky with a pair of chicken claws. The true fire of the phoenix invaded the two of them along the phoenix's claws. Her phoenix true fire is different from Feng Si's. Feng Si's freezes people. Feng Chofei was much more domineering, just burning people to death. Panic flashed through the eyes of the two Titian 7th layers. It seemed that they couldn't find the specific situation here on the other side of the time and space channel. And they didn't know that Feng Chofei was also there. The phoenix behind him was completely unexpected. Feng Chofei glanced at Suhi.
Let's go!
Suhi didn't think too much and turned into a peacock and spread its wings and flew away. Sure enough, the battlefield here is not suitable for him. He rushed towards the volcano tunnel in an instant, only to hear a loud noise behind him. Feng Chofei crushed the head of a 7th level Skywalker. The blindfolded young man jumped back. He yelled urgently,
Masters, if you don't take action yet, when will you wait?
A golden light rose in front of the tomb. Then, there was a phoenix cry, and a large formation erupted. Suhi didn't look again and left. He rushed out of the passage in an instant and rushed towards the entrance of Fengzhong. Sure enough, there is a phoenix tomb passage that is controlled by someone. The power of time in the space-time rift cannot be touched, and the passage that appears cannot be repaired. It is inevitable that someone will grasp it. But it seemed that Grandma Si was not unprepared. The newly appeared Jin Lun was supposed to be a monk. As soon as he appeared, he stepped into Grandma Sacrifice's formation, and was torn to pieces by the formation before he could show off. Suhi jumped out and saw a loud phoenix cry at the passage of the phoenix tomb. And 3 phoenixes galloped in. Without saying hello to Suhi, they rushed directly into the phoenix tomb. Suhi hurriedly turned around.
3 elders?
Feng Chofei is still one of our own.
Suhi was afraid that Feng Huang's hatred for the traitors far exceeded that of the enemy. So he fought in and started a conflict with Feng Chofei. Suhi could clearly see the murderous aura on Feng Chofei's body just now. No matter what her purpose is, she should be consistent with the entire Phoenix clan in resurrecting Yunli. At this moment, you can also see on the surface of the earth a golden light in the east wrapped in dark water, shooting straight into the sky. A peacock spread its wings and soared in the golden light, pecking at the sky. But here you can't see the starry sky that can only be seen in the big tomb. And you can't see the peacock pecking at the stars. Suhi didn't stop, just spread his wings and left. After rushing less than 10,000 miles, a red light suddenly shot out from the slanting stab. Suhi flapped his wings, and Ji-Fei's posture stopped instantly. A bloody arrow grazed the corner of his eyebrow and hit the ground, instantly corroding a piece of grass. Suhi didn't even think about the heavenly killing formation coming down and covering him. He looked to the side and saw Liu Yan coming out sucking his bleeding wrist. Zhu Yan's eyes were red, as if he was drunk.
TSK. TSK. You were able to escape. You are worthy of being the one who can kill my stupid clan brother.
He licked his lips, let out a weird ape laugh. and stared straight at Suhi. Suhi stopped in the air and looked around, but found no other ambush. Inhaling gently, Zhu Yan exuded this aura. Named the third prince of the Imperial Palace. This is the rune that the third prince left on the eyebrow of the little dragon. The rune that suppresses sanity. This Zhu Yan looked like a demented idiot at the moment. And he was indeed affected by the runes. No wonder a mere underage divine beast who has opened the second heaven dares to go to the Phoenix tomb to seek death. No wonder there is no smell of adult Zhu Yan in the area. Suhi didn't want to fight here. There were too many cracks in time and space in the Phoenix tomb. At this moment, the big sacrifice was about to begin. And who knew what kind of existence would come in? If it is the kind of existence that will never die like the Phoenix or Dragon Turtle clan, it would be too frustrating to just slap him to death.
You are out of your mind. Stand down,
Suhi whispered. And at the same time a peacock chirped in all directions. The general meaning is, elders of the Zhu Yan clan. This idiot has been blocked by the third prince in the Imperial Palace. If there is anyone here, take him away immediately. Otherwise, if the Zhu Yan clan attacks Fengzhong, there will be consequences at your own risk. Suhi did not fight with him, but a bright moon imprisoned him in place, spread his wings and flew towards the exit as quickly as possible. As soon as he flew out a little, he saw blood stained on the bright moon's light. Zhu Yan actually spilled a large amount of blood, forced his way through the bright moon, and killed him. A monkey insisted on flying up and chasing a peacock. Sure enough, I have no IQ. Even though Zhu Yan used blood to create magical powers, he didn't directly use blood to break the magical powers. He injured the enemy zero and suffered 3,000 losses to himself. If Zhu Yan fought like this, there would be no need to fight desperately. He would be able to kill him by trapping the enemy a few more times. Another bright moon fell down on Suhi, trapping Zhu Yan and continuing to fly towards the exit. Not far away, there was a crisp sound behind him, and he saw the monkey, all red, smashing into the bright moon and rushing out. This time the monkey learned a lesson, and instead of sprinkling blood on the bright moon, he soaked his own ape hair with blood and knocked it out with his own brute force, roaring and killing Suhi. Suhi let out a cry of phoenix and turned around and rushed towards Zhu Yan. Again and 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 again. I don't care if you are mentally ill. How can you talk about being a turtle master after chasing him like this? Suhi let out a long cry, and the heavenly killing formation and Yulin fell under him at the same time, and then turned around and turned into a dragon turtle. Zhu Yan rushed towards him. Suhi opened his mouth and fired out a mountain god seal, heading towards Zhu Yan. They collided with each other, but did not push Zhu Yan back. Instead, it had a suppressive effect, knocking it directly into the big mountain from midair. On the ground, there was a muffled sound and smoke and dust flew everywhere. The heavenly slaughter formation was launched beneath him, with two black and white dragons coiling into formation, and a drum, urn, and golden hammer falling from the sky and slamming down. Zhu Yan was suddenly stunned, his eyes filled with confusion. The drum, urn and golden hammer were modeled on the divine power of the dragon turtle in Jifei Shui Bai Bing, and had the effect of shocking and dizzying. But this effect also has its limit. Against Zhu Yan, who is at the second level of open heaven, the effect will not be so immediate. It seems that the third prince's runes not only lower his spiritual intelligence, but also damage his spiritual consciousness. This sledgehammer was particularly effective against Zhu Yan. In this case, Suhi roared and blasted out his divine power, followed by hitting Zhu Yan with a sledgehammer. And then, the mountain god seal fell from the sky, crashed down. There was a loud noise, and Zhu Yan, covered in blood, jumped out in fear, raised his head, and bared his teeth at Suhi. I hate these mythical beasts. They all have very tough lives. Easy to defeat, but difficult to kill. Zhu Yan's clan has average combat power compared to the four spirits, opening the second level of heaven. At most, the combat power is comparable to that of Suhi. But Suhi entered Fengzhong and almost activated a cheat. The inner world is still dark now. Inchi condenses, and the power of the world mutates. The power of each blow is more than twice as strong as before. This Zhu Yan was no match for Suhi. He was being plotted against him, and couldn't bear the divine power. It was strange that he could resist. Suhi roared and was about to pursue the victory, but saw two giant figures in the sky passing by. It was Gu Luo and Su Zhu. The two turtles glanced at Suhi, and immediately rushed towards the volcano without saying anything. Even the dragon turtle is here.
And there is no time to speak or transmit sound. Has the following battle reached this point? He was stunned for a moment. Then he saw the entrance opened again. A breath of air passed away in a flash. And a huge fairy sword came through the air, with houses and palaces on it. This is the disciple of Jiancheng Mountain coming in. The way these sword cultivators came in was different from that of Dragon Turtle, as if they came from different places. The gate of Fengzhong generally connects different places. As they came in, there was a sound outside.
We, the Buddha, are merciful and welcome the return of the Buddha's mother, Daming King Bodhisattva.
It was a group of well-dressed monks. Put your hands together and chant the Buddha's name. Chanting the name of the Bodhisattva. Buddha, your uncle. Just one title made he think too much. The mother of Buddha, Daming King Bodhisattva, is the peacock who swallowed the Buddha. Right? This group of monks from the Buddhist world wanted to transform Yunli into a Buddhist bodhisattva during her resurrection. Can such existence also be transformed? The 6th and 7th levels of Buddhism are called arhats. In this world, only the Lord Buddha in the Buddhist world is called Bodhisattva. And he is the same existence as Taizu. That was the great Buddhist master who led 60% of the Buddhist disciples to leave the Xianhuang world during the Xianhuang Emperor battle. Open up the Buddhist world and become the Buddha Lord. There was an existence that was no different from the Taoist master of Guiwang Mountain. It was not until Gu Jingjai was established that he and Gu Jingjai became mortal enemies. Only such a being can be called a Bodhisattva. Today they will transform the resurrection cloud into a Buddha, also known as a Bodhisattva. Do they have the means to improve the resurrected Yunli to that level? If it could really be done, he would be able to understand why everyone in the Buddhist world came out. The entrance to Fengzhong closes as soon as it opens. A group of sword cultivators rushed in and rushed to He's side in an instant. Their giant swords were arranged in a large formation, surrounding Zhu Yin.
Help the young master surround and kill this officer.
Zhu Jiao's voice came from a sword tower on the giant sword. These disciples of Jiancheng Mountain are not very advanced. Most of them are only in the realm of demon transformation. But when they stay in the sword tower and walk in formation, everyone's aura is connected together. Every giant sword actually exudes a heaven-stretching aura. This formation is really amazing.
Thank you all.
He laughed loudly, and in conjunction with the Jiancheng Mountain formation, he jumped up and blasted out a mountain god seal, only to hit Zhu Yin at such a speed that it almost broke through the space. But before the magical power was unleashed, he deliberately controlled it. Don't let the mountain god seal collide with the space. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of changes will occur. With one seal blast, the sword light from the Jiancheng Mountain sword formation also slashed downwards. At this moment, he blasted towards Zhu Yan's mountain god seal, suddenly took the form of a fishhook, and the moment before it hit the bottom, he flipped upward and crashed into a Jiancheng Mountain giant sword. Boom! With a sound, the giant sword shattered. Everyone inside the sword instantly killed several people, and the only one who survived turned over and fell in the sword tower at the top. Zhu Jiao's urgent voice came.
Young master.
Halfway through the voice, he froze. I saw the shattered building ship, and shadows floated out from the fallen corpses.
Aldar!
The young master shout changed to the word Spirit Clan behind him, followed by a sharp shout.
Open the sword intention.
There was a buzz, and sword light flashed out from all the sword towers. The sword intention was more effective against illusory and ghostly things. The same goes for the Eldar. The sword's intention flashed, and it slashed towards the spirit race below. Several elves rushed left and right to rush into the sword tower. But it was impossible. Zhu Jia was frightened for a while. But she didn't know when the spirit clan would resurrect the corpse and store it in the body of the disciple in the sect. A bunch of corpses fell from the exploded sword tower. The only one who was still alive also changed his appearance. He landed on the ground and turned into a young man with a horn on his head and cow legs and hooves. This young man wore shorts on his lower body and only a vest on his upper body. He had an open chest, a body full of tendons, and a diamond-shaped crystal between his eyebrows shining brightly. He looked at Su He and a flash of light flashed in his eyes.
Yes, there are people in the Dragon Turtle clan who are not unworthy of fame, and they can actually find me.
After their transformation, the spiritual tribe at this moment is no longer the spiritual tribe it once was. Resurrecting a dead body is even more amazing, and it can still be discovered. Su He snorted coldly. This Yuan Zun clan was the Yuan Lai whom he had talked to through the air that day. Su He didn't find him. It's just that the inner world has absorbed too much Yin Qi and Yin power. and its sensitivity to the spiritual race has increased to an incredible level. Xiaogagua is also extremely sensitive to them, and they can sense the fleeting breath as soon as the door is opened. Yuanlai looked at Suhi, his eyes sparkling.
Today I am different from others. They come to fight for the peacock corpse, the peacock resurrection body, and even the things under the Fengzhong tomb. I just borrow the power of time from Fengzhong. Use it. There will be no harm to the Phoenix clan. How about you go about your battle, and we don't interfere with each other?
The ability of the Yuanzun clan to communicate with the ancients disappeared, and even their spiritual wisdom was imprisoned. It's not that the Fengwang Palace accidentally pulled out the runes that imprisoned spiritual intelligence. They are still a group of self-proclaimed beasts. The spiritual communication ability of the Spirit Clan and the time and space cracks in Fengzhong were both the purpose of his trip. He wouldn't mind actually being a gutter rat if it could be done quietly. Suhi grinned disdainfully and roared with divine power. Zhu Yan, who had just woken up from dizziness, opened his mouth and roared to rush forward, but was stunned by the divine power again. His mouth opened and he became sluggish. Suhi's mounting dot seal turned into the size of a peach, rushed down and crashed into Zhu Yan's mouth, broke through his throat, and rushed into his belly, exploded with a bang. Yuan Lai on the side had already taken the opportunity to punch Zhu Yan. Su Heshan's divine seal hit Zhu Yan, and then he roared and slapped Yuan Lai with his paw. The fists and claws met, and there was a muffled sound. One turtle and one man retreated at the same time. Suhi's eyes lit up. He was at the 4th level of the sky, but he could fight. Yuan Lai's expression changed. This turtle is so powerful that it is not a 1st-level dragon turtle. A dragon turtle of the 1st level of Kaitian is at most equivalent to a monk in the middle stage of the 3rd level of treading heaven. How could he have such means? With a muffled sound, the spiritual tribesmen in all directions woke up from the divine power. They shook their heads and looked around, all of them looking very bad. They are just spiritual tribes with communication potential selected by Yuan Lai. They are not at such a high level that they can achieve spiritual communication at the 5th level. Psychic communication that has been activated is useless. This place can only reach the 3rd level of heaven treading at most. The 3rd level of Tiantai of the Spirit Clan, unless it reaches its limit. Otherwise, it can only be treated as the 2nd level of Tatian. Suhi roared, and the ultimate divine power was unleashed again. And immediately the 2 spiritual tribes covered their heads and exploded. When Tianzhu used it, a dark cloud gathered above his head, and with a crackle, thunder and lightning fell down. Kill all the spirit clans directly. Another Jiansheng mountain formation followed. This strike can destroy these spirit clans. Yuan Lai's face darkened, but he didn't think about saving him. He turned around and walked away. I don't know what method he used, but he stepped out of the sword formation and was surrounded by him. Suhi roared and ran after him. One chases, and one runs away in an instant. Yuan Lai's face looked extremely bad. He had been preparing for this morning for a long time. He originally came in hiding, but was forced to show up. Due to the reputation of the Yuanzun clan, he didn't dare to stay any longer. He was just afraid that another phoenix or dragon turtle would come outside. I'm afraid they will kill him immediately. Behind the beam of light, the peacock's cry became more hurried. Under the volcano, there are Sanskrit sounds trembling, and there are phoenixes singing and turtles roaring. I don't know what kind of war is going on. Yuan Lai gritted his teeth, and a fierce flash flashed in his eyes. The direction of his escape suddenly changed, and he rushed towards the forbidden area of the canyon. The inheritance of the Yuanzun family has lost most of it. This is the news obtained from the Fengwang Palace. There is a forbidden area in Fengzhong. If you enter, you will die. The forbidden area is different from other places on the ground. The forbidden area is connected to the underground, and there are ghosts of the 6th level in the sky. The dragon turtle's defense is too high, and its vitality and blood are strong, which attracts the attention of ghosts. They also rushed into the forbidden area, and more ghosts attacked the dragon turtle. There is help. He cannot fight to the death with the dragon turtle. There are too few members of the Yuanzun clan who have recovered their spiritual wisdom. Every one of them is extremely precious. How can they be wasted here? Yuan Lai rushed out in one step, heading towards the forbidden area of the canyon. We just arrived at the entrance. A formation on the ground has exploded, and barriers are blocking the entrance of the valley. Mean! The dragon turtle has been in Fengzhong for several years, and has already made various arrangements. There was little pause here, and a peacock chirped behind him. He turned around and saw a peacock turned into a dragon turtle and landed, staying outside the formation and looking towards him. Warning signs suddenly arose in his heart. Yuan Lai quickly retreated, and a sword energy shot up from his feet into the sky. He dodged a blow. As soon as he breathed a sigh of relief, he saw the sword energy in the sky explode and turned into a dagger flying down. Immediately afterwards, fires broke out in all directions, and the formation really started. The dragon turtle outside refused to step into the formation, and instead began to arrange new formations outside. This is to prevent him from escaping. This turtle had no intention of entering the forbidden area with him. He just wanted to break him into the forbidden area, and then seal the forbidden area. A light flashed in Suhi's eyes. In the past, when the formation was arranged, I was afraid that someone would hide in the forbidden area and refuse to come out, and continue to pollute the raw jade. Now that the big festival has begun, there is no need to worry. Since Yuan Lai wants to enter the forbidden area, let him go in. Yuan Lai looked gloomy and smashed the sword light from the formation with one punch, looking at Suhi and gritting his teeth. Although the history of the Yuanzun clan was lost, he knew some of the history from his elders. Yuanzun's downfall was largely due to the Dragon Turtle clan.
I haven't shown up for countless thousands of years. It seems that even the Dragon Turtle clan has forgotten what kind of existence my Yuanzun clan is.
His voice was low.
My Yuanzun clan is the origin of the name of Treading Heaven Realm. I control the world. How can I be trapped by the formation?
He roared and stepped out with his hooves. The vitality of the entire Taniguchi instantly turned into a whirlpool, condensing with Yuan Lai as the center. It turned into a big drum and landed next to Yuan Lai. He seems to be able to command the vitality of all directions, especially the large formation at his feet. All the concentrated attacks become part of the big drum in the sound of the drum. Yuan Lai looked at Suhi and punched the drum. Boom! With a sound of drums, the whole sky was pressing towards Suhi. It is not the mighty suppression of the ancestor of Fengwang Palace, but real pressure. In this drum sound, there is the weight of mountains and seas, the coldness of glaciers, the burning heat of magma. It's like a world collided. There was a hint of madness in his eyes.
You have prayed to heaven and earth. Have you ever felt the true trend of heaven and earth?
Boom! Another muffled sound. Muffled sounds, like the roar of the world, hit Suhi's turtle SH.L. Suhi stepped back step by step, retreating dozens of feet before he stopped and grinned.
I have never felt the general trend of heaven and earth, but I have it myself.
Comparing the knowledge of heaven and earth, is there anyone who can surpass the mythical beast?